Chapter 944. Announcing to the world, Lin Ling's face was cold and fearless. Yu was his reverse scale, and no one could offend her. Since he dared to come here today, he had already prepared himself. He would rather die than live in dishonor. If he was pushed to the edge, he would at most summon the ancient flame devil. He did not answer Mo Ping's question, but looked at Mo Zihu with disdain. The so-called Rain Clan's prides are just a dog that knows how to bootlick. Compared to Mo Zilong, you're too lacking. You're simply an insult to the name of the Rain Clan's prides. Lin Ling. On the ground, Mo Zihu's mouth was overflowing with blood. His body was surrounded by a mysterious flame, and he had lost all face. Last time, when he fought with Lin Ling, his attack could affect Lin Ling, but it was blocked by Lin Ling. Lin Ling's flame lotus also affected him, but it was not blocked by him. This led to his loss. He was unwilling to accept his loss, but he believed that if they were to fight to the death, Lin Ling would not be his opponent. However, today, Lin Ling defeated him in one move. It was like a dream. "Grandpa, I haven't lost yet." Mo Zihu slapped the ground and jumped up. He did not care about his injuries and pounced at Lin Ling. He was unwilling to accept this. He did not believe that Lin Ling had surpassed him. The crowd's eyes flickered. The previous incident was too strange. They did not believe that Lin Ling could defeat Mo Zihu so easily. "I have an innate emperor physique, I have a mid-grade spiritual weapon, and I have profound. How can I lose to you?" Following Mo Zihu's roar, an azure halberd of the sea god appeared. It cut through the void and slashed at Lin Ling. Crush. The profound of ocean rain appeared. It was like the rain of an ancient sea, causing the waves to roar and the earth to shatter. Lin Ling smiled gently. Mo Zihu was unwilling to accept this? Then he would beat him until he was willing. The tyrannical song sword appeared, and flames surged. The second-level fire profound surged out like the most primitive flame, overbearing and majestic. Rumble. The halberd and greatsword collided and a tyrannical wave of spiritual energy erupted. In the center of the hall, two figures emitted a radiance similar to that of a sea urchin as they resisted each other. However, in everyone's eyes, Mo Zihu's all-out attack was blocked by Lin Ling with a single hand behind his back and a single sword. "I have 50 million points of power, and I have the Tyrant Song Sword, a mid-tier spiritual weapon. I even have two profound meanings. How can you not lose to me?" Scram. In the next moment, a dazzling light erupted from the huge sword, and it slashed out as if it was capable of annihilating an army. Puff, puff. A black crack appeared in the void. Mo Zihu couldn't even hold the halberd of the sea god firmly. He was sent flying again, this time towards Mo Ping. But in the end, Mo Ping extended her right hand and blocked the terrifying force of the attack. Clang. At the same time, the Poseidon's halberd drew a beautiful arc in the air before ruthlessly thrusting into the ground. The crisp sound was shocking. Overpowered, the second time it was overpowered. At this moment, everyone finally knew that Lin Ling had defeated Mo Zihu with ease. Moreover, through Lin Ling's words, they had a clear understanding of Lin Ling's strength. Although Lin Ling did not have an innate emperor body, his physical body was an advantage. With 50 million points of power, his spiritual weapon was not weaker than Mo Zihu's, and his profound martial meaning was several levels higher. It would be strange if Mo Zihu did not lose. Everything was as Lin Ling had said. In front of him, Mo Zihu was just trash that couldn't even block a single move. Flattery. Apart from having your grandfather help you, you don't seem to have anything else to be proud of. Lin Ling slowly sheathed his sword. His figure seemed to have returned to the frivolous and arrogant days of the past. Mo Zihu's face was incomparably pale. Shame. He had been ruthlessly defeated twice by Lin Ling. Moreover, it was a complete suppression. This was a great humiliation. However, in the face of this humiliation, he could not resist. He could only stand there and be humiliated by Lin Ling. All of this was like a dream. One had to know that when he first met Lin Ling, he was high above and could suppress Lin Ling. But now Lin Ling was even nobler than him. "You came here to humiliate Mo Zihu?" Rainmaster Mo Ping frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was very arrogant. Today, not only did he not report his arrival to the main hall, he even directly fought his way in. He simply did not put his grandfather in his eyes. I came here for only one thing. Yu is my woman. She was, is, and will be. His gaze swept across the crowd. Lin Ling finally looked at Rainmaster Mo Ping. At this moment, he did not have the slightest bit of restraint. There was only a fearless heart. For Yu, he did not fear the entire world. What? Everyone's pupils constricted. They were shocked by Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling, you are too audacious. You do not put us in your eyes at all. Yu represents the Sparrow clan and Rain clan in marriage. What qualifications do you have to speak for her? In the silence, a Rain clan elder shouted angrily. Haha, do you have the qualifications to speak? Get lost. That person was Lin Ling's uncle, but Lin Ling did not treat him as his uncle at all. Instead, he laughed frivolously. His laughter shook the heavens, causing the hearts of the Rain clan's juniors to tremble. In the history of the Rain clan, only Lin Ling dared to speak to his seniors in such a manner. You said that I do not put you in my eyes? Then have you ever put me in your eyes? When I defeated your juniors, you were unwilling to accept it and targeted me everywhere. When I completed the task, you were still unwilling to accept it and made things difficult for me everywhere. It was as if I was supposed to be under your feet and you could step on me however you wanted. You did not verify it and casually wronged me. At that time, did you treat me as your relative? The angry voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. It shocked the entire hall into silence. Everyone was speechless. Yes, they did not treat Lin Ling as their junior. Instead, they treated Lin Ling as an outsider. But now, they used their status as seniors. Why should Lin Ling give them face? You are right. I do not agree with them on this point. However, Yu is the little princess of our Sparrow clan. Since when did it become your turn to speak? On the side of the Sparrow clan, an elder spoke slowly. In fact, he was rather optimistic about this junior who had an ordinary background but constantly amazed the world. However, this junior was too frivolous and did not even put their Sparrow clan in his eyes. Then may I ask where you were when Yu was just an ordinary disciple of the Guyan sect? When Yu was just an ordinary martial artist, where were you? Lin Ling took a step forward and looked at the elder fearlessly. This matter was related to Yu. Hence, he would shoulder everything and would not tolerate it. The old man was also speechless. In the Guyan sect, it was Big Brother Lin Ling who protected me. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, it was Big Brother Lin Ling who helped me awaken my bloodline. If I was still an ordinary girl, the Sparrow clan would not even value me. Now that the Sparrow clan values me, it is just icing on the cake. The most important thing is to help me in my hour of need. Yu also took a step forward and held onto Lin Ling's hand. Her beautiful eyes looked resolutely at everyone as she spoke. Icing on the cake was something to be grateful for, but the most important thing was to help him in his hour of need. That elder from the Sparrow clan was even more speechless. He did not expect that Princess Yu and Lin Ling had such a past. Chapter 945. Debt Collection. My goal for coming here today is to announce to the world that Yu is my, Lin Ling's, woman. Lin Ling's gaze turned even more resolute. Yu was already his woman, so how could he not dare to affirm it? I know you are indignant, but it won't be long before I personally bring Yu back. All of you raise your eyes and wait. Let's go. Under the silence, Lin Ling finally said those words. Following that, he held Yu's hand and left. This was his goal for coming here today. How resolute! And in the grand hall, everyone's hearts palpitated. However, a few of the Rain clan's juniors were moved, especially the girls. Their eyes shimmered. If there was a man in this world who treated them in such a way, announcing their relationship without fear of power, they would also give themselves to him. Unfortunately, how many people had the courage to say such words in front of an expert? As for the seniors of the Rain clan and Desolate race, their expressions were ugly. They had just discussed the marriage between the two races, but Lin Ling had told them in front of countless people that the marriage did not count. At the moment Lin Ling stepped out of the door, Rain Master Mo Ping could not help but shout. Not everyone is like you, prioritizing profit in everything you do. However, outside the door, Lin Ling did not stop. His cold voice replied. He was going to step out of the door today. If Rain Master Mo Ping wanted to shed all pretenses, then he would release the ancient flame demon. When that happened, they would see who would suffer more casualties. You can try taking another step. Rain Master Mo Ping's expression was extremely cold. This grandson of his had not only embarrassed him, he had even rebutted him in front of his face, causing his dignity to be violated. Father, in the past, you sacrificed me because of benefits. Today, you want to implicate my son because of benefits? I can give in to you on anything, but on this matter, your daughter will not allow it. At this moment, a cold voice resounded in the grand hall. It made Rain Master Mo Ping's angry eyes focus. It was her. If you insist on separating them, then don't blame your daughter for not acknowledging you. The voice resounded once again. This time, Rain Master Mo Ping's body trembled. For Lin Ling, his daughter, who had always obeyed him, was going to sever ties with him? Other than that time when she ran away from marriage, his daughter had always been obedient. Every dog has its day. Time will prove everything. Don't underestimate your grandson. The cold voice resounded in the hall, causing the hearts of countless people. They knew that Mo Nianchen was talking about Lin Ling. They believed that Lin Ling did not have the Rain clan's bloodline, so his future achievements were limited. However, they had forgotten that Lin, with his ordinary bloodline, he had crushed all the geniuses. Therefore, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, all of this might not be impossible. Perhaps they would not Rain was, but not to be accepted to be. All right, the engagement will continue. However, I will give him half a year's time. After half a year, if he can't prove everything, then don't blame your father. Rain Master Mo Ping's eyes flickered. He finally made a decision. Perhaps he did not want his daughter to sever ties with him because of an outsider like Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling had already left with Yu Yu's hand. However, he had also heard those words. This caused his lips to curve into a faint smile. Half a year? Sure, at that time, he would return in a domineering manner and crush everything. Unless the mountains are no longer sharp and the heavens and earth are united, I will marry you. Stopping his footsteps, Lin Ling looked gently at Yu Yu. There was only determination in his eyes. Brother Ling, Yu Yu believes in you. Yu Yu's beautiful face revealed a smile as she nodded heavily. This time, I will be leaving. It won't be long before I return. At that time, we can be together. Lin Ling took a step forward and gently hugged Yu Yu. As he looked at the ancient Rain clan building, a cold light flashed in his eyes. This place had left him with far too many bad memories. However, the moment he returned, he would change everything. The news of Lin Ling's departure spread throughout the Rain clan in half a day. As for this arrogant youth, many Rain clan members had complex feelings. They never thought that a foreign bloodline would be able to cause the ancient desolate clan to stir up monstrous waves. And now, Lin Ling wanted to use half a year's time to prove everything. This caused them to raise their heads in anticipation. Of course, many Rain clan seniors did not favor Lin Ling. After all, they already stood at the pinnacle of the rainforest holy land. If Lin Ling wanted to prove everything, what did he rely on? Because of the 7 profound martial house? There simply wasn't enough cultivation resources there to satisfy Lin Ling. And as far as they knew, Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword was forged with the help of Mo Nianchen. Thus, Lin Ling did not have any hope. I believe in him. In the ice gorge, Mo Nianchen looked at the fluttering white snow, her eyes filled with incomparable determination. Her son had walked through countless storms, and now he could create a miracle. And at this moment, after Lin Ling left the Rain clan, he immediately headed towards the main city. The main city was still bustling with activity. To the main city, the matters of the 4 desolate clans were like matters of the royal palace. Not many people knew about it. The Rain clan is vast, arrogant, and overbearing. If I want to surpass the Rain clan, then I must have a strength that can match the Rain clan. Lin Ling walked down the street. He thought of the Flame Legion, and a heroic thought rose in his heart. He wanted the Flame Legion to shock the entire rainforest Holy Land. "Lin Ling, is that you?" At this moment, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded from the street. Then a youth in a green brocade robe walked over with 4 people. "Qin Jing Tian." Lin Ling could not help but smile. After returning to the rainforest Holy Land, he had not seen Qin Jing Tian for a long time. The person who came was Qin Jing Tian of the Great Qin Empire, the son of old Master Qin. Patriarch Lin. The faces of the people behind Qin Jing Tian changed. They came in front of Lin Ling and bowed respectfully to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was currently one of the 24 patriarchs of the Great Qin Empire. After you returned, I also knew that you were busy, so I did not disturb you." Qin Jing Tian looked at Lin Ling and smiled happily. In his heart, he had already treated Lin Ling as his family. This was because the destruction of the fighting evil lineage was done by Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling had done it for his father. "Why are you all here?" Lin Ling and Qin Jing Tian had been through a lot, so there was no need to be courteous. "It's all because of the Justice Duan family. They opened a pill shop again, and their business is booming. They seem to be trying to steal our business, so I came to take a look on behalf of the Great Qin Empire." Qin Jing Tian sighed and shook his head helplessly. The resources of the 5 ancient countries could not be compared to the 4 desolate tribes, so they placed great importance on the rainforest Holy Land's business. The Justice Duan family. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. After old Master Qin died, he swore to destroy the 2 ancient countries. This promise was still fresh in his mind. "It just so happens that I'm short of money. Since they dare to open a pill shop, we'll benefit from it." Then, Lin Ling's lips curled into a devilish smile. He had been thinking about how to increase the strength of the Flame Legion, but now he seemed to have heard good news. "Lin Ling, what do you mean by this?" Qin Jing Tian was puzzled. Chapter 946. Hanging Pothalchi. Qin Jing Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. The people behind him also sucked in a breath of cold air. "Lin Ling, what great courage." The Justice Duan family dared to open an elixir shop in the rainforest because they had something to rely on. Although the Great Qin Empire did not want to see the rise of the Justice Duan family, they did not dare to act rashly. However, Lin Ling dared to do so. Yes, Lin Ling is from one of the 4 great desolate tribes. Qin Jing Tian thought of the reason for Lin Ling's confidence. "Let's go." Lin Ling chuckled. At the same time, he shouted in his heart, "Heavenly fiend Ming Wang In Sha, quickly come and see me." Since he was going to rob the Justice Duan family, he naturally needed help. So, Lin Ling also summoned the powerhouses around him. Okay, their elixir shop is on Changlong Street. Although Qin Jing Tian found it unbelievable, he was familiar with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was not an impulsive person. If he dared to do so, he must have his own confidence. Changlong Street was an ancient street in the main city. It was also the 3rd street to be developed in the rainforest. Naturally, it was more prosperous than the other streets. The warriors who came here were either rich or noble. The Justice Duan family indeed had a geographical advantage by opening an elixir shop here. What a beautiful elixir shop! It can be compared to the ancient elixir shops of the 4 great desolate tribes. Yes, and the elixir shops of the 4 great desolate tribes are not open often. However, this elixir shop is open every day. It is really good news for us warriors. It is said that as long as you have the money, you can buy any elixir shop. It is very powerful. Of course, this elixir shop is opened by the Justice Duan family, one of the 5 great ancient kingdoms. It is said that this elixir shop used up a quarter of the Justice Duan family's income. In front of the elixir shop, the crowd discussed with envy. In their eyes, the elixir shop was grand and majestic. The building was built in the shape of an ancient cauldron. It was as if the heavens had bestowed this elixir shop to the mortal world. At the entrance of the elixir shop, 4 words were hung there. Medicine to help the world, all lives are equal. Grand and majestic. At this moment, at the entrance of the elixir shop, there was an endless stream of people entering. They were either rich or respectable. Obviously, ordinary martial artists could not enter. Of course, this was normal. After all, there were all kinds of elixirs here. The spiritual herbs were priceless. Would ordinary martial artists be able to afford those rare medicinal pills? From the very beginning, the Justice Duan family had planned to let the pill shop take the high-end route. Therefore, there were many alchemists and powerhouses in charge. Practicing medicine to help the world, all living beings are equal, what a hypocritical plaque. At this moment, several silhouettes slowly walked towards the sacred medicinal pill shop. The young man in the lead indifferently said, causing the passers-by to suck in a breath of cold air. These people were extremely arrogant, daring to say such things about the Duan clan's medicinal pill shop. Hee, I wonder which family's hedonistic young master is from. He simply doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Many people laughed coldly. They were not surprised because the world did not lack such hedonistic young masters. Only when they suffered would these hedonistic young masters understand that there is always someone better out there. At this moment, the hedonistic young masters in everyone's hearts were indifferently looking at the majestic medicinal pill shop. The eyes of the handsome young man in the lead turned cold. Looking at the bustling medicinal pill shop, a wave of anger rose in his heart. He thought of the old man who died unjustly. Young Master Qin, the Duan clan's medicinal pill shop has everything you need. It shouldn't be difficult to buy the medicinal pills we want. Hee, young Master Lin, don't underestimate the power of the 5 great ancient countries. The young man turned his head and said, while the other young man behind him nodded. They were Lin Ling and Qin Jingtian. Behind them were Xianxia and the other guards of the great Qin Empire. Today, they were here to collect their debts. Then let's go in. Lin Ling said indifferently and strode towards the luxurious door. Hee, dear guests, do you have the medicine hall's medicine hall's medicine hall's medicine hall's medicine hall's medicine hall? After taking a few steps, a lavishly dressed attendant smiled and said with a sincere attitude, "What is a healing token?" Qin Jingtian asked. Hee, the Xian Hall is the medicinal pill shop of the Justice Duan clan. It is the first time it has opened, so customers come like clouds. To avoid causing chaos in the Xian Hall, only those with a healing token can enter. The attendant said respectfully, but his tone was arrogant and his eyes were full of disdain. These young men seemed to have an extraordinary temperament, but they did not even know this rule. They were obviously hedonistic young masters from some small family. Unfortunately, they dared to come to the Xian Hall and pretend to be rich. They were simply courting death. Those people are indeed hedonistic young masters with empty shells. The crowd in the distance secretly laughed. They all knew this rule, but those people did not. To put it bluntly, those without status were not allowed to enter. It did not matter which country's crown prince you were, as long as you did not have a healing token, you could not enter. This was the prestige of the Justice Duan clan. Guests, please go back. The attendant was still smiling, but his voice was full of disdain. Let me ask you, what is the meaning of healing to the world and all lives are equal on your signboard? At this moment, Lin Ling said indifferently, healing to the world is to save the world. This is the original intention of the Justice Duan clan. As for all lives are equal, that is because the Duan clan does not bully the weak. Everyone is equal. The attendant said proudly, puffing out his chest. Slap. A slap flew over and landed on the attendant's face, causing him to feel a burning pain. His eyes widened and he could not speak. Nonsense! Lin Ling shouted coldly. Crazy! The crowd's pupils constricted. Those hedonistic young masters were crazy. They dared to hit someone from the Justice Duan clan. Could they not tell who was stronger and who was weaker? Guessed you hit me? The attendant did not seem to react. Slap. However, the slap sounded again, as if to tell him that today he was the one being slapped. Since you're here to heal the world, why is the elixir shop collecting money? Isn't the Justice Duan clan benevolent? Moreover, since all lives are equal, why can those people enter but not us? Lin Ling's frivolous voice floated out like the wind, leaving the attendant speechless. Indeed, since they were here to heal the world, why would they collect money? Since all lives are equal, why would they discriminate based on status? Since they could not do that, what was the point of having a signboard? Today is the first day of the Hanging Pot Hall's opening, but you did not live up to the motto. Why don't you let me tear down your signboard? Lin Ling shouted again, looking even more like a hedonistic young master. Arrogant? Whose young master is this? So arrogant? The crowd was in an uproar. Although the young man's words were not wrong, it was obvious that he was being picky. He was not afraid of death. When the Justice Duan clan's elites appeared, he would definitely suffer. He might even implicate his clan. Chapter 947. Duan Bai, thank you for your reminder, but my family can afford to pay for a mere elixir store. Moreover, if you piss me off, I'll tear it down. Lin Ling chuckled mockingly. Qin Jingtian also chuckled. He knew what Lin Ling meant. After all, they were here to collect a debt. The funny thing was that the waiter thought they were hedonistic young masters. This place is owned by the Justice Duan family. The waiter took a step forward and said loudly. He finally revealed his identity. The Justice Duan family? So that's how it is. Lin Ling nodded as if it was the first time he heard this news. The waiter smiled faintly. Next, he wanted to see this hedonistic young master's ugly face. Slap. However, the crisp sound of a slap rang out again. Who told you to tell me your family name? Are you going to tell me your mother's name and your wife's name? Do you think I'm interested? Lin Ling smiled even more brilliantly. The crowd's face stiffened. They had the same thought as the waiter, but who knew that the young master would become even more arrogant? Do you know what the Justice Duan family is? The waiter glared at Lin Ling. He thought that Lin Ling didn't know what the Justice Duan family was. After all, this was the first time a young master from the 100 territories came to the rainforest sacred ground. They might not have heard of the 5 ancient countries. I said, are you deaf? If you don't understand, then let me tell you. The Justice Duan family is my grandson. Lin Ling smiled again, but in the next moment, his pupils shrank and his voice exploded like a great bell. It was so shocking that everyone's eardrums hurt. Then, many shocked gazes looked at the young man. The young man had said in front of everyone that the Justice Duan family was his grandson. This kind of hedonistic young master had reached the peak. In the rainforest sacred ground, who would dare to say such a thing? All right, I've said what I wanted to say. Bring your face over and let me slap you 3 more times. Young Master Qin, you too. Lin Ling looked at the servant again and laughed. His laughter was cold and evil. You're courting death. The servant's face was extremely ugly. He had brought out the Justice Duan family, but it was useless. How dare you mess around in the Hanging Pot Hall? At this moment, a white-haired old man slowly walked out. This person had his hands behind his back and looked very old and virtuous. It was obvious that he was a person of high status in the Hanging Hu Hall. Grandmaster Da, these people are here to cause trouble. The waiter seemed to have found a life-saving straw. Master Da Wang is a famous alchemist in the Rainforest Holy Land. In the past, he was invited by Tuo Tian Province to be an apprentice, but was rejected by Master Da Wang. This person is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. He has achieved great success in the Rainforest Holy Land. The crowd was shocked. The Justice Duan family had spent a lot of money this time. They had even recruited such a famous alchemist. Master Da Wang also heard the envious voices around him. He seemed to be enjoying it. Then he looked at Lin Ling calmly. He wanted to know what Lin Ling would say. However, it was still a slap. An extremely crisp slap. Master Da Wang, I don't know. Woof Woof only knows my family's Da Huang. After the slap, Lin Ling said calmly. Master Da Wang's eyes widened. Lin Ling dared to hit him? And he even described him as a dog? As for the waiter beside him, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought that with Master Da Wang's arrival, these foppish young masters would suffer. But in the end, these people even dared to hit Master Da Wang. Old man, if you continue to put on an act in front of me, it won't be just a slap. And the dog beside you, get over here and finish the previous slaps. Lin Ling took a step forward, seemingly unwilling to give up. All right, Lin Ling, come in. At this moment, a calm voice finally came from the Hanging Hu Hall. Obviously, The incident at the entrance had attracted the attention of the people in the Hanging Hu Hall. Moreover, others might not know Lin Ling, but how could the big shots of the Justice Duan family not recognize Lin Ling? Lin Ling. Master De Wang's expression changed drastically, and so did the waiter. They thought that this was a foppish young master, but who knew that this person was Lin Ling, who was famous in the sacred ground of the rainforest? He's the rumored Lin Ling. The crowd's hearts trembled violently. Lin Ling looked at the towering Hanging Hu Hall and smiled. He strode in with Qin Jingtian. He wanted to see who from the Justice Duan family was guarding this place today. Young Master Qin, give him a few slaps so that his dog eyes can recognize more people. Hit Master Woof Woof too. Lin Ling said calmly as he stepped through the door. Qin Jingtian smiled. Today, he had helped his father vent his anger. I'll hit him too. Master De Wang frowned, but he was no longer as arrogant as before. This was because this young man was Lin Ling. Moreover, I'll hit you until you can't stand up. Lin Ling said without turning his head. This made Master De Wang grit his teeth, but he didn't dare to speak. Pa pa pa. The sound of Qin Jingtian's slaps could be heard at the same time. How arrogant! He doesn't have a Hanging Hu token, but he entered the Hanging Hu Hall and slapped the master's face at the door. The crowd's hearts beat violently. Many of them had heard of Lin Ling's name, Mad God Lin Ling. However, after seeing it with their own eyes, they realized that this kind of arrogance was well-deserved. The funniest thing was that they had thought that Lin Ling was a foppish young master and would suffer today. However, Lin Ling had tyrannically barged into the Hanging Hu Hall. Suddenly, the crowd was filled with anticipation. It was said that Lin Ling and the Justice Duan family were not on good terms. Who knew what would happen today? However, Lin Ling dared to come to the Hanging Hu Hall with only a few people. The consequences would not be good. What a big elixir workshop! After entering the Hanging Hu Hall, Lin Ling shouted loudly, shocking the people in the elixir workshop. Was Lin Ling chasing away customers with such a loud noise? Sir, the elixir workshop is a valuable place. Please lower your voice. A person who looked like a guard walked over. I want to be loud. What can you do? The elixir workshop is open for business. Don't tell me that customers are not allowed to speak. Lin Ling's voice became louder. At this moment, he was even more like a foppish young master. However, no one dared to treat him as one. After all, the champion of the semifinals had the right to speak. All right, Xiaowen, you can leave. I'll do it. At this moment, from the depths of the vast hall, a middle-aged man walked over. He was dignified and had an indescribable elegance. From afar, he saluted Lin Ling and said, "The #1 genius of the Rainforest Holy Land has come to the Hanging Hu Hall today. Apologies for the poor reception." This person was not angered by Lin Ling's recklessness. Instead, he was very polite. Obviously, he wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble for the opening of the Hanging Hu Hall today. However, there was a hidden danger in his words. With one sentence, he pushed Lin Ling into the limelight. He said that Lin Ling was the #1 genius of the Rainforest Holy Land, but not the #1 genius of the Martial Arts Hall. The two seemed close, but if he met the top genius of the Rainforest Holy Land, then there would be trouble. Chapter 948. He's here to pick a fight. Lin Ling, I've heard a lot about you. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Unfortunately, your name has spread far and wide while I'm just a nobody," said the middle-aged man with a smile. He was extremely polite, as if he admired Lin Ling a lot. Then, he said to the others, "This young man is the most outstanding cultivator in the world. He's a dragon among men. How can you neglect him? Give him whatever he wants. This is the respect you should have for the most outstanding cultivator." "Yes, Lord." Everyone saluted respectfully, looking at Lin Ling with reverence. Of course, the guests were envious. Lin Ling was treated well. However, who was Lin Ling? He had grown up from nothing since he was young. What kind of storm had he not seen? What kind of people had he not seen? Lin Ling had seen people who were sweet and sly. "Who do you think you are?" Lin Ling smiled and said softly. His words were frivolous and domineering. Everyone in the hall widened their eyes, especially the guards. Each of them was boiling with anger. Their lord was so polite and courteous to Lin Ling, but Lin Ling did not give him any face. This was too much. "Ha, I'm Duan Zun Wang's son, Duan Bai. Of course, I'm not as famous as Lin Ling. I'm just a nobody in the Duan family." However, Duan Bai did not rise. He still smiled amiably as if he saw Lin Ling as his best friend. "Indeed, compared to me, you're just a nobody." Lin Ling smiled, took a step forward, and gently patted Duan Bai's cheek. Duan Zun Wang's son. In the past, there were two people Lin Ling must kill in the prairie. One was Lord Long of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the other was Duan Zun Wang. Unfortunately, he died in the prairie. Duan Bai smiled again, but his smile was a little forced. Before, he was just being polite, flattering Lin Ling normally. People with status would reply politely, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would reply without any courtesy? He was indeed a nobody. "Your father, that damned old man, is he still alive?" Lin Ling said with a smile. He put his arm around Duan Bai's shoulder as if they were really good friends. However, his words were extremely vicious. If the other party wanted to play dirty, then he would play along. "Lin Ling, don't go too far." A guard in the hall shouted angrily. Lin Ling was cursing their Duan Zun Wang. "It's fine. Your Excellency Lin Ling is a straightforward person and not a hypocrite. Tell me what you think." However, Duan Bai merely waved his hand in an extremely magnanimous manner. Many of the guests secretly admired him. No wonder he was the head of the Hanging Pot Hall. He was so magnanimous that he could suppress anything. "My father's body is in good condition, and he's about to break through to the next realm," Duan Bai said with a smile. "Sigh, what a pity. Bad people stink for 1,000 years. How can they live so long?" Lin Ling sighed softly. Then, as if he felt that he had said something wrong, he immediately said, "I'm sorry, I'm a straightforward person, so I say what I think. I didn't mean it." A straightforward person saying what he thought meant that Lin Ling wanted Duan Zun Wang to die. This time, no matter how well-mannered Duan Bai was, his expression was incomparably ugly. After all, no one would want others to curse their own father. "Alright, enough nonsense. Brother Duan, tell me about your shabby elixir shop." Lin Ling patted Duan Bai's shoulder, not looking like he was apologizing at all. Behind him, Qin Jingtian was secretly laughing. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so good at acting. He clearly wanted to destroy this place, but he was still pretending to be polite. "Shabby elixir shop." The guards gritted their teeth again. The elixir shop here was one of the best in the rainforest, but Lin Ling said that it was shabby? This elixir shop has 72 alchemists. As long as you have money, you can refine any elixir. If it's fake, you'll pay 10 times the compensation. Duan Bai said proudly, then continued, "Of course, Sir Lin Ling is the #1 genius, so you can buy elixirs here at a 40% discount." He quickly regained his amiable appearance, as if he and Lin Ling were sworn brothers. 72 good-for-nothings? Like Master Wang from before? "Brother Duan, you have bad taste," Lin Ling said with a smile. Master De Wang's face darkened when he walked into the main hall. He was a respected senior in the rainforest, but in front of this junior, he was a good-for-nothing. "However, since I'm here, I naturally have to buy elixirs. But if it's fake, you can refine any elixir. I'm curious." Lin Ling glanced at the magnificent main hall and thought for a while. He said, "Give me an elixir that can help me break through to the Holy Spirit realm. It must have no side effects, and it must allow me to comprehend 90% of the ultimacy. Also, the price is negotiable. If you can afford it, I can afford it." "What?" The crowd's eyes widened. Breaking through to the Holy Spirit realm without any side effects and requiring one to comprehend 90% of the ultimacy? Was there such an elixir in the world? If there was, the Duan family would have been the most powerful family in the rainforest. Lin Ling was deliberately looking for trouble, wasn't he? "Sir Lin Ling, you really know how to joke." Duan Bai was stunned for a moment, then smiled faintly. "Who's joking with you?" Lin Ling's face became indifferent. "Brother Duan, friendship is friendship, business is business. How can your hanging pot hall not fulfill its promise? Lin Ling, can you find such an elixir? If you can't, what right do you have to talk nonsense? Leave, the hanging pot hall does not welcome you. In the distance, an elder who was also an alchemist shouted angrily. He did not like Lin Ling. A flame shot out like a meteor and wrapped around the alchemist, burning him. Who allowed you to speak? A cold voice sounded in the main hall. Lin Ling looked indifferently. Domineering. Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was too domineering. He attacked immediately because of a disagreement. Okay, since Sir Lin Ling said so, there must be such an elixir. You can study it more. Duan Bai's manners were indeed good. Study? Who gave you time? I want it now. However, Lin Ling shouted again. He was not reasonable at all. Sir Lin Ling, you're picking a fight. Duan Bai could not bear it anymore. Ha, have you run out of patience? You should have done this earlier. We're enemies. Why do you have to pretend to be brothers? Lin Ling smiled gently. His domineering look disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Duan Bai's eyes narrowed. He felt as if he had been played by Lin Ling. However, you're right. I'm here to pick a fight. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling's strong ambition finally exploded. His powerful aura shook the entire main hall. Today, he was here to pick a fight. Duan Bai's face was extremely ugly. From the beginning, he felt as if he had been played by Lin Ling. No matter how well-mannered he was, no matter how humble he was, it was useless. Because Lin Ling was playing with him. Good show, let's begin. The hanging pot hall opens today, but it's also closing. Under many shocked gazes, Lin Ling's frivolous voice drifted out of the hanging pot hall and even into the ears of the people on the street. Countless people's eyes narrowed. Chapter 949. The arrival of the Flame Legion. Lin Ling is here to cause trouble. Many people were shocked. The opening of the hanging pot hall had cost the Justice Duan family a lot of money, but it had also shocked half of the sacred land of the rainforest. However, on the opening day, Lin Ling said that it was also the closing day. It was obvious that Lin Ling was here for revenge. Bastard! Within the hanging pot hall, the guards' faces were cold. Lin Ling had gone too far. Sir Lin Ling, the Justice Duan family does have some conflicts with you, but what kind of grudge can't be resolved in this world? Don't go too far so that we can meet again in the future. Duan Bai took a deep breath, but quickly regained his smile. He said softly, also, let me remind you that the hanging pot hall is so big that there will naturally be many Holy Spirit realm experts guarding it. If you really want to cause trouble, you won't be able to get away with it. Duan Bai's tolerance was terrifying. Even though Lin Ling had said so, he still didn't explode. However, although he was polite on the surface, his right hand behind his back was already informing Lin Ling of the arrival of more experts. His words seemed polite, but they were both soft and hard. He wanted to let Lin Ling see the current situation clearly. Lin Ling's lips curled up, revealing a friendly smile. Duan Bai was stunned. He didn't understand what Lin Ling was smiling about. Hiding a knife in a smile is useless against me. Threatening me is even more useless. I won't be swayed by force or persuasion. Finally, Lin Ling's smiling but cold voice floated out from his mouth. A figure shot over like a ghost, and a dagger appeared in front of Duan Bai's neck. A Holy Spirit realm expert. Duan Bai's eyes narrowed. Previously, his gaze had been on Lin Ling, and he didn't notice the expert behind Lin Ling. Moreover, he had always thought that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to cause trouble here, because that would be equivalent to a direct confrontation with the Justice Duan family. However, the scene in front of him told him that Lin Ling had come prepared. Moreover, a Saint Spirit realm expert was equivalent to an ambitious and ruthless character in the Rainforest Holy Land. They were on the same level as his father, but Lin Ling was able to summon such an expert. This was beyond his expectations. Most importantly, he sensed that the person who attacked him was extremely terrifying. It was as if he was an assassin. "Milord!" The Duan clan's guards in the main hall shouted anxiously. Lin Ling really dared to make a move. Outside the main hall, there was complete silence. Everyone was curious about what had happened in the hanging pot hall, but no one dared to go closer. They wondered if Lin Ling had been caught. Subconsciously, they believed that since Lin Ling dared to cause trouble in the Justice Duan family's territory, he should suffer a loss. Thud thud thud. At this time, a large number of footsteps could be heard. The crowd was separated, and a large group of people arrived. These people were not very strong, but they had the bloody and murderous aura of an army. This is the place. Lin Ling said to loot this place. The leader of the group was a valiant woman. She looked at the hanging pot hall and smiled. With a wave of her hand, she led the group into the hanging pot hall. Loot? The crowd was in an uproar. There were many Emperor Spirit Realm experts among them, so they could naturally see that although the army had an extraordinary aura, their overall strength was very weak. There was not a single Emperor Spirit Realm expert. Such an army dared to attack the Justice Duan family. Was their leader crazy? Flame Army, surround this place. The army rushed into the hanging pot hall. At the same time, a small group surrounded the hanging pot hall. The rules were very strict. Flame Army? What an unfamiliar name. Where did this army come from? The crowd was even more puzzled. At the same time, inside the hanging pot hall, everyone was shocked by the army that rushed in. The hanging pot hall was noble and sacred, but now it had been turned into a bustling market. It felt very surreal. Lin Ling. When the leader saw Lin Ling, she immediately smiled happily. Beside her was a dark-skinned woman. They quickly came to Lin Ling and bowed. Besides them, there were also many people who came directly to Lin Ling. They were Qin Xiaolan, Tian Xiaomen, Long Xiaochen, Ouyang Fiang, and the others. These people were the elites of the Flame Army. It's good that you're here. This place is overflowing with wealth. There are many pills and spiritual herbs. It's enough for you to greatly increase your strength. Loot this place. Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. Yes, sir. Everyone in the Flame Army was excited. On their way here, they naturally knew where this place was. This was the elixir shop that the Justice Duan family valued greatly. However, their lord was powerful enough to conquer mountains and rivers. There was nothing he did not dare to do. The Justice Duan family could still loot this place. Lin Ling, you came prepared. You're crazy. Duan Bai looked at the luxurious hall that was dirted by the footprints. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. You've been captured. You don't have the right to speak. However, Lin Ling took a step forward and patted Duan Bai's cheek. Duan Bai gritted his teeth. What elegance! What righteousness! What education! At this moment, all of that had been thrown out of the window. You're too overbearing. If you have a grudge against the Justice Duan family, then go to the ancient country and find the Duan family. The hanging pot hall did not provoke you, but you allowed your people to loot this place. Lin Ling, the rainforest sacred land is not for you to say. At this moment, 3 figures appeared on the second floor of the main hall. They stood there quietly, as if they had suddenly appeared out of thin air, causing Lin Ling's men to stop what they were doing. Duan Bai glanced at the 3 figures, and his heart relaxed. Since the hanging pot hall dared to open here, it would naturally be guarded by experts. These 3 figures were the experts guarding the hall, and they were also his father's trusted aides. In the past, I did not provoke the Justice Duan family, but Duan Xuanwang tried to kill me in the prairie. At that time, didn't you say he was overbearing? Lin Ling looked at the 3 people on the second floor. His expression was indifferent. He already knew that there would be experts guarding the hanging pot hall. Duan Bai was only the person in charge of everything, not the expert guarding it. Of course, there would not be many of these experts. Because of the Justice Duan family's reputation, ordinary people would not dare to cause trouble here. As for the 3 of them, they were Holy Spirit Realm experts. They were enough to suppress some small matters. This world is heartless. The weak are eliminated, and the strong are kings. Therefore, this is not a matter of being overbearing or not, but a matter of standing. Since I have a grudge against the Justice Duan family, as long as it has something to do with the Justice Duan family, I will not let it go. Unless the Emperor of the Justice Duan family personally apologizes, pays his respects to old Master Xiao, and hands over the murderer, this matter will not be resolved. Otherwise, this grudge will never be resolved. Lin Ling's voice was even colder and filled with determination. Shut up. Who do you think you are? Do you think you are qualified for His Majesty to step in for you? Among the three people, an old man immediately shouted angrily. However, the woman beside him waved her hand, stopping him from speaking any further. She looked at Lin Ling and said, "This is impossible. How can the emperor of an ancient country apologize and hand over the murderer because of you? What face does the ancient country have left? Then what are you talking about?" Lin Ling's voice was even colder. Chapter 950. Beheading. This woman looked weak, but she had an aura that was not inferior to men. Her words were filled with confidence. "Young man, you are very arrogant. You dare to bring people to the hanging pot hall to cause trouble. But do you know what is the scariest thing in this world? Hee, perhaps you think it's death? Moreover, I don't think you're afraid of death, but I have 1,000 ways to make you wish for a quick death. When you fall into my hands, you only want to die." Among the three people, a cold-looking middle-aged man spoke. "Third madam, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him." The old man couldn't help but speak up. The woman seemed to be the leader of the three, but this time, she didn't stop the two of them from speaking. Her gaze was still fixed on Lin Ling, as if she was trying to let Lin Ling understand the situation. The three heroes of the Duan clan aren't very famous in the rainforest, but in the 100 regions, especially the upper 3 regions, everyone knows about them. Finally, the woman said slowly, "Let Duan Bai go and leave this place, and we will let bygones be bygones. The grudge between you and the Duan family will naturally be settled by someone else. However, the hanging pot hall is guarded by the three of us. We do not wish for you to come here and cause trouble." She seemed to be giving Lin Ling a chance. The members of the Flame Legion remained silent. Ouyang Fiang, Long Shaochen, and the others wore solemn expressions. They could vaguely guess that their opponent was a Holy Spirit realm expert. An expert of this level wasn't someone they could look up to. As for the guards in the main hall, they were all sneering at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had been very arrogant before, but what else could he say now? "Insha, you continue. Ming Wang, play with them." Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling slowly took out the huge sword on his back and said coldly to Heaven Fiend Ming Wang. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang smiled and stepped forward. "You've chosen to attack?" The three people on the second floor were startled, and their pupils constricted. Everyone knew about Lin Ling's strength. He was the strongest in the semifinals, and he was invincible in the Emperor's Spirit Realm. He could even threaten an early-stage Saint Spirit Realm cultivator, but he could only barely do so. They were all nurtured by the Duan family, so how could they be ordinary early-stage Saint Spirit Realm cultivators? How arrogant! "I'll do it." The old man among the three couldn't hold back any longer. With a cold laugh, he shot toward Lin Ling and viciously slapped out with his palm. "Die, Lin Ling!" Rumble. A strange thing happened. Everyone in the hall noticed it and found it difficult to breathe. It was as if the air had been sucked out. Great Void Enlightenment Palm. This palm was vast and ancient, and it was the old man's proudest skill. This skill had its own profound meaning, and it was comprehended by him when he was old. It could control the air in an area and compress it to form an explosive chi. Furthermore, this was when he suppressed his strength. If he used his full strength, the entire Hanging Hu Hall would be reduced to dust. This was because the air would be sucked dry, forming an endless void-killing move. Profound martial arts. Duan Bai's eyes flashed. He wasn't a Holy Spirit Realm cultivator, but he had heard that Holy Spirit Realm cultivators had their own profound meanings. Once they used their profound meanings, they could control the power of heaven and earth and suppress all true martial intents. Lin Ling was going to die. Everyone had the same thought. However, the reality was beyond their expectations, and they were disappointed. One sword to kill 100 flowers. The sword was full of vitality, and the profound meaning of life appeared. The expensive wooden furniture in the hall withered, as if their vitality had been sucked out. The bonsai plants were the same. The sword flashed with a green light and fiercely collided with the palm. Light bloomed. What? Everyone was shocked. Lin Ling had blocked that palm, and the old man's eyes were wide open. That was the palm he was most proud of. He had wanted to see this junior die under his palm, but the result was the complete opposite of what he had expected. "You blocked my palm?" The old man couldn't believe it. "No, I'm going to kill you," Lin Ling said coldly as the sword moved forward. His words shocked the old man. However, in the next moment, the sword that was full of vitality disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a destructive flame. One sword to kill 100 heroes. There was no complicated martial art. It was just a simple slash, but it carried the terrifying profound meaning of fire. Although the profound meaning of life was powerful, it was still strong in defense and full of vitality, which made Lin Ling invincible. However, the profound meaning of fire was destructive, burning everything. Rumble. The sword slashed out, and flames spewed out. The old man was protected by profound meaning, and the air was isolated, but it still couldn't stop the sword of fire. The fire could burn even without air. Plop. The old man's head was chopped into pieces, and the sword chi didn't stop. It landed on the wall of the hall in the distance, and the whole hall was cut down. Rumble. The walls of the hall were not ordinary walls. They could withstand the attacks of strong cultivators, but now they fell down, shocking the people outside. However, the people in the hall were even more shocked. Everyone from the Justice Duan family sucked in a breath of cold air. Holy Spirit Realm. The woman spat out these words with difficulty. What a terrifying genius. He was only in the Emperor Spirit Realm not long ago, but now he was in the Holy Spirit Realm. This cultivation speed was shocking. Now it's 2 against 2. In the silent hall, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out. Swoosh. At this moment, a figure shot up to the second floor. He was burly like a bear, but he exuded an ancient sorcery aura. He lightly punched out. "Master, there's no need for 2 against 2. I alone am enough." Rumble. The punch tore through the void. The gloomy man's face changed. He seemed to have seen an ancient martial artist appear in front of him. That punch was the most ancient punch in the world. This person is terrifying. "Sun Yang, let's work together," the gloomy man said anxiously. However, the woman beside him didn't move, which made him even more anxious. Rumble. Lin Fan's fist pierced through the air and landed heavily on the man's body. The man couldn't even use a single move. He coughed out blood and stood there with a pale face. In front of him, the heaven fiend Ming King smiled and said indifferently, "So weak and you dare to pretend to be an expert? San Yang, why didn't you do anything?" The gloomy man said with difficulty. The situation was urgent and he couldn't deal with this mysterious expert alone. However, his companion didn't do anything. "He can't move." However, the evil deity Ming Wang smiled and said again, which made the gloomy man tremble. In the end, he asked in horror, "Who are you?" "I am the evil deity Ming Wang." The gloomy man's eyes widened. The heavenly fiend Ming Wang was a famous expert of the rainforest Holy Land. Even the 5 great ancient countries couldn't catch him. He was actually Lin Ling's man? Lin Ling's eyes were filled with shock. Plop. The gloomy man fell to the ground. He was killed in one move. However, it was normal. The evil deity Ming Wang was so strong that even Xianxia couldn't do anything to him. Besides Lin Ling, no one in the initial stage of the Holy Spirit Realm was as strong as him. 2 of the 3 heroes of the Duan clan died in the blink of an eye. Chapter 951. Graduation today, move out. On the first floor, Lin Ling waved his hand. The members of the Flame Corps were excited. As expected of their leader, he would kill anyone who stood in his way. Then, the members of the Flame Corps rushed into the depths of the hall and began to loot. They knew that these were the cultivation resources that would make them powerful. "Don't let a single blade of grass go." Tian Xiaoman's excited and emotional voice rang out. The members of the Duan family did not dare to move. They were trembling with anger. 30% of the Duan family's domestic products were piled up here. Some of the spiritual herbs were priceless. If not for the hanging pot hall, His Majesty would not be willing to take them out. But now, they were all robbed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling made them want to kill him. Finally, a cold voice rang out. They were not willing to be robbed, so they wanted to fight back. Xianxia, leave no one alive. Lin Ling smiled coldly. If they wanted to die, he would fulfill their wish. No, don't move. Duanbai shouted anxiously. He was the calmest. He knew that he could not resist Lin Ling. If he resisted, it would be a massacre. Unfortunately, his voice was too slow. The shadow was like a shadow from hell. It was incomparably fast. Every time the dagger pierced through, a life would disappear. It was mysterious and strange. Xianxia was an assassin. She was best at killing, especially when it came to those who were weaker than her. She knew how to kill faster and kill with one blow. Plop, plop. One by one, the members of the Duan family fell. They resisted, but in reality, they gave Lin Ling the chance to kill them and send them to the 9 Serenities hell. Lin Ling, you're a demon. Duanbai looked at the members of his family falling one by one. His eyes were red with pain. Lin Ling stood coldly beside him, ignoring him. If they had a chance to live, they would have just stopped resisting. But if they resisted, they would have died, so they can't blame anyone. Moreover, if the same thing happened to us today, I'm afraid you wouldn't even give us a chance to survive. You would have directly killed them all. Lin Ling said indifferently. He had come here to rob, not to kill, but that didn't mean he wouldn't kill. This was because the guards of the Duan clan were not weak, while the members of the Flame Legion had not yet matured. If they were to clash head-on, the Flame Legion would definitely suffer heavy casualties. How could Lin Ling not be heartless when it concerned his friends and family? So be it, demon. Moreover, he had given them a chance, but those people did not cherish it. If you can't accept this, you can kill me right now. I'm right beside you. Lin Ling looked ahead and said indifferently. However, Duanbai sat on the ground with a plop, not daring to resist at all. He could only watch as those people were killed. As for attacking Lin Ling, was that even possible? Standing in front of him, he didn't dare to move. If you don't attack, it doesn't mean I won't kill you. If they don't resist, they don't have to die. But if you don't resist, you still have to die. However, Lin Ling lowered his head and looked at Duanbai. Duanbai's face turned pale. Lin Ling came today, and he thought he could suppress everything. Who knew that Lin Ling was so ambitious that he didn't care about the dignity of the Duan clan at all and attacked directly. Now, he even wanted to kill him. Because of his father. Lin Ling pointed at Qin Jingtian and said. Qin Jingtian's eyes were cold, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at Duanbai. This was because the latter's father had killed old Master Xiao. Others could live if they didn't resist, but he couldn't. The reason was that he was the son of Duan Xuanwang, so he had to pay with his own blood. I want to die? Duanbai muttered to himself. He understood what Qin Jingtian meant. What a pitiful smiling tiger. Do you think you can fool me by trying to get close to me? Unfortunately, I know what you're thinking. While you're fooling me, you're also notifying the Duan clan that the experts of the Justice Duan clan are coming. You're just stalling for time. Unfortunately, you met me. I don't care about such things. Lin Ling said softly. Duanbai's body trembled again. Previously, he had indeed been stalling for time. However, as the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling person. This did not work on Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that he was stalling for time. You can die now. Qin Jingtian walked over slowly, and the murderous intent on his body grew stronger. Lin Ling didn't look at Duanbai anymore. Instead, he paid attention to the scene in front of him. He wanted to prevent the Flame Legion from being killed by a sneak attack because he knew that Qin Jingtian would avenge his father. Hurry up, the experts of the Justice Duan clan will be here soon. One by one, the Duan clan guards were killed. Tian Xiaoman ordered the Flame Legion to speed up. An hour later, the Flame Legion came out with a large number of things on their backs. They all had smiles on their faces. They had returned with a rewarding journey. Lin Ling smiled faintly and glanced at Duanbai. Duanbai had also been killed by Qin Jingtian. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The Flame Legion left in a grandiose manner. There was only one woman left in the hall. It was the 3 heroes of the Duan clan. At this moment, She was being controlled by the evil deity Ming Wang's soul power and couldn't move. Only Lin Ling could sense that her body was wrapped in threads. Soul threads. Lin Ling walked forward step by step until he was in front of the woman. Do you know why I didn't kill you? First, you were very confident and had a strong backing, so I'll let you see how laughable your backing is. Second, I want you to help me pass a message to Duan Xuanwang and the Duan clan's emperor. As long as they don't hand over the culprit and apologize, this enmity will never be resolved. Also, let me tell you something. You think they're ants and you can kill them as you wish, but in reality, you're the ant. With that, Lin Ling turned and left. The woman's eyes flickered as she was shocked. Previously, she had indeed had a lot to rely on. She had arrogantly told Lin Ling to get lost. However, in the end, the three of them had been easily killed. Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly. It was extremely easy for him to kill an early-stage Saint Spirit Realm expert. Now, Lin Ling had robbed the Justice Duan clan, but he wasn't afraid at all. He even arrogantly asked her to pass the message. This also meant that Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the Justice Duan clan's revenge. At this moment, the crowd on the street was silent as they watched the members of the Flame Corps walk out. When they saw the last person walk out, their hearts trembled violently. Lin Ling was still alive. He had really robbed the Hanging Pot Hall. At this moment, after Lin Ling walked out of the Hanging Pot Hall, he looked at the magnificent building and smiled. He stretched out his left hand and a forbidden lotus with 10 petals appeared. He waved it gently and then strode away. The lotus was incomparably resplendent as it danced in the air, attracting countless gazes. However, when it landed on the luxurious building, an earth-shaking rumble erupted. It was as if a meteor had smashed down from the heavens and earth, destroying everything. Rumble. The collapse of the towering building shook the hearts of the people. The Hanging Pot Hall ends today. Before the dust flew into the air, a calm voice floated out from his slender figure. Ends today. Chapter 952. The Hanging Pot Hall had been destroyed on the first day of its opening. The Justice Duan family could not take this lying down. They could not let go of their reputation, let alone money. Lin Ling, the mad god, is going to change the situation in the rainforest. Some of the older martial artists were mumbling to themselves. No one knew what had happened at the Hanging Pot Hall. They only knew that Lin Ling had won the battle with the Justice Duan family. However, the people on the street didn't leave. They still stood there quietly. After a full 2 hours, a huge force finally arrived. A large group of people appeared in front of everyone's eyes like celestial soldiers. The person in the lead was an old man wearing black armor. He looked like a general who had been on the battlefield for a long time. His hair and beard were white, but he had the aura of a lion. This person was Duan Xuanwang. Who did this? After a moment of silence, a voice that was as deep as the might of the heavens rang out. Their people were too late. The Hanging Pot Hall was destroyed. This was a great humiliation to the Justice Duan family. Sir, there's one more person in the Hanging Pot Hall. At this time, someone reported. Then, the woman with the 3 heroes of the Duan family appeared. Duan Xuanwang frowned and waved his right hand. The soul power around the woman's body was cut off by an invisible force. Speak. One word, but it was filled with endless anger and pressure. It's Lin Ling. He brought people to rob this place and killed everyone in the Hanging Pot Hall. I'm the only one left. The woman knelt on one knee. This was a great humiliation to the Justice Duan family. Bai is dead. Duan Xuanwang's body emitted a terrifying wind of sorrow. His son, Duan Bai, had died. Dang dang dang. He took 3 steps back. The people of the Duan family were worried. They shouted, Sir. In the end, Duan Xuanwang waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. He was just surprised by the bad news. He did not expect to see his son die before his own. In the past, he chased after Lin Ling, but Lin Ling did not die. He grew up step by step and killed the fighting evil faction. Now, he was ready to fight against the Justice Duan family. His son, on the other hand, had died an unjust death. He had placed 3 Holy Spirit Realm experts in the Hanging Pot Hall. He thought that it would be enough to suppress everything, but who knew that only one of them was alive? Sir, this is my fault. The woman lowered her head. They're dead, why aren't you dead? Duan Zunwang's eyes widened like an angry lion. Lin Ling asked me to deliver a message. As long as the Justice Duan family doesn't hand over the murderer, and your majesty doesn't apologize, there will be no grudge between us. The woman repeated Lin Ling's words. Shameful, shameful. Duan Zunwang slowly said. He had lost all face. Then his right hand turned into a saber and ruthlessly chopped down. His saber hand was like a crescent moon, falling on the woman's neck. The woman wanted to say something, but she could not. Her eyes widened. She never thought that Duan Zunwang would kill her. Go to the 7 Profound Martial House and kill Lin Ling. Today, even if the heavens fall and the earth rends, we must kill this disciple. Duan Zunwang waved his hand and angrily led his powerhouses towards the 7 Profound Martial House. His son had died, and in addition to the shame and humiliation of Hanging Pot Hall, how could his Justice Duan family not take revenge? The woman fell to the ground. Her last thought was, Sir, I haven't said anything. Lin Ling has already reached the Holy Spirit realm, and he has powerful helpers by his side. Unfortunately, she could only say these words in hell. Sensational. The Rainforest Holy Land is in an uproar because of Lin Ling. As the crowd watched the murderous army leave, their hearts were even more shaken. The Rainforest Holy Land was in an uproar because of Lin Ling. Moreover, not long ago, Lin Ling had rebuked the Great Serpent Mansion. But today, he had once again provoked the Justice Duan family. In the Rainforest Holy Land's younger generation, if not for him, who would have such courage? The crowd also went to the 7 Profound Martial House to see what the final result would be. At this moment, Lin Ling was leading a massive number of people back to the 7 Profound Martial House. This imposing aura caused many of the 7 Profound Martial House disciples' eyes to twinkle. When their eyes fell on the tall and handsome youth in the lead, their hearts surged with excitement. Lin Ling had returned. How domineering, he's taking the 7 Profound Martial House as his own home. Many people secretly said. Lin Ling had many people, but there were no restrictions on them entering and leaving the 7 Profound Martial House. This also showed just how important Lin Ling was in the 7 Profound Martial House. Of course, the current Lin Ling was a student of the 7 Profound Martial House. And in the mountain valley, after the Flame Legion returned, Old Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others excitedly walked out. Ling, you're back. After Old Ancestor Extreme Flame saw Lin Ling, he immediately smiled with joy. He hadn't seen his grandson for many days, but his grandson seemed to have changed even more. He was like an eagle flying high in the sky, faintly revealing the demeanor of a king. But in the Rainforest Holy Land, there were very, very few people that could bloom with this kind of radiance. Grandfather, we've had a great harvest. After Lin Ling saw Old Ancestor Extreme Flame, he beamed. Before, he had heard Tian Xiaoman's report, so he knew of the harvest this time. It could indeed be called a great harvest. There were a massive number of spirit grasses and medicinal herbs, as well as formed pills. This was enough for the Flame Legion to give birth to a large number of Emperor Spirit Realm powerhouses. And at that time, the Flame Legion would rise in the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling also had a trump card to contend with the 5 great ancient countries, and even the 4 great desolate races. Good, good, good. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame was indescribably excited. His eyes swept over the smiling people, and then he teased, Long Xiaochen, you actually didn't even let go of a vase. Haha, this vase is very exquisite, and it's also quite old. It's pleasing to the eye, so I casually took it away. But Grandfather Extreme Flame, don't laugh at me. That Ouyang Feiyang fellow even brought over my bed. He said that it was made of 100 lotus wood, and sleeping on that bed can increase one's cultivation. Long Xiaochen scratched his head, awkwardly smiling. Ha, this is a robbery. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame laughed, and the crowd also laughed. But as they looked at the handsome youth, their hearts were filled with excitement. All of this was brought to them by their leader. Lin Ling, get out here. At this time, a thunderous roar came from the heavens and earth, shaking the heavens. The entire Seven Profound Martial House could hear it, and outside the Seven Profound Martial House, the Justice Duan family had arrived. And at this moment, at the entrance of the Seven Profound Martial House, a massive number of people had gathered there. Their eyes fell on the magnificent group of people in front of them, and their hearts fiercely trembled. This was a terrifying lineup. The person in the lead had reached an extremely high boundary of the Saint Spirit realm, and his aura was enough to shake the heavens. And besides that person, there were many other powerhouses, all of them at the Saint Spirit realm. If this group of people appeared in the 100 domains, it was enough to sweep away any influence. It's the Justice Duan family. Some of the Seven Profound Martial House disciples recognized this group of people. The 5 great ancient countries were truly filled with powerhouses. Then, they heard the voices of passers-by that Lin Ling had gone to loot the Hanging Pot Hall, causing the Justice Duan family to be enraged. Now they were coming to kill him. Lin Ling, you have great courage. Chapter 953. So what? Today, I will only kill one person. Lin Ling, please forgive me for my recklessness. At this moment, Duan Xuanwang looked at the distant skies, his pupils cold as he shouted out loud. He was speaking to the 7 Profound Martial House's Martial House Master. After all, the Martial Hall was filled with powerhouses. If the Martial House Master didn't allow it, then he wouldn't dare to be too arrogant. However, after he spoke, the skies were silent, as if tacitly agreeing with their actions. It was as if they were saying that Lin Ling had brought trouble upon himself, so he had to solve it himself. The Martial House Master seems to have agreed with Duan Xuanwang to kill Lin Ling. The crowd was also aware of this. If so, then Lin Ling would undoubtedly die today. Thank you. Duan Xuanwang lightly smiled. His smile was very cold, filled with bloodthirst and madness. He could kill Lin Ling without restraint. Lin Ling, get out here, otherwise I will kill my way in and kill all of your people. Duan Xuanwang shouted out once more. Lin Ling didn't dare to come out now? You are one of the 5 great ancient countries, yet you dare to cause a ruckus in the sacred martial hall? What a scandal! At this time, from the ancient gate, a proud voice gently floated out. A slender youth in a blue robe slowly walked out. Beside him were a large number of people. Among them was a red-furred monster beast that loyally followed the youth, making him seem majestic and awe-inspiring, as if the Son of Heaven had arrived. This person was naturally Lin Ling. Lin Ling still dares to come out. Seeing this arrogant figure, many people were surprised. Now that Duan Xuanwang had brought powerhouses to kill him, Lin Ling should have immediately fled, but he actually dared to come out. Many of the 7 Profound Martial House disciples looked at Lin Ling and discovered that Lin Ling seemed to have changed. His aura was even more mysterious than before, his pupils were even deeper, and the lines on his face were even firmer. Lin Ling. Duan Xuanwang stared fixedly at the slender figure, and a low voice came out of his mouth. You killed my son. So what? Lin Ling lightly shouted. That fearless aura made even more people's hearts tremble. Lin Ling said in front of Duan Xuanwang, so what if he killed him? This was all too surreal. Had Lin Ling grown to the point where he was not even afraid of Duan Xuanwang? The speed of this young man's growth was too terrifying. The enmity between the two of us is death. Either you die or I die. Do you think that I will let your son go? Lin Ling spoke again, but his gaze swept over the huge camp behind Duan Xuanwang. Not bad, 8 Saint Spirit Realm experts and you, Duan Xuanwang, are enough for me to kill. What? Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Duan Xuanwang had personally come, and had even brought a large number of experts with him. It was fine if Lin Ling was not afraid, but he actually wanted to fight back. Today, Lin Ling's arrogance had exceeded their imagination. How could they know that Old Man Zhao's death was a thorn in Lin Ling's heart, because Old Man Zhao died for Lin Ling. Therefore, he would avenge Old Man Zhao. If Duan Xuanwang did not die, and the Duan clan's emperor did not apologize, he would not give up. Many people knew that Lin Ling had almost died in the past, but after he came back alive and wiped out the fighting evil faction, they knew that Lin Ling was avenging Old Man Zhao. Therefore, when Lin Ling arrogantly provoked the Justice Duan clan today, not only did many people not feel disgusted, but they also secretly admired him in their hearts. This was what it meant to be a cultivator of our generation, magnanimous and unrestrained. If you have a grudge, no matter where you are, you will take revenge even if the sky falls and the earth rends. Moreover, you will take revenge for others. This was also a person with a temperament. Kill us. Duan Zunwang's face was as gloomy as water, incomparably gloomy. He thought that Lin Ling had taken advantage of their absence and dared to be so arrogant in the Hanging Pot Hall. But who would have thought that even though they had killed their way to the Seven Profound Martial House, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. Instead, he wanted to kill them all. You think you can kill us? At this time, a proud voice sounded out from behind Duan Zunwang. A youth slowly walked out. This person was not too old, but he had both looks and talent. He had a majestic aura, and a cloak draped over his back. He had the demeanor of the #1 talent of the Rainforest Holy Land. It's Duan Wuji. Many people from the Seven Profound Martial House recognized this youth. In the semifinals, although Duan Wuji had not taken first place, the brilliance that he had bloomed had made many people remember him. After all, to be able to enter the semifinals of the semifinals, none of them were weak. It was just that in the semifinals, Lin Ling had taken first place. But now, Duan Wuji seemed to want to provoke Lin Ling. That's right, during this time, Duan Wuji has entered one of the 4 desolate tribes to cultivate. It's possible that his strength has greatly increased. Many people guessed the reason. Of course, this was indeed the case. Cultivating in the desolate tribe, Duan Wuji had seen the vast world of martial arts, and his strength had risen to another level. Therefore, he was confident that he could obliterate the previous semi-final champion. Lin Ling, as far as I know, you are not well received in the Rain Clan. Therefore, even if I kill you today, the Rain Clan will not come forward to help you. Ha! You are borrowing the status of the Rain Clan to act so unscrupulously today. Unfortunately, there are some news that not everyone knows. Duan Wuji seemed to have found Lin Ling's trump card that he was not afraid of. What? Lin Ling is not well received in the Rain Clan? Many people's eyes flickered. In that case, even if Duan Zunwang killed Lin Ling today, the Rain Clan wouldn't care about it. Lin Ling wanted to rely on his status as a member of the Rain Clan to protect himself, but it was obviously useless. You're just a defeated loser, what are you trying to say? Lin Ling chuckled and did not mind. Nothing much. I just want to say that you are dreaming if you think you can kill us. At best, you are just bluffing us. Unfortunately, I won't fall for it. Besides, I alone am enough to kill you. Duan Wuji laughed confidently. This made the crowd even more certain that Duan Wuji's strength had greatly increased after cultivating in the desolate tribe. Phew. However, at this moment, a flaming sword beam slashed over. It tore through the void at an unbelievable speed. And just as Duan Wuji finished speaking, his pupils constricted. What a terrifying profundity of fire. Boom. His entire body was split into 2, killed by a single sword strike. Being in the desolate tribe, you sure know a lot of things. But don't you know that I am one of the Rain Clan's twin prides? After that sword strike, Lin Ling's mocking voice floated out like the wind, shocking everyone. At this moment, many people realized that Lin Ling had reached the sacred spirit realm. And on the ground, Duan Wuji had been killed by a single sword strike. The flames were still burning him, making the crowd find it extremely ironic. Duan Wuji thought that his strength had greatly increased after cultivating in the desolate tribe, allowing him to hold his head up high. Today, he wanted to use Lin Ling's presence to prove his strength. However, the result was that Lin Ling's strength had increased at an even more terrifying rate than his. He wanted to prove himself, but he ended up becoming a laughing stock. Sacred Spirit Realm. Duan Zunwang looked at the distant youth in disbelief. He never expected Lin Ling to have reached the Sacred Spirit Realm. So Lin Ling's arrogance today was because he did have the right to be arrogant. You said that I can't kill you. This is the first one. Chapter 954. Hundreds respond to a single call. Silence floated out from the 7 Profound Martial House's main gate, as if it were some kind of disease that was spreading. The disciples of the Seven Profound Martial House were like puppets that had lost their souls. Lin Ling had reached the Saint Spirit Realm. This was the first Saint Spirit Realm talent in the Seven Profound Martial House. Especially Yu Fanzi and the other proud sons of heaven that had participated in the semifinals. Their hearts were bitter. When the semifinals had ended, they had not admitted defeat. At that time, Lin Ling had only been at the late Emperor Spirit Realm. They believed that if they were given more time, they would be able to reach the Saint Spirit Realm and surpass Lin Ling. However, the result was that Lin Ling had stepped into the Saint Spirit Realm faster than they had. Profound martial arts, I am sincerely convinced. The title of the #1 proud son of heaven in the martial hall can be said to be true. Yu Fanzi looked at that proud figure and muttered to himself. Then, he looked at the dead Duan Wuji and suddenly felt that it was ironic. Lin Ling had gone to the desolate race to cultivate, and so had Duan Wuji. However, Duan Wuji had been unable to withstand a single blow. Duan Wuji had thought that he knew a lot and was in control of everything, but the truth was that he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. In the world of high-level martial artists, there was a saying that when one reached the Saint Spirit Realm, they would naturally comprehend their own profound meaning. But the truth was that this was only true for martial artists with emperor bodies. For ordinary martial artists with ordinary talent to step into the Saint Spirit Realm. 1. Consume precious pills and squeeze out one's potential. For instance, the Triple Essence Shedding Spirit Pill was a pill that took 3 years to refine. 2. Comprehend the profound meaning of martial arts. But Lin Ling did not have an emperor body, so he had obviously taken the second path to step into the Saint Spirit Realm. You've reached the Saint Spirit Realm, no wonder you are so confident. But do you think you can stop me by yourself? Duan Zunwang's expression was gloomy. He admitted that he had underestimated Lin Ling. The ant of the past had completely grown up today. But if he did not kill him today, then it would be even more difficult to kill him. You idiot! Lin Ling gently shook his head. I dared to rob the Hanging Pot Hall, so I naturally expected you to come. Even though you came, I was not afraid. Naturally, I have the ability to face you. Or rather, from the very beginning, I plan to catch all of you in one fell swoop. Whoever dares to come, I will kill. Many people's expressions changed drastically. From the looks of it, Lin Ling was indeed waiting for Duan Zunwang to come. Today, he was going to catch them all in one fell swoop. This kind of arrogance exceeded their imagination. It could be said to be lawless, looking down on the world. A Holy Spirit Realm cultivator can't kill us. Duan Zunwang raised his hand. His expression was cold. He wanted to see how Lin Ling would kill him. What if I join in? At this time, an old voice floated out from behind Lin Ling. An old man with snow-white robes and a sword slowly walked out. It was the Sword Elder. Duan Zunwang's pupils shrank. He thought that the martial house master had tacitly agreed with his actions, and that no one from the Seven Profound Martial House would help Lin Ling. But who would have thought that the other side would send out a powerhouse? This powerhouse was Old Xian's strength. What if we join in? However, this was only the beginning. 2 more old men walked out. They were Old Longdan and Old Huding. Lin Ling is a student of the Seven Profound Martial House. Duan Zunwang, the Seven Profound Martial House is not a place where you can run wild. Don't think that the Martial House Master has tacitly agreed that Lin Ling is alone in the Seven Profound Martial House. But you are wrong. Lin Ling also has his own world in the Seven Profound Martial House. Another figure appeared. A woman full of feminine charm walked out. This was Gu Shui. She had the status of a student, and her strength was also extremely terrifying. As the crowd saw these top powerhouses walk out, they all felt as if they were dreaming. The Martial House Master did not help Lin Ling, and the Rain Clan did not help Lin Ling. But Lin Ling also had his own world in the Seven Profound Martial House? Looking at it now, this was indeed the case. Lin Ling did not rely on anyone, but he also had his own world. 3 Xian elders, 1 student, and in addition to Lin Ling, a Saint Spirit powerhouse, they were not much weaker than Duan Zunwang's side. In fact, they were faintly stronger. When did Lin Ling have such a terrifying influence? Many people discovered that not only was Lin Ling's strength terrifying, but his charisma was also formidable. He was able to easily summon a massive number of powerhouses. Of course, this was also normal. From the fact that Lin Ling had helped Old Man Xiao in his revenge, it could be seen that Lin Ling was a person who treated his friends with sincerity. Therefore, all of his friends were willing to sacrifice themselves for him. We have 5 Saint Spirit powerhouses here. Then let's add me, Sky Fiend Bright King, and Xianxia. At this moment, 2 more figures appeared at Lin Ling's side. They were also Saint Spirit powerhouses. Like this, there were a total of 7 people. 7 people. Duanzun Wang clenched his teeth. He had once again underestimated Lin Ling, and this time he had underestimated Lin Ling's influence. Unknowingly, this weak and small youth had grown up. He was like a strong and healthy tree. With a single call, he could summon the entire world. 7 Saint Spirit powerhouses against 8. The crowd's blood boiled. Lin Ling already had a force that was comparable to Duanzun Wang's. After Lin Ling appeared, the Flame Legion was also excited. They wanted to fight. They wanted to raise the banner of flame in the holy land of the rainforest. They hoped that they could fight side by side with their leader in the holy land of the rainforest. Because this was a kind of glory. In front of the 7 profound martial houses' gates, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. Duanzun Wang's face was as stiff as an ice sculpture. He was intimidated by the powerhouses at Lin Ling's side. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, but it was becoming more and more difficult. The great Qin dynasty patriarch has arrived. At this time, in the distance, dust began to spread. On the ground, countless figures shot over. In the sky, dark clouds billowed, as if a giant beast was approaching from afar. These were the people of the Great Qin dynasty. Today, Lin Ling had helped the Great Qin dynasty pull out the thorn in their side, the hanging pothole. How could the Great Qin dynasty not mobilize their forces? Moreover, today's operation was under the banner of Lin Ling's name. The Great Qin dynasty was not afraid that a single move would affect the entire situation. In addition to Lin Ling's terrifying potential, the Great Qin dynasty was naturally willing to gamble on Lin Ling's future. Today, they would accompany Lin Ling to fight to the end of the world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The mighty army and powerhouses arrived. They were actually a large number of patriarchs. The aura of these powerhouses made it difficult for everyone to breathe. What did it mean to have hundreds respond to a single call? What did it mean to command the winds and clouds? Today was the day. Lin Ling, a former disciple of the 7 profound martial house, had rallied countless powerhouses to fight for him. It was as if he had raised his banner in the rainforest holy land. In the 5 great ancient countries, among the great powers, a new force led by Lin Ling had risen. This rise was bound to shake the rainforest holy land. You said that I can't kill you. Silence. The silent atmosphere spread, and only Lin Ling's voice drifted out like thunder, frivolous, unrestrained, domineering, and magnificent. Can't kill you? Lin Ling was asking Duanzun Wang. He was asking with all his heart, without any reservations. Duanzun Wang couldn't answer. A drop of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. His previous majesty that was like a heavenly general had now turned into a pale white complexion. When he came to kill Lin Ling would be killed like an ant. But Lin Ling had said that he would fight back. He thought it was a joke, but now it wasn't a joke. He knew that Lin Ling could kill them all. So, today he didn't come to kill Lin Ling, but to die. Chapter 955. To flee in defeat. If you can't answer, kill. Kill. Lin Ling's hand came crashing down. At this moment, Duanzun Wang was still in shock. His hand was still raised high, ready to kill. But in the end he didn't bring it down. Instead, Lin Ling fell. Kill. Kill. The Great Qin Empire was the first to move. With so many powerhouses gathered, they had a chance to weaken the Justice Duan family. They would not miss this opportunity. Moreover, they also wanted to avenge Qin Xiao. Kill. Kill. The Sky Fiend Bright Lord and Xianxia were not good people. This concerned Lin Ling's life or death, so they would use all of their strength. Kill! A vast and mighty aura erupted from the 7 profound martial house's gates, shaking the heavens and tearing the void apart. This was a true battle between powerhouses. The weakest was at the Emperor Spirit Realm, and there were even a massive number of Saint Spirit Realm powerhouses. This sort of battle was extremely rare even in the Holy Land of the Rainforest. After all, after reaching the Saint Spirit Realm, martial artists rarely fought like an army. Most of them fought one-on-one. This was because Saint Spirit powerhouses were arrogant and did not take orders from others. Not only that, but this sort of battle's aura was too terrifying. Countless ordinary martial artists would be implicated and eventually die. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A terrifying spiritual energy erupted, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The ancient buildings of the 7 profound martial house were turned to dust. The crowd retreated far away, witnessing the terrifying battle in the center. Lin Ling did not move. The Great Qin Empire had already moved. In addition to the powerhouses on his side, it was enough to control the situation. Thus, he coldly looked at the scene in front of him. Duan Xuanwang had brought many people, countless powerhouses. But at this moment, facing Lin Ling's combined forces with the Great Qin Empire, they could only be defeated one by one. A massive number of Duan family members died, and the weakest of them were at the Emperor Spirit Realm. To raise a Emperor Spirit Realm powerhouse required endless resources. Each one of them was a fierce and ruthless existence in the 100 territories. But here, they were so weak and pathetic. However, Lin Ling didn't feel any sympathy. That was because this world was heartless to begin with. The strong were respected. If he was weak today, then he would be the one to be obliterated. This was a result of their different standpoints. And if he were to die, then even more people from the Fire Ancient clan would die. Therefore, there was no right or wrong in this great battle between the strong. There was only natural selection. Lin Ling is so scary. The crowd watched the scene in silence, their hearts pounding. Everyone's hearts were shaken. They had personally witnessed the death of a Saint Spirit Realm expert. The explosion of spiritual energy caused them to feel as if they were dreaming. This was a figure that they had to look up to, but he had died before their eyes just like that. Apart from the people in the distance, many forces in the Rainforest Holy Land were also watching this scene. Their hearts were extremely complicated. As for the 7 profound Martial House Master Tianlin was also watching. His heart was more complex than anyone else's. He had watched as Lin Ling grew up and had his own powerful supporters. Not only did he have his own territory in the 7 profound Martial House, but he also had his own banner in the Rainforest Holy Land. Moreover, he knew that Lin Ling would eventually come looking for him to fight. But he could only watch as Lin Ling grew up. There was nothing he could do. This was because there were too many people around Lin Ling. If he tried to force his way through, not to mention that he couldn't kill Lin Ling, even if he could, he would receive an even worse infamy. Moreover, he guessed that Lin Ling's presence in Bodhi's sacred palace was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Perhaps there were people in Bodhi's sacred palace watching Lin Ling. All in all, he could only watch as Lin Ling gradually reached his height. Junior apprentice brother, you have lost to me your entire life. The only thing you can be proud of is that you received such a terrifying disciple. In front of the 7 profound Martial House's main gate, blood flowed like a river. It was hard to imagine that this was the sacred and majestic temple of martial arts, but it was more like a battlefield of blood and slaughter. The Duan family had been surrounded and killed by a massive force. Only a Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse and Duan Xuanwang had managed to escape. But the price was that all the people he had brought with him had died. In order to let them escape, they had become scapegoats. How ironic! Duan Xuanwang had come with a great momentum, but he had been slaughtered without leaving behind a single piece of armor. The Hanging Pot Hall had been plundered by Lin Ling. The Justice Duan family had already lost face, but this time, they had lost even more face. Fire burned and smoke billowed. The mountains outside the 7 profound Martial House's main gate were dyed red with blood. The earth was riddled with holes, as if it had been baptized by the end of the world. Finally, a soft voice floated out, "Clean up the battlefield." It was Lin Ling who had spoken. The remaining people began to clean up the battlefield. The Justice Duan family had arrived in a grandiose manner, each of them carrying treasures. But after being obliterated, these treasures were naturally ownerless. The Great Qin Empire had also suffered casualties. Of course, compared to the Justice Duan family, they were several times better. As for the Flame Legion, they secretly clenched their fists. They had not participated in this war, and this made them very unwilling. Their desire to become stronger became even more resolute. "Lin Ling, we have won this war." On the Great Qin Empire's side, the family heads walked towards Lin Ling, smiling as they bowed. Lin Ling's current status was no lower than theirs. "Senior Xiaonan, thank you for your help." Lin Ling also bowed towards the family heads. In truth, even without their help, Lin Ling could have solved everything. But the Great Qin Emperor was indeed worthy of being called the Emperor. He knew how to conduct himself, and with just one help, Lin Ling owed him a favor. Lin Ling also knew this, but he didn't care too much. "Come, everyone, let's go to my mountain valley," Lin Ling said to the crowd after bowing. He planned to hold a banquet to thank these people for their help. Unfortunately, Duan Xuanwang had escaped today. Otherwise, he would have been able to avenge Qin Shao. But Lin Ling wasn't in a hurry, because he knew that it wouldn't be long before he would personally kill Duan Xuanwang. "Good, let's go." Everyone nodded in agreement. In the distance, as the crowd watched the mighty crowd disappear, their hearts were filled with complex emotions. Looking at Lin Ling's appearance, he seemed more like the 7 profound martial house's martial house master. Today, the martial house master had tacitly approved of Duan Xuanwang's actions and allowed Lin Ling to solve it himself. But Lin Ling would solve everything right under his nose, and then return to the 7 profound martial house as if he were the master returning home. Even if they weren't martial house master Skylin, they could still feel the anger in his heart. "Lin Ling, fierce, you've reached the Saint Spirit realm." In the mountain valley, the crowd surged. All of the powerhouses looked at Lin Ling, their eyes filled with deep horror, especially those from the Great Qin Empire. They finally understood why the Great Qin Emperor valued Lin Ling so much. As long as Lin Ling needed help, they would help him without hesitation. This was because Lin Ling's potential was truly terrifying. If this continued, then another king of the Rainforest Holy Land would inevitably rise. "I was just lucky." Lin Ling faintly smiled. He was neither haughty nor humble, neither arrogant nor rash, causing even more people to nod in agreement. Many of the family heads also began to dream. In the past, Lin Ling had been a junior in their hearts. But today, Lin Ling truly stood on equal footing with them. He truly deserved the position of family head and was even stronger than many of them. What was most terrifying was that this family head was only 20 years old. In the vast life of a martial artist, 20 years old was like a child that had just come of age. Chapter 956. His fame spread far and wide. Lin Ling also noticed that the patriarchs were looking at him with reverence, which made him smile bitterly in his heart. It was as if he had aged a lot at this moment. In addition, he also sighed. In the past, when he saw these patriarchs, he looked up to them. But now, he felt that these top experts were no longer illusions. They were so real, as if they were his friends. He knew that this was because of his strength. Lin Ling was no longer a newcomer to the Rainforest Sacred Land. He had his own name and his own flag in the Rainforest Sacred Land. "Tonight, everyone will stay here. My valley is like a town, it is enough for everyone to stay. Moreover, the spiritual qi is rich, it is very suitable for martial artists to live in." "Yes." Lin Ling collected his thoughts and looked at the crowd. "Yes, I noticed it the moment I entered the valley." "Lin Ling, you have really found a good place." Many people laughed. Some were even envious. How could they know that the valley had spiritual roots and it was getting bigger and bigger? The valley was filled with laughter. It was as if it was the most stable home in the chaotic world. Here, as long as the flag did not fall, it would be peaceful forever. And the flag was Lin Ling. Everyone thought that Lin Ling was crazy, cold and ruthless. But only they knew that Lin Ling carried everything on his shoulders in order to protect them. In the martial world where the strong were respected, having such a leader made them willing to follow him for life. The valley was peaceful, but other places were not so peaceful. The Justice Duan family's side was depressed. The current emperor only had one order, and that was to kill Lin Ling at all costs. The Heavenly Dragon Empire's side was also like a storm because they knew that Lin Ling would finally come to the Heavenly Dragon Empire one day to seek justice for the blood feud. Apart from them, all the big and small forces were waiting. They knew that the first place of the semifinals, Lin Ling, had risen. Not only was his influence terrifying, but his strength was also terrifying. He was the youngest Saint Spirit Realm genius of the 7 martial arts halls. Lin Ling had also broken the martial arts hall's record and stepped into the ranks of the Rainforest Holy Land's #1 genius. The news spread from the sacred land of the rainforest to the 100 territories, causing a great number of youths to feel their blood boil. It was as if they were Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling's background was similar to theirs, yet he had achieved such a shocking feat. And that kind of true temperament was admired by countless martial artists. In the 100 territories, a poem that originated from Lin Ling was also born because of this. His domineering aura was unparalleled. Who would dare to challenge him? His armor was dyed red with blood. One man and one sword could rule the world. His infamy was unparalleled under the heavens. He had sealed his sword and cultivated in peace. If anyone dared to invade him, he would unsheathe his sword and armor and exterminate their entire family. So what if he was infamous? If anyone dares to invade, I'll draw my sword and wipe them all out. Night fell. The moonlight shone brightly, covering the earth with a thin layer of silver gauze. The mountains and valleys had a brief moment of peace and tranquility. Everyone had fallen asleep. Under the silent night, a slender figure looked at the full moon in the sky. That handsome face carried a trace of coldness and a trace of regret. Then he slowly walked forward, his body drawing a long shadow under the moonlight. He was Lin Ling. He had personally witnessed everything in today's battle. That was a great battle between Saint Spirit Realm experts. That battle had displayed the terrifying profundities of martial arts. There was Icebound 1,000 Miles, Book of Gaia, Call the Wind, and Summon the Rain. When a martial artist reached the Saint Spirit Realm, they could control the power of heaven and earth with a wave of their hand. Currently, Lin Ling was only at the beginning of the Saint Spirit Realm. The Ancient Flame Devil is my trump card. My eyes are my innate talent, but they are mostly supportive. My innate talent, Monarch Body, is a flaw. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he arrived at the spiritual root. Currently, Lin Ling could only work on strengthening his physical body and continuously increase his strength. Others had monarch bodies and all kinds of mysterious abilities, such as the Door of Seals and the ability to seal the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, Lin Ling did not have such abilities. Therefore, he could only develop his foundation and strengthen his physical body. Cultivating the physical body was very difficult. However, once he was strong enough, he would not be afraid of any abilities. Coupled with the profundities of fire, Lin Ling had enough trump cards to dominate the Saint Spirit Realm. This spiritual root is getting bigger and bigger, and it has a flower bud. Lin Ling looked at the spiritual root behind him and was surprised. After being nourished by the Bodhi liquid last time, the ancient spirit root seemed to have grown as well. This also provided the flame core with enough cultivation resources. The next day, Lin Ling went to the Linglong Valley to find Long Dan and Long Hu. He took out all the spiritual herbs and asked them to help him refine pills. This time, he had prepared enough spiritual herbs. Good. Your alchemy skills are unique. Let's exchange some pointers. If you want to refine pills, I have the complete collection of dragon pills. It contains my many years of alchemy experience and a large number of pill recipes. It is very suitable for you. Knowing that Lin Ling wanted to refine pills, Long Dan Elder fully supported him. In the past, Lin Ling had taught him how to refine pills. Today, he was returning the favor. Moreover, Lin Ling could learn his complete collection of dragon pills. This meant that Lin Ling was his man. Bullshit, Lin Ling, don't learn his complete collection of dragon pills. You should learn my Heaven and Earth 10,000 refinements technique. His complete collection of dragon pills is trash. Who doesn't know that I, Elder Hu Ding, have the final say in the Linglong Valley? Elder Hu Ding was not satisfied. The two of them had been fighting for their entire lives, fighting for the position of the #1 alchemist in Nimble Valley. Lin Ling was a genius alchemist, and even more so, the #1 genius. Whoever obtained Lin Ling would have endless glory, so they fought for it even more. Damn you, stupid old man, your Heaven and Earth 10,000 refinements technique is an imitation of the ancient alchemy master Tian He's 24 heavenly refinements technique. You have the nerve to take it out. Get lost. Elder Long Dan was not convinced. He looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, Lin Ling, learn from me. If you have any pills that you don't understand, I will personally refine them for you. Bullshit, Lin Ling, what pills do you want to refine? I will refine them for you. Elder Hu Ding and Elder Long Dan were fighting. Lin Ling bitterly smiled. These two seniors were old enough to be his grandfather, but they would fight every time they met. He smiled and said, Seniors, there's no need to fight. I'll learn both of your alchemy methods. Seniors, you're both giants, and this junior has long admired you. Your alchemy experience is #1 in the Rainforest Holy Land. It's this junior's fortune to have the opportunity to learn your alchemy methods. Hee, Lin Ling, you're exaggerating. You flatter me, you flatter me. The two alchemy masters smiled modestly, but they seemed to be enjoying it, which made Lin Ling's heart relax. This person was old and seemed to be knowledgeable, but in reality, he was like a child. After a few words of praise, he immediately smiled. Before, Lin Ling's words were flattery, but he did not expect the effect to be so good. However, Lin Ling, learning two alchemy methods together is very difficult. Elder Long Dan said with some disbelief. Don't worry, I will do my best. Chapter 957. Nothing was impossible. Did you hear that? Lin Ling was praising me before, saying that I was the #1 alchemist in the Rainforest Holy Land. Bullshit, he was obviously talking about me. You stupid old ghost, who doesn't know that you have a record of failing 1,000 times in alchemy? Old Ghost Long, you're talking about my weakness. You want to die? Let's fight. Let's fight. Lin Ling had already walked far away, but he could still hear the angry roars of the two old men. This made him shake his head. It seemed that in a battle between dragons and tigers, they would never shake hands and make peace. After returning to the mountain valley, Lin Ling immediately went into closed-door seclusion to study. This time he wanted to greatly enhance his alchemy skills and greatly enhance the strength of the flame core. At present, the mountain valley had an excellent place to practice, and he did not lack emperor-level martial arts. In addition to the spirit grasses and herbs he had plundered, this was enough to raise a large number of powerhouses. The complete collection of dragon pills. There are a total of 100,000 refining methods for pills. The universe 10,000 refinements not only introduces spirit grasses and herbs, but also explains the principles of alchemy. Lin Ling's massive soul force gushed out, absorbing the knowledge like a sponge. His eyes were even more terrifying. He didn't forget the pill recipes as if they were imprinted in his mind. These mysterious eyes were a great help to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's memory and perception had reached the level of a monstrous genius. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. On the 3rd day, Lin Ling began to read as well as refine pills. This boy, he's abnormal. The Sword Elder passed by. He saw Lin Ling flipping through ancient books and refining pills, multitasking. This caused the Sword Elder's beard to straighten. The 7 profound martial house was a world of geniuses. What kind of genius had he not seen? But Lin Ling was the most terrifying genius he had ever seen in his life. He learned things too quickly. The 7 profound martial house really can't tolerate him. Sword Elder finally left helplessly, but when he looked at the sky, he suddenly missed Sakura. I wonder how that fellow is doing in the outside world. Time quietly passed. 10 days had passed. At the location of the spirit root in the mountain valley, A large number of pill bottles were placed there. They were stacked layer upon layer like an ocean, and the fragrance of pills filled the air. At the center, Lin Ling slowly stood up. His long hair danced in the wind, and his youthful face carried the aura of a master. After 10 days, he had finally refined all the pills the Flame Legion needed. My alchemy skills have greatly improved. Lin Ling's eyes shone with confidence. With a wave of his right hand, all of the medicinal pills were sucked into his body. Then he took a big step forward. In the valley, the members of the Flame Corps were cultivating. At that moment, the air rippled and a slender figure appeared in front of them. Lin Ling, leader! Everyone's eyes were filled with worship. Lin Ling, the king in their hearts, was peerless and unparalleled. In the past, when the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had conquered them, he had said that he would lead them to a mighty reputation. At that time, everyone had been skeptical. But afterwards, their king had proven everything. He had quelled the turmoil in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and risen to the top of the rainforest Holy Land. Now, they knew that the battle was not over. Their king still needed them to hold the weapons in their hands and raise the flag once more. I need you all to reach the Emperor Spirit Realm in half a year. Lin Ling's soft voice floated out from his mouth. What? Everyone's pupils shrank. Half a year, how is this possible? If they really succeeded, then they would be fiercer than most of the geniuses in the 7 Profound Martial House. Leader, this seems impossible. Although everyone worshipped Lin Ling, they still felt that this was too unrealistic. Lin Ling's face was solemn and dignified. He swept his eyes over everyone and lightly said, I came from the 100 domains and entered the 7 Profound Martial House for the first time. Many people thought that it was impossible for me to rise. However, from a Star Guard disciple, I became a proud son of heaven on the Proud Son of Heaven list. Of the countless proud sons of heaven, many people thought that I would decline. But, from the bottom of the Proud Son of Heaven list, I became the number 1 proud son of heaven on the 7 Profound Martial Halls. When I challenged the Justice Duan family, many people thought that it was impossible and that I would inevitably die. However, when Honored King Duan arrived, I killed him and forced him to flee alone. So, in this world, there is nothing impossible. I, Lin Ling, have never been impossible. The difference is whether or not you put all of your strength into it, whether or not you give up your life and focus on it. His voice gently floated out, but it was like a thunderclap in everyone's hearts. Yes, there was nothing impossible in life. The difference was whether or not you took action, whether or not you had such a goal. For instance, their leader had created an epic record. Everyone thought it was impossible, but their leader had done it. One step at a time, one step at a time, one step at a time, and finally achieved it. In life, there was nothing impossible. It depended on whether or not you put all of your effort into it. Leader, we understand. Yes. Everyone knelt down on one knee. Lin Ling was a living example. I need you to experience life and death, blood and sweat. You will break up and go to the 100 territories to train. You can form a team or go alone. You must kill all 50,000 fugitives on this list. That's right. You must kill them all. Yes. Lin Ling coldly shouted. An ancient list of names floated out from his hands. This was obtained from the Great Qin dynasty. It was a list of murderous demons, evil martial artists, and other powerhouses of the 100 domains. If these powerhouses were able to enter the wanted list, then their strength was naturally incomparably terrifying. Among you, some may die, but some may also rise. A martial artist can only become stronger by experiencing life and death. And what I can do, other than giving you my blessings, is to provide you with endless cultivation resources. Those who complete the mission can come to Commander Tian Xiaoman to receive cultivation elixirs. You can also cultivate in the valley. Of course, you can also choose not to go and continue to stay in the valley. And I, Lin Ling, will not chase you away. As long as you follow me, I will take care of you for the rest of your lives. But what I want to say is, when a storm is coming and a great enemy is coming, your home valley may not be the safest place. It needs men, It needs warriors to pick up the weapons in their hands and protect this place. If you don't fight, are you going to let your mother and father fight? Lin Ling said word by word, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Among them, many had let their families come to the valley to live together with the Fire Ancient clan. And even if they did not, they still lived in Tianxian City and enjoyed extraordinary treatment. But all of this was brought by their leader. Their leader blocked the storm, and when a great enemy came, they picked up their weapons and fought to protect their home. And as members of the Fire Legion, as the pride of the fire, how could they hide behind their leader and let their mothers fight for them? Leader, let's fight. Everyone raised their fists, their blood boiling. Okay, go ahead and fight with all your might. If you give, there will be rewards. You don't have to worry about cultivation resources, I have already prepared them for you. Chapter 958. Towards the mountain demon sea, we will not disappoint the leader. Go. Everyone stood up, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Their banner had done everything they could, they would not lose face for the Flame Legion. One by one, the warriors took the pills and scattered, disappearing from the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ling's lips curled up in a smile. Half a year later, when that transformed army gathered again, he didn't know whether or not it would cause a great commotion in the rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling, wait for me. Long Xiaochen, Ouyang Feiyang, and the others also strode away. They had been cultivating in the 7 profound martial house for far too long. Now it was time for them to step into the tempering of life and death. Moreover, they finally understood why Lin Ling had grown to be such a monstrous genius. It was because Lin Ling had repeatedly crossed the line between life and death. This was the difference between them. I believe in you. Lin Ling nodded. After everyone left, the people of the Fire Ancient clan also walked out. They looked at Lin Ling and smiled. The current Lin Ling was more like their patriarch, their peerless king. Ancestor Extreme Flame was pleased. Lin Ling didn't know what everyone was thinking. Instead, he spoke his own thoughts. In the coming days, he would be leaving the Fire Ancient clan and going to the Bodhi Saint Palace. So before he left, he had to inform them. Go, we will always be here waiting for you. Ancestor Extreme Flame also knew that in this world, the strong were revered. One could only continue to grow stronger. If one became lazy and was eliminated, then everyone would kick a man who was down. Lin Ling didn't say anything more. After preparing, he left. All the way to the foot of the giant Bodhi tree, they didn't encounter any trouble. Perhaps at this time, no one would have thought that Lin Ling would leave the 7 profound martial house and go out adventuring. Under the Bodhi tree, an old man sat cross-legged like a stone statue. As Lin Ling gradually approached, the old man opened his eyes. An ancient aura rippled out, causing Lin Ling's heart to tremble slightly. Currently, he was considered to be above average in the rainforest, but when he saw the people from the Bodhi Saint Palace, he still felt insignificant. This old man was the elder sword-wielding elder. At this moment, he was astonished. Lin Ling had broken through. He knew that Lin Ling had comprehended his profound meaning. Even if Lin Ling only had a king body, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the Saint Spirit realm. However, he did not expect Lin Ling to break through so quickly. It's good that you've made a breakthrough. With your strength increased, you'll have a greater advantage in this trip to the secret realm. The elder sword-wielding elder said with a serious expression. At the same time, a giant leaf fluttered down from the sky, and the two stepped onto it. In this trip to the ancient tomb, you will represent the rainforest's holy land. You must not lose face for the Bodhi Saint Palace. If your lucky chance is good, then the Bodhi Saint Palace will not question anything you obtain in the ancient tomb. The elder sword-wielding elder said as he looked into the distance. Lin Ling's heart violently jumped. This was his chance. In the past, when he had gone to the ancient tomb, he had obtained great benefits. The most obvious one was the ancient flame demon. Now that the ancient tomb had opened again, just what sort of benefits would he obtain? Perhaps when he came out again, he would have the strength to change the entire rainforest's holy land. Elder sword-wielding elder, what is the difference between this ancient tomb and the rumors? Lin Ling asked curiously. He remembered that the ancient tomb was in the Icefield region. The rumor about the ancient tomb is true. It's just that the entrance is different. We've already seen the entrance in the Icefield many times, but there's nothing special about the end. This time, it's still the same ancient tomb, but it's from a different entrance. The ancient tomb is not as simple as you think. It concerns the secrets of the Holy Lands. If anyone has the chance to find it, they will be able to shake the 6 Holy Lands in the future. The elder sword-wielding elder said solemnly. Lin Ling's heart violently jumped. The entrance to the Icefield region was not worthy of the Bodhi Saint Palace's attention, but the Bodhi Saint Palace definitely did not continue, missing the secret hidden in the depths. If it weren't for Little Flame, he would have also missed it. As for the ancient tomb's secret, Lin Ling did not know what it was, but he felt that the ancient flame demon should be one of them. The ability to shake the 6 holy lands mentioned by the Bodhi Saint Palace might also include the ancient flame demon. The two of them followed the tree leaves and arrived at the Bodhi Saint Palace. At this moment, a large number of holy princes were looking at Lin Ling. Among them, Yang Gan and Shi Jueyue smiled. Lin Ling had finally arrived. Alright, everyone is finally here. Head to the Mountain Demon Sea of the 100 Territories. Remember, this operation is a secret and must not be leaked. With everyone present, the elder sword-wielding elder announced the gathering location. All the holy princes nodded and did not speak. Perhaps they were all super geniuses hidden in the rainforest and were not familiar with each other. They were just acquaintances. Once you're there, this old mother will tell you everything. Moreover, there are already holy princes waiting there. The elder sword-wielding elder did not plan to lead the group forward. Mountain Demon Sea Gathering. All the holy princes bowed respectfully and slowly left. Lin Ling, together. Yang Gan walked towards Lin Ling. Behind him, Shi Jueyue frowned and also walked over, saying coldly, "Together." Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. The three of them immediately followed the Bodhi ancient tree and left. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was not sure how many holy princes were going this time. The Bodhi Saint Palace was too mysterious. Even now, he did not know how many holy princes were in the palace. The 100 Territories, the Mountain Demon Sea. This place had a long history, but other than its ancient history, there was nothing special about it. Moreover, this place was in the lower 3 regions, so it was even less of a concern to the powerful cultivators. Thus, nobody knew that there was another entrance to the ancient tomb here. Lin Ling and the other two were not weak. Within a day, they arrived at the Mountain Demon Sea. As far as the eye could see, ancient trees were uprooted from the ground and ancient mountains were old and green. It was filled with a sense of mystery. Lin Ling felt his whole body relax. In the rainforest, the world of the powerful cultivators, he was always tense. After arriving at the 100 Territories, the blue sky and white clouds, the ancient trees and mountains made him feel relaxed and happy. Trash, you think you can become an inner court disciple? Yishao, you are too weak. Crawl under my pants. When they passed by a mountain, at the foot of the mountain, a large number of people were cheering. They were all young people. They were looking at a young man in brown clothes and laughing at him. The young man was weak, and he was being bullied by the crowd. However, he didn't say anything and just gritted his teeth. Lin Ling, let's go. What are you looking at? Yang Gan and Lin Ling flew over the mountain, but Lin Ling stopped. Yang Gan felt a bit strange. After all, it was normal for the strong to bully the weak. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything, but his eyes were fixed on the young man in brown clothes. The young man's clothes were patched, and he was thin and weak. Apparently he was poor, but Lin Ling felt familiar with his thin body. If I don't kneel, I would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Today, if you have the guts, beat me to death. Finally, the young man in brown clothes firmly said. That sentence made Lin Ling's heart tremble. What a familiar sentence. He had experienced the same thing when he was in the Guyan sect. At that time, he had no one to help him, and he had to rely on himself. Today, the young man was the same. Since we have met, it is fate that brought us together. Chapter 959. The Righteous Spirit Art, you think we don't dare? Let us kill you. You are nothing but a useless trash. Shut up. At the foot of the mountain, angry shouts sounded. A young man with a pale face in brocade clothes waved his hand, and the other young men behind him all started to show their killing intent. This young man was obviously in a high position. Most importantly, he knew that Yi Zhao's father used to be a powerful cultivator. Unfortunately, he was killed by an enemy, but he seemed to have left some powerful martial art to Yi Zhao. The others didn't know about it, but he knew about it. That was why he wanted to kill Yi Zhao and see if he had any martial art on him. Bang bang bang. These people weren't strong. They were only in the body refining stage, but they were still too much for Yi Zhao to handle. He tried to fight back, but it was useless. Kill him. The young man in brocade clothes shouted. The others hesitated. They were just young men. They had never killed anyone before. They were just showing off. Kill me if you dare. Otherwise, I will pay you back 10 times for the humiliation you have suffered today. On the ground, the young man's mouth was bleeding, but he was still tough. You are asking for death. The young man in brocade clothes stepped forward and a long saber appeared in his hand. It was shining with cold light. He looked at the young man on the ground and slashed down. He is really going to kill him. The other young men were shocked. Yi Zhao's clear eyes were filled with unwillingness. In order to take revenge, he joined a sect to learn martial arts. However, in a sect, only the strong ones were respected. He had no background, no potential, and was living like a servant. He had offended this rich young master before, and now this young master dared to kill him. However, he couldn't die. He had to avenge his father. It is normal for young men to fight each other. However, to kill each other because of this, that is too overbearing. At this moment, a soft voice sounded. Yi Zhao's pupils constricted. He looked over and saw a young man in a blue and white robe walking over. The young man was clean, holding a flagon of liquor in his hand. It was like he was coming from the void. Yi Zhao would never forget this scene. Crack! The saber that was about to fall was hit by something and turned into pieces. The crowd was shocked. How dare you interfere in my business? The young man in brocade clothes' expression changed, but there was killing intent in his eyes. He waved his hand. Kill him. When you can kill him easily, he can kill you easily too. The young man who was walking over was Lin Ling. He was calm at the moment. Lin Feng Shui. He shui shui. Shui shui shui. The whole process shui 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 took less than 30 minutes. Everyone's eyes widened, and their bodies began to tremble. He died because he wanted to kill the other party, but you didn't have such thoughts. You only have the heart of a teenager to compete with each other. So, you can leave. Shui shui, shui shui shui, shui shui shui. Of, ti te shui, teach shui, ti, teat. All of the youths were terrified, and they fled in panic. Lin Ling shook his head. With his strength, he naturally wouldn't care about such a small fry. He looked at the stubborn, skinny youth, and an indescribable emotion flowed out from the depths of his eyes. Maybe, when he looked at the young man, he saw himself when he was young. The young man was also alone. He didn't want to accept his fate. He would never lower his head. Big brother, thank you for saving my life. Yi Zhao struggled to stand up. He kneeled on one knee in front of Lin Ling. His life had been full of ups and downs. When he was young, his father was still alive. Everyone respected him and held him in the highest position. However, after his father died, he fell from heaven to hell. Everyone wanted to trample him under their feet to regain their lost sense of superiority. That was why nobody had ever been so nice to him. Nobody had ever saved him. Big brother, I can't repay you for saving my life. This martial art was left by my father. Today, I will give it to you. Yi Zhao took out a piece of cloth from the bottom of his shoe and looked at Lin Ling with a solemn face. Lin Ling was surprised. He didn't expect the young man to be so grateful. After all, Lin Ling was just doing him a favor. He smiled and shook his head. No need. However, Yi Zhao's eyes were still firm. Maybe he knew since he was a kid that people who helped him should be repaid. He couldn't repay anything, so he had to give everything he had. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He found the young man was more like his old self. "Let me take a look at it for you." He walked over and held the young man up. He picked up the oilcloth and looked at it carefully. The oilcloth was taken out from the young man's shoe. Lin Ling didn't care about the stinky smell. Yi Xiao looked at Lin Ling. When he got closer to Lin Ling, he realized that Lin Ling was so handsome. His eyes were like stars, and his nose was like a sword. He looked so handsome, and his face was like a king. Yi Xiao admired Lin Ling because he was powerful enough to make a decision for Lin Ling. This was the kind of cultivator he wanted. And at this moment, Yang Gan and Shi Zhueyue also came to Lin Ling's side and helped him look at the tarpaulin. They all thought that the cultivation technique that the youth took out would be very ordinary, but upon closer inspection, they realized that the cultivation technique recorded on the tarpaulin was not ordinary. It was a saint-ranked martial art. Moreover, it was mysterious, profound, and profound. It was called the art of righteousness. It was a martial art that cultivated righteousness. It was invulnerable to all evils. However, there was a flaw in the martial art. It only had the second half of the martial art. It didn't have the first half, which meant there was only a path of cultivation, but no understanding of the mystery. Your father is an indomitable superior cultivator. This martial art is powerful, but it is too mysterious. That's why you can't understand it. After a while, Lin Ling looked at Yi Xiao and said. Yi Xiao was shocked. No wonder he couldn't figure out how to cultivate martial arts. "Since I can't learn it, if you like it, big brother, I will give it to you." After that, Yi Xiao looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling and Yang Gan looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. This little guy is so frank. In fact, we all thought this martial art wasn't in a high level, so we read it. However, we didn't expect it to be a saint-level martial art. Now we both know how to cultivate it. We just need to understand it. It makes no difference whether we want it or not. However, a man's wealth is his own ruin. It will be a disaster if you keep this martial art. I can keep it for you. When you are powerful enough, you can come to me and take it back. Lin Ling said with a smile. Besides, I saw that you didn't want to give it up. You must have something in your heart that you can't let go of. Now that we have met, I guess we are destined to meet. Lin Ling said again. He reached out his right hand and several Dan beads fell into Yi Xiao's hand. These Dan beads are enough to help you improve your cultivation. The fortune of heaven and earth Dan beads can improve your talent. Chapter 960. Righteousness. Big brother. Yi Xiao was trembling. It was the first time for him to see such a horrible thing. His big brother was much stronger than he had imagined. Besides, his big brother had saved his life. He should have paid him back. However, his big brother had kept the martial art for him. He had taught him the martial art in a special way. He had even given him some Dan beads that could transform him completely. Puff. Yi Xiao kneeled down again and kowtowed to Lin Ling 3 times. Big brother, thank you. Tears came out from his eyes. It was important to add flowers to a brocade, but it was more important to help him in his hour of need. When he was weak and helpless, his big brother had helped him and given him the chance to rise up. This kid. Lin Ling shook his head and stepped forward to help Yi Xiao up. All right, we have some matters to attend to, so it's not convenient for us to stay. Those who bullied you before, I'll leave them to you. I believe that you'll be able to wash away your shame. Remember, unless you're dead, never give up. Lin Ling spoke blandly and left with Yang Gan. At the same time, a soft voice came from afar. When you are much stronger, you can come to me and take back the martial art. My name is Lin Ling. Yi Xiao remembered the name and looked at the leaving figures. He kneeled down again and kowtowed. Master for one day, father for life. Master Lin Ling, you are the most important person in my life. After that, he buried the Dan beads on the ground. He was going to take the Dan beads and cultivate at night. He immediately went back to the sect to accept his punishment. After all, the young man in brocade clothes was dead. It was not a small matter. Of course, he didn't kill him. He would only get some light punishment. Right now, he had a strong foundation, so he decided to train and grow in secret. On his way back, he heard the powerful warriors on the streets talking. One of the names shocked him to his core, Lin Ling. He was a weak young man from the middle three regions. He was born in an ordinary family, but he had become the #1 cultivator in the 7 martial arts halls in the rainforest Holy Land. He was admired by countless young men in hundreds of regions. He was their idol. It is him. Yi Xiao was so nervous that he was shaking. Tears came out from his eyes again. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be so easy to approach. Lin Ling and the other two were flying to the mountain demon sea. On the way, Yang Gan smiled. Even Shi Zhueyue was surprised. Lin Ling's name was known throughout the rainforest Holy Land. This person was arrogant and domineering. Anyone who dared to offend him would immediately be killed. However, they did not expect Lin Ling's heart to be like a ferocious tiger, sniffing the roses. Lin Ling, but if I see you, calm. You don't bully the weak. Instead, you become stronger when you meet the strong. Yang Gan said with a smile. Then he focused on the noble spirit art. This martial art is quite powerful. It's a pity that it's incomplete. Without the comprehension of the profound, it's impossible to cultivate it. This martial art is very strong. Shi Zhueyue didn't talk much, but he added an evaluation. Lin Ling's eyes were shining. Yang Gan and Shi Zhueyue were from the Bodhi Saint Palace. Their knowledge had reached a terrifying level. Their evaluation was strong. This martial art must be extraordinary. As he thought about it, Lin Ling took out the oilcloth. His eyes quietly changed and the eye of time appeared. Gradually, the upper half of the oilcloth appeared. This meant that the oilcloth had been complete a long time ago, but for some reason, the other half had been torn off. The missing half was the understanding of the profound. Righteous qi exists in the world. Chaos creates manifold. Below are rivers and mountains. Above are the sun and stars. A voice floated into Lin Ling's ears. It made Lin Ling's body tremble. It was so familiar. It was the song of righteousness. He didn't expect the people in this world to know this. Awe-inspiring righteousness, great and upright, impenetrable by 100 evils. The so-called righteousness, this righteousness, is the righteousness of the human world, is the righteousness of righteousness and virtue. The righteousness of the world is the first to worry, and the joy of the world is the last. On top of a mountain, a man whose face couldn't be seen clearly was standing indifferently. He was looking at the world, commanding the wind and clouds. Righteous qi was also a kind of power of the world. My heart is still the same. My heart is firm. That is righteous qi. To cultivate righteous qi, one had to cultivate according to the understanding of the profound. This was someone else's martial art. 2. Use another key to open the door of righteous qi. This martial art is too complicated. Yi Xiao can't cultivate it now. He has to find me when he is stronger. I will teach him then. Lin Ling muttered to himself, causing Yang Gan and the other man beside him to shake their heads. Although the power of this martial art was not weak, it was obvious that it was impossible to cultivate. They didn't know why Lin Ling was so confident and even said that he could guide others. Worry about the world first and enjoy the world later. That should be the source of Yi Zhao's father's righteous qi. However, I can't do that. That's why I can't cultivate this profound. Lin Ling murmured in his heart. Then his eyes lit up. To open the door of righteous qi, one didn't have to worry about the world first and enjoy the world later. That was the most powerful thought of righteous qi. In fact, other than that, there were many other ways to cultivate righteous qi. For example, kindness, righteousness, and vitality. Lin Ling's heart trembled. Vitality. That's right. It was vitality. Vitality was also righteous qi. It nourished the earth and loved the heavens. Those who had the profound meaning of life might not be able to worry about the world first and enjoy the world later, but they had the power to save all living beings. I have the profound meaning of life. Maybe I can turn the profound meaning of life into righteous qi. Lin Ling had an idea in his mind. The three of them kept moving forward. On the way, they stopped at an inn. It was night. Lin Ling was cultivating in the room. Waves of vitality were flowing out from his body. It was full of vitality, and it was nourishing the living beings around him. At the moment, he looked so holy and pure. The profound meaning of life had a strong defense. However, because it was too kind, it didn't have much attacking power. If it was converted into righteous qi, it could make Lin Ling upright and righteous. With his physical strength, Lin Ling's sword would be even scarier. It could break everything with one sword strike. Time flew. The glow on Lin Ling's body changed. It became golden. It was so majestic, like a King Kong descending. His vigor was so upright that no evil could invade him. Everything was just as Lin Ling thought. The profound meaning of life, love, and kindness could open the door of righteous qi. Righteous qi wasn't kindness. It wasn't Buddhism's way of saving all living beings from suffering. It was a martial art that protected one's heart. As long as there was righteous qi in one's heart, one could kill any monster with one sword strike. In the ancient times, righteous qi soared up to the clouds. Righteous qi was like a sword, just and upright. The profound meaning of life has turned into righteous qi. Chapter 961. 6 Holy Lands, the Era of Holy Princes. Now Lin Ling had a power of 50 million. In addition to the weight and righteousness of the tyrannical song sword, Lin Ling could feel that his sword was stronger than the second level profound of fire. It had also reached the second level. This was an indescribable power, but it made Lin Ling feel even more confident. He never thought that helping someone once would bring him such an opportunity. Although Lin Ling didn't have an emperor physique, with his two profound, there were few who could match him in the early stages of the Saint Spirit realm. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Lin Ling pushed open the window, allowing the sunlight to casually sprinkle on his body. He felt relaxed and happy. His confidence in this trip to the old tomb had increased by a lot. Lin Ling, let's go. Yang Gan's voice sounded, and the three continued on their way. Xue Zhuiyue's brows furrowed slightly. She felt that Lin Ling's aura had changed, but she couldn't pinpoint the exact reason. The mountain demon sea was famous for its mountains and seas. Here, the mountains were black and the sea was black. Demonic qi billowed, as if it was a land of demons. No one knew where the demonic qi came from. They're here. When Lin Ling's group appeared in the sky, in the heart of the ancient mountain range, at the edge of the mountain demon sea, a large number of people's eyes flickered. These were the holy princes of the rainforest Holy Land, led by Old Mother Deer and Old Man holding sword. Lin Ling looked down from the sky. There were about 50 people there, and many of them were unfamiliar faces. It seemed like the Bodhi Saint Palace had nurtured many holy princes. There are many experts there. Yang Gan said softly. Lin Ling nodded. He was strong in the martial hall, but not among the holy princes. After everyone landed, Old Man holding sword looked at Lin Ling and said, "This time, the Bodhi Saint Palace can only send 30 people to enter the old tomb. 10 of them have already been predetermined, and the remaining 20 will be up to you all to compete." All the holy princes' eyes flickered. Competition? There were about 50 holy princes on their side. 50 people competing for 20 spots? It's not a competition between the Bodhi sacred palace itself, but with the holy sons of other sacred grounds, said the old man indifferently, as if he knew what everyone was thinking. His words caused everyone's hearts to tremble. The other Holy Land's cultivators were also here? Rumble. At the same time, the clouds in the sky parted as an enormous white crane approached from afar. It was dazzling and resplendent, and there were a large number of figures standing on the white crane. Every single one of them was a holy child at the Saint Spirit realm, and there were even existences at the intermediate stage of the Saint Spirit realm amongst them. The people from the Qingyun sacred ground are here. Old Mother Benlu said indifferently, the 6 great sacred grounds have the 6 great forbidden grounds. The ancient tomb is the rainforest sacred grounds forbidden ground. Our sacred grounds have already reached an agreement that once the forbidden ground is opened, the 6 great sacred grounds can enter. This is the highest level secret of the 6 great sacred grounds. Normal people don't know about it. Lin Ling's curiosity was piqued. 6 great forbidden lands, he wondered what the other holy lands' forbidden lands were. It seemed that in order to welcome the heavenly fall era, the highest level of the Holy Land had made many preparations. Crush. At this moment, the waves in the Black Sea behind him surged, and a black and white whale the size of an island rolled over. Sitting mountain whale. Many saints inhaled a breath of cold air. It was very impressive to ride on a sitting mountain whale. Which holy land was it from? Even Little Flame, who was on Lin Ling's shoulder, woke up and sensed the aura of a similar beast. It's the people from the Wavering Light Sacred Ground. Old Man Holding Sword said indifferently. Rumble. At the same time, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The foot of the mountain ahead was dug open, and a huge black pangolin crawled out. A large number of people jumped down, and the huge pangolin rolled into a ball and was held by a middle-aged man. That's the people from the Void Sacred Ground. Old Man Holding Sword introduced. That's the Void Ding pangolin. It's said that it has the ability to travel through the void. It's extremely rare. The saints inhaled a breath of cold air again. Soon after, the people from the 6 Shaman Sacred Ground arrived. Some of the men were topless and had green tattoos on their bodies. The women were also dressed in Taoist robes. Finally, the people from the Water Moon Sacred Ground arrived as well. So beautiful! Many people looked up at the sky. There was a group of heroes shining brightly. Among them, 2 young girls were the most eye-catching. They were as if the heavens had blessed them. They were devastatingly beautiful and breathtaking. They're here too. Lin Ling was surprised. He naturally knew the 2 girls. They were in Yuer and Yumun Yun. He didn't expect their strength to increase so much and become saints. Of course, Lin Ling wasn't familiar with the situation at the Water Moon Sacred Ground. He didn't know what the different requirements were for becoming a saint. It's a pity that martial Uncle Xuani didn't come. Lin Ling felt a little regretful, but he was still very happy. After all, in Yuera and Yumun Yun's appearance here was proof of their strength. So many beauties, and everyone is very young. The holy sons of the 6 holy lands had gathered, and many people were excited. At their level, they rarely paid attention to geniuses who were weaker than themselves. Only the holy sons were worthy of their attention. And now, the gathering of the holy sons undoubtedly made their blood boil. Because all the saints represented the top of the younger generation of the sacred grounds. Only when they gathered together would they feel a sense of accomplishment. In the past, when the Heavenly Fall era came, the sacred palaces didn't want the saints to be too arrogant. Therefore, they didn't allow them to announce their identities. After all, they were still young and frivolous. They also enjoyed being admired by tens of thousands of people. Of course, when the Heavenly Fall era came, they would also emerge and shock the sacred grounds. Hee, everyone is very punctual. The 6 Warlock Sacred Tower has a lot more saints. The number of people entering the tomb is limited. If too many people go, the void will become unstable. Therefore, there are only about 200 people. If you want to enter, it will depend on your strength. Some of the leaders of the sacred grounds were polite, while others were domineering. For example, the 6 Warlock Sacred Ground cultivated ancient sorcery. Therefore, their words were very domineering. Don't embarrass yourselves. Out of the 20 spots, we must get 15. Old sword-bearing elders said to those behind him. The saints nodded. They represented the Bodhi Sacred Palace and naturally had to fight for glory. It's about time. Let's eliminate them. The leader of the Wavering Light Sacred Ground said indifferently. Everyone nodded. The elimination is very simple. The saints will be selected by drawing lots. If they lose, they won't be qualified. If they win both rounds, they will be qualified to enter the tomb. The Void Sacred Grounds expert said. This seemed to be the rule, so everyone understood. Lin Ling, that's the 6 Warlock Sacred Grounds' young barbarian King Fujitor. He's very strong. Our saints have sparred before and most of them lost to him. And that's the Lightning Ice Twin Pearls. They're twins and also 2 peerless beauties. They have great prestige among the saints. Many people secretly like them. And that great development eye. He's very strong. Anyone who looks him in the eye is instantly killed. Yang Gan kept introducing the saints to Lin Ling. Lin Ling hadn't been a saint for long, so he didn't know how strong the sacred grounds were. Chapter 962. I am your senior apprentice brother in the distance. A black-haired youth stood there with a cold expression. He was like a proud and aloof peak overlooking the surrounding mountains. His mortal body was formidable. On the other side, a youth in a blue robe was talking and laughing with others. He was extremely elegant, but his every movement carried with it the flavor of the heavens and earth, as if he represented the heavenly Tao. In particular, there was a line on his forehead that was a closed eye. In addition, there were two devastatingly beautiful twins standing there with their eyes closed. One of them bloomed with the power of thunder, and the other was ice. These saints' sons came from other holy lands, but none of them were weak. They either had a powerful king body talent, or their understandings of profound meanings were extremely deep. This was the circle of the top geniuses of the 6 great holy lands. Lin Ling secretly sighed. Compared to them, the geniuses of the 7 profound martial house were like fireflies. But Lin Ling's blood was boiling. To be able to gather together with the strongest saint sons of this era, and even compete with them, undoubtedly made one want to give it a try. Of course, the pressure was not small. Then, the small elimination round began. There were 10 battlefields, and they had to be resolved quickly. There were simply too many people. How terrifying! That is Lai Qing. She defeated a middle Saint Spirit Realm's Saint Son with a single sword strike. Her king body talent is the Origin Sword, and she has also comprehended the 3rd level of the Origin Profound. Just as the first battle began, the first battle ended. A black-clothed woman grasped a long sword. With a slash of her sword, she cut down the Saint's son and easily won. 3rd level of the Origin Profound. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. She was truly fierce. The dual thunder and lightning pearls have appeared. It is the thunder pearls. On the 5th battlefield, her thunder has formed a small world. It can break through a martial artist's profound meaning and paralyze their entire body. On the other side, another battle had ended. This time, it was a famous saint's son. Lin Ling used the Eye of Time. Then, he realized that the beautiful and cold woman seemed to be made of lightning. It made people wonder if she was born of lightning. Her ultimacy had probably reached the 2nd level, but she had hidden it. Lin Ling then looked at Yuer and the others. He suddenly realized that they didn't need to appear. Obviously, they were the chosen holy sons. This made him a little depressed. He realized that his women were all treated better than him. Yu was like this, and so were Yuer and the others. Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling. And Yuer and the others had been searching for Lin Ling all this time. Their intuition told them that Lin Ling would come when the strongest saint children of the rainforest holy land gathered. And sure enough, Lin Ling came. Both of them waved at Lin Ling, which made many saints frown. And Yuer and the others were newly risen saints, but their strength was terrifying. Many saints yearned for them. But now, they were actually greeting a nameless young man? Who was that person? Many saints looked at Lin Ling, their gazes filled with evil intentions. Lin Ling, you seem to have become the center of attention in an instant. Yang Gan's eyes twitched. Even he didn't have the right to speak at the Saint Children's gathering. But Lin Ling had instantly shocked everyone. I don't want to either. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. Shi Zhueyue also looked at Lin Ling in surprise. According to Lin Ling's time as a saint, Lin Ling shouldn't be famous in the Saint Children's circle. But now he was. It was very strange. Lin Ling against Ice Pearl. At this moment, a voice sounded. Lin Ling had come out to battle. It's that brat. Poor thing, he encountered the Thunderbolt Ice Pearl. The crowd sneered. They were at the highest level of the Saint Lands and had actually come into contact with each other. Especially the powerful saints, it was hard to forget. The Thunderbolt Ice Pearl was one of them. Most importantly, both of them were top-notch beauties. Lin Ling, don't lose. Yang Gan said worriedly. Although Shi Zhueyue didn't say anything, he nodded at Lin Ling. I'll do my best. Lin Ling smiled gently. He took a step forward and shot into the mountain range. His long hair fluttered behind him. It was indescribably elegant. So arrogant. Looking at that free and easy figure, many saints' eyes turned cold. In the mountain range, in a valley, A girl in blue was already waiting there. She was like a lotus flower in the snow. Her body was emitting icy mist. When Lin Ling stepped in, it was as if he had entered a world of ice and snow. You don't know. Admit defeat yourself. Ice Pearl was like a lotus flower. Her voice was crisp and pleasant. Her voice attracted the attention of even more saints. That kid's luck with women is not bad. He can fight with Ice Pearl. Unfortunately, he seems to have a king body. There's no hope of winning. I bet that he will lose in 10 moves. Ice Pearl has the first layer of the Pearl Lotus Profound. She can freeze a country. In addition, she has a king body. I bet that unlucky guy will lose in 3 moves. Among the 6 saint lands, Bodhi Saint Palace doesn't have any powerful saints. Many people were talking. Their voices weren't soft. Over at Bodhi Saint Palace, Old Mother Deer's face turned ugly. She then stared at Lin Ling and secretly said, "Don't embarrass yourself. He won't lose." Old Man Sword said indifferently, making Old Mother Deer's heart tremble. He won't lose. His words were simple, but they were filled with confidence. If Lin Ling had been a saint for a long time, Old Mother Deer might have believed him a little. But Lin Ling was the saint's son of Bodhi Saint Palace who had cultivated for the shortest time. Rumble. At the same time, Lin Ling's battle had already begun. The two figures were like thunder and lightning, illusory and ever-changing. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged 10 moves. As for those saints' sons that were laughing, their laughter instantly stopped, their faces frozen. As for Old Mother Deer, she felt as if she had eaten honey. She had underestimated Lin Ling. Since the last time they met, this little fellow's strength had increased by a great deal. Kakaka. In the mountain valley, ice and frost covered the land. If it were a top proud son of heaven from the 7 profound martial house here, they would have already been frozen solid. However, in this world of ice and snow, Lin Ling's body was still as swift and fierce as a tiger. His great sword seemed to cut through rivers. The more Ice Pearl fought, the more horrified she became. This youth only had a king body. Generally speaking, with her eruption of the profound ice and her king body, she should have been able to easily crush her opponent with a king body. But now, something strange was happening. The youth was becoming more and more courageous. "Who are you?" Finally, Ice Pearl asked in a dignified voice. "Who am I?" Lin Ling was startled. Before the battle, someone had already announced his name. But now this woman was asking him who he was. It was obvious that she regarded him as an ant-like existence. "I am your senior apprentice brother." Lin Ling gently smiled. His aura was wild and tyrannical, like fire and thunder, shocking the heavens. If this other party thought he was an ant, then why should he give them any face? Bastard! Outside the mountain valley, many saint sons roared. This strange saint son was too arrogant. "You're crazy enough." Ice Pearl's beautiful face was filled with anger. Once upon a time, she had never been looked down upon like this. It had to be known that even the peak saint son of the 6th shaman Holy Land, Little Barbarian King, had chased after her, but she had disdained him. But now, she had only asked for his name, and this other party had actually arrogantly said he was her senior apprentice brother. It's time to end this. Myriad World Ice Lotus. Ice Pearl's body floated up. She stretched out her jade-like hand and a dazzling ice lotus appeared. It constantly circled around, blooming with a dazzling light. "Little sister, this boy is too rude. Teach him a lesson." Chapter 963. I didn't do it on purpose. What a terrifying power of ice. Many saints wore solemn expressions. Each of them had their own trump cards since they were able to become holy princes. They either had a powerful emperor physique, a profound comprehension of profoundness, or a fast cultivation speed. The holy princes who could control profoundness were obviously the best among all the holy princes. They could easily defeat ordinary Holy Spirit realm experts. That's right. It's time to end this. Looking at the ice pearls in the sky, Lin Ling's eyes were calm. His clothes fluttered, and the aura on his body was majestic and domineering, like a hidden dragon emerging from the sea. In his left hand, a flame lotus bloomed. What? Up in the sky, the ice pearl sensed a destructive flame aura shooting up into the sky, almost melting her ice. That was the second level of the profound of fire. Let's see how powerful your ice is. Lin Ling gently waved his left hand. It was as smooth as flowing water. It was as if the fire god was sprinkling fire seeds. In the sky, the ice lotus bloomed in Bing Zhuzi's hand. The two lotuses collided in front of countless shocked gazes. However, in the next moment, flames erupted. It was as if the fire of the beginning of the world was burning everything. All the ice was melted. Lin Ling had the upper hand in the collision of ultimacy. Bing Zhuzi spat out a mouthful of blood. The ice mist around her melted. The flames wrapped around her and burned half of her clothes, revealing half of her shoulder. The most terrifying thing was that the flames couldn't be extinguished. Bing Zhuzi has lost. She's disqualified. Looking at the scene, an expert announced the result. The crowd's faces stiffened. The ice-like Bing Zhuzi had lost? They felt like they were in a dream. Losing to a famous saint wasn't a big deal, but losing to a saint from a silent department was unreal. However, when many people's gazes fell on the battered and exhausted Bing Zhuzi, they were stunned once again. At the beginning, Bing Zhuzi was like an ice maiden. She was devastatingly beautiful, but now? Even her clothes were burned. Bastard, this guy is really ruthless. How could he do that? Damn it. He better not let me see him. Otherwise, I'll teach him a lesson. Facing such a beautiful woman, he doesn't even know how to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. I'm afraid he's one of those vicious and merciless holy sons. Many people roared angrily. Even the cultivators from the various holy lands narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ling angrily. After all, it was extremely rare for someone to attack such a beautiful woman. You're going too far. Bing Zhuzi gritted her teeth. At this moment, her shoulders were still exposed, and her hands were covering the important parts. Sorry, I really didn't do it on purpose. Lin Ling's face was calm. He patted his blue and white robe and calmly left. Sorry, I didn't control my power well? Lin Ling's domineering behavior was completely brushed aside with a single sentence. Moreover, everyone could tell that Lin Ling didn't care at all. His words were simple, but he didn't look embarrassed at all. Thus, all the holy sons were even more enraged. Some of the holy sons who wanted to protect the flower wanted nothing more than to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Lin Ling is so naughty. He's ruining her innocence in front of everyone. And Yuer and Yumun Yun laughed beautifully. If they didn't know Lin Ling, they would also think that Lin Ling was very naughty. Brat, this is the first time I feel that you're different from the rest. When Lin Ling returned to the Bodhi Sacred Palace, the elder sword-wielding elder looked deeply at Lin Ling and finally spat out a sentence. The other holy sons had strange expressions. Although Lin Ling had won a round and obtained glory for the Bodhi Sacred Palace, he still felt that it was strange to push the flowers so ruthlessly. Lin Ling, you burned my clothes. Xianxia also said in a strange tone. I didn't do it on purpose. Lin Ling said calmly. He felt that it was already very good that he didn't seriously injure Bing Zhuzi. It was this sentence again. When the other holy sons heard Lin Ling's words, their eyes were spitting fire. They felt that Lin Ling did it on purpose. Junior sister Bing, the Bodhi Sacred Palace's holy son, is too much. He's overbearing, willful, and ruthless. I will avenge you. On the side of the Azure Cloud's sacred ground, a young man dressed like a scholar said to Bing Zhuzi. This person was known as the Book Immortal in the Azure Cloud's sacred ground. His name was Han Yitzi. He was a powerful holy son with a solid foundation and a terrifying emperor physique. It was said that he possessed two great ultimacies. In the circle of holy sons of the 6 sacred grounds, many people knew him. He was also admired by some young girls because of his protective nature. Thank you. Bing Zhuzi didn't reject. She looked coldly at Lin Ling in the distance. When she realized that Lin Ling was joking with someone, she was even more furious. That guy didn't feel guilty at all. He was indeed a villain. Han Yitzi spoke. His status isn't low. I'm afraid he has a way to fight with that kid. That kid is in trouble. Many holy sons also looked at Lin Ling based on their understanding of Han Yitzi. That kid was definitely not a match for the Book Immortal. He would be beaten up badly. If it weren't for the experts from the various sacred grounds, he might have even killed that kid. Lin Ling, you seem to have become a thorn in their side. Even I and the Bodhi Sacred Palace have become enemies. Yang Gan said helplessly. It seemed that many people thought that the Bodhi Sacred Palace was a ruthless bunch. They were all influenced by Lin Ling. I didn't expect the Lightning Ice Pearls to have so many supporters. Mother Benlu smiled helplessly. Because of Lin Ling, the Bodhi Sacred Palace seemed to have gained a bad reputation. I didn't do it on purpose. Lin Ling's expression was still calm. Only his long hair was fluttering. This sentence again? All the holy sons of the Bodhi Sacred Palace looked at Lin Ling with strange expressions. Rumble. Victory and defeat were decided one after another. Not long after, Han Yitzi from the Azure Cloud's sacred ground appeared. His opponent came from the 6 Shaman's sacred ground. He had a king physique and 1 level of profound. He was extremely powerful. Becoming a holy son is your limit. But if you want to go to the old tomb, you still lack the strength. Han Yitzi said indifferently. He held a set of bamboo slips in his hand. From start to finish, he didn't even look at his opponent. Don't underestimate the power of sorcery. His opponent shouted coldly. A powerful aura erupted as he transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed ape. However, he had the head of a human and the body of an ape. He plucked his hair and used sorcery. Countless giant apes appeared around him, making him look like the king of beasts. His king physique was very special. It seemed to be able to turn beings into soldiers. Moreover, his first move was the strongest. Heavenly Book World. Han Yitzi still didn't look at his opponent. He waved his left hand and countless bamboo slips flew out. They were like martial arts and soul force. They turned into cloth and wrapped around the giant apes. I admit defeat. His opponent's eyes narrowed and he finally admitted defeat helplessly. Facing Han Yitzi was like facing a vast ocean. He couldn't see through Han Yitzi's limits. Rascal, it's your turn next. Han Yitzi was still looking at the bamboo slips, but he spoke plainly. Everyone knew that he was talking to Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. His long hair and blue robe fluttered in the wind. He was still as frivolous and arrogant as before. Next, Lin Ling against Han Yitzi. Chapter 964. Battling Han Yitzi, didn't you say it's a draw? Is this considered a draw? Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. His lips curled into an evil smile. The blue and white robe didn't look like the white clouds in the sky. Instead, it looked like a sinister dark cloud. He knew that the experts from the sacred grounds had done something to make Han Yitzi fight him. This also meant that Han Yitzi's status wasn't low. Doing this was obviously to teach him a lesson and eliminate him. Good will be rewarded with good, evil will be punished with evil. Villain, your good luck has come to an end. Han Yitzi took a step forward and appeared on the mountain peak with a bamboo scroll in his hand. His clothes fluttered in the wind. The bamboo scroll and his temperament made the name, Book Immortal of Humans, even more real. Han Yitzi, a member of the Azure Cloud's Sacred Grounds Book Saint lineage. No wonder he can change the rules and eliminate whoever he wants. An ancient expert from the Sacred Grounds said lightly. However, no one cared about this point. All the saints couldn't wait for Lin Ling, the villain, to be taught a lesson. As for the Book Immortal of Humans Han Yitzi, not only was he handsome, but he was also amiable. He had a good reputation among the saints of the sacred grounds. Even the saint of the Bodhi Saint Palace was on Han Yitzi's side. He just didn't dare to say it out loud. As for Lin Ling, he was like an ant on the ground compared to Han Yitzi because of his previous ruthless actions. Although they are both saints, Lin Ling can't compare to Han Yitzi. Old Mother Deer's figure on the mountain peak said this from a fair point of view. Lin Ling is the saint of the Bodhi Saint Palace. Old Man Holding Sword reminded her unhappily. Mother Benlu smiled awkwardly. She was cheering for an outsider. Old Man Holding Sword looked at Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling's luck wasn't good. With Lin Ling's current strength, it would be difficult for him to win against the Book Immortal of Humans. Cheers sounded one after another. The battle between Lin Ling and Han Yitzi had undoubtedly attracted a lot of attention. As for the reasons, 1. The book Immortal of Humans wasn't weak. Many people wanted to know where his limit was. 2. The villain Lin Ling's reputation is so bad that everyone wants to denounce him. Sister, Han Yitzi will definitely avenge you. Over at the Lightning Ice Twin Pearl's side, a smile appeared on Lei Zhuzi's beautiful face. Bing Zhuzi nodded. She also wanted Lin Ling to be taught a lesson because Lin Ling made her lose her qualifications to enter the tomb. However, under the gazes of the crowd, Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. He was neither haughty nor servile as he strode towards the top of the mountain. This was the new battlefield. As long as he won, he would have the qualifications to enter the ancient tomb. That guy doesn't look guilty at all. When the crowd saw that Lin Ling had turned a blind eye to the situation, they became even angrier. This Lin Ling had angered the crowd and he actually didn't reflect on himself? You are arrogant, vicious, and ignorant. Although you are a chosen of a sacred ground, you cannot lead by example. You are a disgrace to us chosen. Today, I will discipline you on behalf of Bodhi's sacred palace. On the top of the mountain, Han Yitzi was still reading the bamboo scroll, but his voice was righteous. As soon as he finished speaking, even more holy suns echoed his words. It was as if Lin Ling was a villain who committed all kinds of crimes, and Han Yitzi was a righteous hero who was enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Especially the chosen of the Green Cloud's sacred ground, they were even more furious. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many experts in the sacred ground, they would have already taught Lin Ling a lesson or even killed him. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. The battle between him and Bing Zhuzi was related to the ancient tomb. Naturally, he would give it his all. Moreover, he didn't hurt Bing Zhuzi. This was already good enough. The only damage was her clothes. Was there a need for these chosen to put on an act? Looking at it from another angle, if he lost, would they denounce him on his behalf? Of course, today is the gathering of the chosen. I, the immortal of books, am not unreasonable. As long as you obediently apologize to Bing Zhuzi and turn over a new leaf, I, Han Yitzi, can also be friends with you. Han Yitzi continued reading, but his words made more people nod their heads. As expected of the successor of the immortal of books, he was magnanimous and righteous. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Han Yitzi gave Lin Ling a chance. Would Lin Ling admit his mistake? Lin Ling sighed helplessly. This Han Yitzi was really something. With just a few words, he had tarnished Lin Ling's reputation. It was as if Lin Ling had become a villain, while Han Yitzi was the embodiment of righteousness. You can admit your mistake, Lin Ling said indifferently. Everyone's eyes lit up. A villain admitting his mistake? But I will only admit my mistake when you have the qualifications to make me admit my mistake. In the next moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted out. His expression was casual and even a little lazy. Obviously, he didn't mean what he said. Boom. Everyone was enraged again. That guy was really stubborn. It was fine if he didn't admit his mistake, but he actually mocked the immortal of books. This villain from the Bodhi Saint Palace was really arrogant. Then don't blame me. Han Yitzi finally raised his eyes. There was anger in the depths of his eyes. Heavenly Book World. The bamboo scroll in his hand made a rustling sound. It swam out like a waterfall, majestically binding Lin Ling. Heavenly Book Emperor Physique. An ancient expert frowned. Once an Emperor Physique was used, it had 50% of the power to suppress an Emperor Physique. This was a well-known fact. However, the battle with Bing Zhuzi was a little strange. That villain from the Bodhi Saint Palace only had an Emperor Physique, but it didn't seem to be suppressed by the Emperor Physique. There were two reasons for this. First, his physical body was strong. Second, he was hiding his talent. But that was just a guess. Now, everything was clear. Pop, pop, pop. In Lin Ling's eyes, the whole world was a bamboo scroll. It seemed weak, but it emitted an irresistible majesty. Moreover, it came to bind him. But in the next moment, Lin Ling didn't move, allowing himself to be bound. The other party wanted to use the Emperor Physique to eliminate him. He was underestimating him too much. He's been bound. Many people were pleasantly surprised. It was too easy to win. Bing Zhuzi also revealed a devastatingly beautiful smile. She finally vented half of her anger. Her smile was seen by Han Yitzi, and he was instantly delighted. Stubborn. Today, I'll let you broaden your horizons. Han Yitzi said indifferently, with an indescribable majesty. The bamboo scroll that bound Lin Ling began to search frantically. Golden light shone like a rope. This martial art will make it difficult for you to breathe, and your spiritual energy will be blocked from heaven and earth. In the end, your bones and flesh will be shattered. If you don't want to die, admit your mistake and I'll let you go. A majestic voice floated out from Han Yitzi's mouth. Serves you right. Cheers. Many people cheered. They wanted to see the villain admit his mistake and beg for mercy. However, under countless gazes, Lin Ling still stood like a pine tree, allowing the bamboo scroll to bind him. 1 breath passed. 2 breaths passed. 3 breaths passed. The cheers of the crowd stopped abruptly. Many people even maintained their mouths wide open. That villain was fine? Ha! Ha! What was even more hateful was that Lin Ling was not only fine, but he was also smiling calmly. At this moment, many people couldn't get rid of their anger. The pupils of the elder sword-bearing elder also widened. He knew that Lin Ling's physical body was strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Could it be that his strength had reached 40 million? What? Ha! Chapter 965. Awe-inspiring righteousness. If you want me to apologize, please, be more serious. Lin Ling smiled calmly. He had a power of 50 million, and his cultivation realm was similar to Han Yitzi's. If Han Yitzi wanted to rely on his emperor physique to crush him, then he was underestimating him. Boom! The 50,000 small worlds in his body went into a frenzy. Then, Lin Ling opened his hands, and the bamboo slips that were wrapped around his body exploded. Spiritual chi splattered everywhere. This power! At this moment, all the saints' pupils constricted. Previously, they had also seen that once the bamboo scroll was used, even the saint who cultivated the shaman body could not block it. However, this villain was able to break free. This kind of physical strength was most likely the body cultivation method of the Water Moon Holy Land. The difference between the wizard body cultivation method and the Water Moon Holy Land's body cultivation method was that the wizard body cultivation method was both the body and soul power, while the Water Moon Holy Land's method was purely the body cultivation method. Interesting, at least 50 million power. I wonder who's stronger, compared to me, the young barbarian king. In the distance, the black-clothed youth revealed a bloodthirsty smile. This person was a super saint of the 6th Shaman Holy Land. He was also a saint of the Holy Land Star and a saint who did not need to undergo elimination. At this moment, the mountain peak was silent. Han Yitzi was looking at Lin Ling gloomily. As for Lin Ling, his long hair was fluttering in the wind, he was still smiling confidently. It was an extremely strange scene. Before, Han Yitzi seemed to have transformed into a saint as he criticized the villain Lin Ling from high above. However, when everyone thought that the villain Lin Ling was about to be brought to justice, the villain Lin Ling actually broke free from the ropes. He faintly smiled at Han Yitzi and told him to be more serious. This scene was too ironic. He had seen ferocious people before, but he had never seen such a ferocious person. Damn it! Han Yitzi snorted coldly. Where was his previous elegant demeanor? He had lost a lot of face this time. You're not reading anymore? However, Lin Ling's voice made him even angrier. Lin Ling was clearly mocking him for putting on an act. My opinion of him has changed once again. This kid is truly infuriating. The old sword-bearing elder was startled for a moment before he shook his head and said, the name of the villain seemed to be getting more and more vicious. Don't be too arrogant. Han Yitzi could no longer restrain the anger in his heart. He raised both of his hands, and an incomparably terrifying profound world appeared. Previously, he had wanted to use his innate emperor physique to crush Lin Ling, but he had failed. Now, he had to use his own ultimacy. 10,000 scrolls of ultimacy. A dazzling light blossomed from behind Han Yitzi, and an ancient golden book appeared. It exuded a dignified and divine aura, causing the clouds in the sky to churn. Read more than 10,000 scrolls. It was as if all the books in the world had flown out, carrying the righteous aura of a scholar as they majestically swept toward Lin Ling. Under the sky, the wind and clouds changed drastically. Ancient books were everywhere. People suspected that even a saint at the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm wouldn't be able to block that move. It's the sage aura of the sage of calligraphy. The elder sword-bearing elder frowned. The sage of calligraphy's lineage was an extremely famous lineage in the Qingyun sacred ground. People of this lineage had been fighting with heavenly books since they were young. They were like gentlemen, upright and unyielding. They could borrow the righteous aura of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. They were extremely difficult to deal with. Rumble. Countless books flew across the mountain range. It was as if heaven and earth were shaking. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It was a very domineering attack. It looked like a book, but it was also a kind of energy of heaven and earth. It was righteous aura. Righteous aura was upright and inviolable. Even if it was a leaf, as long as it was wrapped around by righteous aura, it could still kill someone from 1,000 miles away. It was extremely powerful. However, righteous aura? Lin Ling's lips curled up slightly. He pulled out the tyrannical song sword from his back, took a step forward, and shot toward Han Yitzi. This kid is crazy. Many people noticed Lin Ling's intention. Lin Ling seemed to want to engage in close combat. However, he couldn't get close enough. Book immortal among men? What was an immortal? It was beyond the imagination of humans. This was an immortal. What was a book immortal? That was an immortal who could control the books of heaven and earth. Lin Ling couldn't get close to Han Yitzi at all. You overestimate yourself. Han Yitzi smiled disdainfully. Around him, above, below, left, and right, books were dancing in the air. It was impossible for anyone to get close to him. The word immortal was displayed by him without reservation. Villain, you're going to suffer. Many people stared at Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was getting closer to Han Yitzi. However, more and more books were shot out, blocking Lin Ling's escape route. In other words, Lin Ling was going to be drowned by the sea of books. There were more than 10,000 books. The books contained heaven and earth, and the vicissitudes of the sea. The 10,000 books represented the endless mountains and sea drowning Lin Ling. Pop pop pop. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling was drowned. The 10,000 books emitted light and closed, turning into an ancient golden book. It was like a book that sealed demons. Lin Ling was sealed in the book. If you don't admit your mistake, you're dead. Han Yitzi smiled disdainfully. He had taught the villain Lin Ling a lesson on behalf of Bingjuzi. Many saints were also cheering in high spirits. Only An Yuer and Yumun Yun were frowning. Their faces were full of worry. Sword piercing the clouds. However, at this moment, a ray of light that was even more dazzling than the golden book bloomed. A sword stretched out from the book and slashed fiercely. Swoosh. The book seemed to be cut by scissors and split into two. Morality has been severed. The experts from the various holy lands sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to know that morality was the most upright of all. In ancient times, there were scholars who had no martial strength, but they could rely on their morality to speak eloquently. They relied on their mouths to defeat countless powerful enemies. But now, the most upright morality had been severed. How was this possible? Unless the evil surpassed the righteous, or that sword was more upright than Han Yitzi's morality. But this was even more impossible. A villain more upright than the book immortal? This must be a joke. Swoosh. At the same time, the golden sword slashed again, cutting the golden book into pieces. Then, a slender figure seemed to walk out of the void. This person's long hair fluttered in the wind, and his body was covered in a dazzling golden glow of righteousness. It was like a protective aura. The sword in his hand was even more upright, as if a human emperor had descended. Level 2 Profound meaning of morality. The old sword-wielding elder narrowed his eyes, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Book immortal of men, Han Yitzi, This person had comprehended the profound meaning of 10,000 scrolls. He had borrowed the righteous chi from the scrolls, allowing the righteous chi to surround his body, making him impervious to all evil. However, their Bodhi Saint Palace's villain Lin Ling also had righteous chi surrounding his body, but the difference was that Lin Ling's righteous chi was overwhelming. Ironic, incomparably ironic. If other people had overwhelming morality, this would make sense, but the villain Lin Ling actually had overwhelming morality? This scene was like a slap to everyone's face. Han Yizhi still had a mocking smile on his face, but it seemed to have been frozen in time. Book immortal? In the distance, Lin Ling walked over step by step, and the smile on his face deepened. Go to hell, 10,000 scrolls crush. Go! Han Yizhi was furious. This humiliation was not light for him. The 10,000 scrolls' profound meaning had reached level 2, and he wanted to clash with Lin Ling's morality. Rumble! The sky changed color, and it was as if the world's path of righteousness and benevolence was about to crush Lin Ling. Chapter 966. I did. I can't be the first to worry about the worries of the world, and the last to enjoy the pleasures of the world. But I can maintain my original heart, and not be invaded by external things. Even if the heavens fall and the earth rends, I will not change until death. Lin Ling raised his sword. Overwhelming righteous energy rolled out, holy and majestic, as if he wanted to kill all demons and devils in the world. There was only one thing in his nature energy, and that was to persevere in himself. One sword to break all spells. An incomparably resplendent sword slashed out. The clash of two profound meanings was also a clash of the hearts of martial arts. Tens of thousands of books were cut in half by the sword. The morality in the books could not compare to the awe-inspiring morality. After all, the morality in the books came from the books, while the awe-inspiring morality came from Lin Ling's heart. The sword sliced through tens of thousands of books and then flew towards Han Yizhi, causing his expression to change drastically. He instinctively dodged, but he was still too slow. The scholar's jade crown on his head was also sliced off, causing his hair to be disheveled. He looked indescribably pathetic. Amazing! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock, disbelief, and even stupefaction. Book immortal among humans? Amidst the shock, Lin Ling's mocking voice sounded out once more. There was still a smile on his face, and he appeared to be both righteous and evil, talking and laughing as if nothing had happened. Villain? Overwhelming righteousness? Compared to Lin Ling, Han Yizhi was more like a villain. Han Yizhi was more like a toad. He wanted to protect the flower, but he had found the wrong opponent. Bastard! Profound arts of the saints. Kneel. Han Yizhi's hair was disheveled, but he seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. Blue veins appeared on his forehead, and an ancient aura bloomed. Obviously, he had used his strongest trump card, the profound meaning of the saints from the lineage of the master of calligraphy. Rumble. The profoundness that carried boundless majesty erupted, causing the entire mountain peak to shake. Even the void started to shake. Below the mountain peak, many saints broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, they felt their breathing quicken and their mouths dry. The profoundness of a saint was even more terrifying than the profoundness of 10,000 scrolls. What a pure soul force! Among the countless saints, an eye opened between the eyebrows of a young man. It was as if he was looking down on the world, looking towards the mountain peak. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He knew that this was a pure soul force attack. It could kill without leaving a trace, and it could intimidate all living beings in the world. As a matter of fact, the ultimate cultivation of the branch of the Sage of Calligraphy was the soul force. All the ultimacies and the royal physique were the foundation for the cultivation of the soul force. Angry from embarrassment? Lin Ling faintly smiled. An endless amount of soul force came crashing down. At first, he was a bit worried, but after coming into contact with it, he realized that this soul force was far too weak. Ever since his mother had helped him awaken his eyes, he didn't even know what limit his soul force had reached. But now, he was vaguely familiar with it. Kneel. When the sage's aura enveloped him, Lin Ling roared. His voice was like thunder, causing the void to explode. It was as if a pair of all-powerful eyes were looking at Han Yitzi. What? His soul caused the void to riot. The hearts of the experts from the various holy lands trembled fiercely. As everyone knew, soul force was a formless and colorless attack. It rarely caused spiritual energy to fluctuate. But that didn't mean it was impossible. Those with powerful soul force could use their souls to control spiritual energy, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. However, those with such powerful soul force were very, very few. And now, they could see that the villain Lin Ling's soul force was very frightening. It was just that he hadn't cultivated it enough, causing his control to be somewhat rough. But even so, with that suppressive soul force, it was enough to sweep away the sage's aura. Pooh! Pooh! Han Yitzi spat out a mouthful of blood. His final trump card had been broken, causing his body to tremble. In the end, he couldn't help but kneel down. This scene shocked everyone present. Human book immortal Han Yitzi. Although he was not one of the 6 great Holy Land's holy sons, he still had an illustrious reputation. His ranking among the holy sons was not low. However, today he was completely suppressed by a nameless holy son. His righteousness was suppressed, and even his soul force was suppressed. What kind of freak was that villain Lin Ling? All was silent. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. Hee, I've seen many people who put on an act, but after putting on an act, there's still someone who calls himself the book immortal among humans. You're the first. But since you like to put on an act, I'll fulfill your wish. You're the handsome book immortal, and I'm the villain. Lin Ling walked step by step towards Han Yitzi. Han Yitzi struggled to stand up several times, but he couldn't resist the might of Lin Ling's soul force. He could only kneel on the ground, trembling. That feeling was as if he was being crushed into an abyss. If you want me to admit my mistake, I'll make you admit your mistake. Lin Ling smiled. The sword in his hand lightly chopped down. Han Yitzi's beautiful robe was cut into pieces, leaving him half naked on the ground. Then Lin Ling laughed loudly, turned around and left. I didn't do it on purpose. It was still the same sentence from before. But this time, everyone could see that Lin Ling did it on purpose. Lin Ling victory. The experts of the Holy Lands finally announced the results, causing the hearts of the saint children to be extremely complicated. They looked at the carefree youth with his long hair fluttering in the wind, and the word villain in their hearts became even stronger. But that kind of devilish charm, that kind of tyrannical ferocity, that kind of unfathomable strength, penetrated deep into their hearts. In that instant, Lin Ling became one of the most difficult to see through among the saint children, and also one of the dark horses of the 6 holy lands. Lin Ling awesome. After Lin Ling returned to Bodhi Saint Palace, Old Man Sword looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Lin Ling could be considered the first person from Bodhi Saint Palace to seize a spot, and he had brought great honor to Bodhi Saint Palace. But this way of bringing honor was too shocking. Right now, the name of villain had been deeply rooted. I was lucky. Lin Ling lightly laughed. Beside him, Yang Gan said with difficulty, Lin Ling, Han Yitzi wanted to be the hero saving the beauty, but in the end, his robe was destroyed by you. He really lost face. I didn't do it on purpose. Sorry. Lin Ling lightly shrugged. Immediately, many saint children in the distance revealed anger. The elimination process continued. Other than the predetermined saint children, the other saint children had to fight. Yang Gan also fought, and luckily passed. His strength was slightly stronger, and he easily won 2 rounds. Of course, their opponents could not be compared to Lin Ling. Lin Ling had defeated famous saint children, so the value of his victory was even greater. Old Man Sword looked cold on the surface, but in reality he was laughing in his heart. Although Lin Ling's reputation was not good, he was still a dark horse of Bodhi Saint Palace. However, other than Lin Ling, the other holy lands also had dark horses, such as Lai Qing. This cold girl was very young, but her sword had cut off all hope of becoming a saint child. She was a dark horse even more powerful than Lin Ling. However, her attacks were somewhat pure, relying on the sword. She was a true swordsman. Soul power attacks, cut off with one sword. Profound martial arts, cut off with one sword. She was so domineering, and some people thought that she had already reached the strength of a predetermined saint child. This girl was so dazzling that even Linling was shocked. The 6 Holy Lands had indeed produced geniuses. Your soul power is not bad. Good. Chapter 967. The old tomb opens again, thank you. Linling said indifferently. He felt as if his entire body had been seen through. However, when the eye of time silently appeared in his eyes, it immediately blocked the young man's third eye. Interesting. The young man smiled faintly and no longer looked at Linling. Tisk, Linling, that's the saint child's stellar eyes. Anyone who meets his gaze will be instantly killed. He actually didn't make a move against you. Yonggan exclaimed. Linling smiled lightly. He guessed that the other party had already used his eyes to suppress him. It was just that he hadn't gotten the upper hand. Of course, the other party clearly hadn't used his full strength. It was just a small test. What is the Star of Saint? Linling asked curiously. The predetermined saint's sons are the Star of Saint's sons. They have mysterious innate talents or unique profoundness, so they are nurtured and their status is higher than the ordinary saint's sons. Yonggan explained. Shuejueyue also spoke up. Our Bodhi Sacred Palace also has the Holy Sun Star. Just look at those people. However, Linling, you also have the initial potential to become a Holy Sun Star. Her heart trembled. Linling, this junior, seemed very ordinary at the start, but the speed of his growth was unexpected. Not only that, she sensed that this ordinary junior seemed to be hiding some unknown secret. Because when Linling did things, he was extremely confident, as if he had something to rely on. I still have a long way to go. Linling smiled modestly. As he looked at the saint's star, his eyes lit up. Those 10 people were all unfathomable, and some of them had already reached the middle stage of the saint spirit realm. They stood there quietly, and although they looked ordinary, one would feel that they couldn't be underestimated after looking at them. One of them noticed Linling's gaze and immediately looked at Linling with a smile. Linling also nodded. Soul force. My current methods are very crude. If it weren't for Han Yitzi, I wouldn't have known that my soul force was so powerful. It seems that if I have the chance, I'll have to find some divine abilities that use soul force. Linling muttered to himself. At the same time, the elimination was over. Many people from the 6 great holy lands looked gloomy, while some were in high spirits. One had to know that not every holy son had the chance to come here. For example, there were many holy sons from Bodhi Sacred Palace who didn't have the chance to come to the Mountain Demon Sea. A total of 18 people from the Bodhi Sacred Palace received the opportunity. Including the 10 that were already decided, there were a total of 28 people. It was a quiet night, but the opening of the tomb was getting closer and closer. From here, you will be able to reach the core of the tomb. There will be many treasures along the way, but there will also be dangers everywhere. It will depend on your luck. Remember, it is best not to fight alone. If you can work together, then work together. Beside a bonfire, old Mother Benlu looked at the saints and said, Of course, you have to have someone you can absolutely trust. Be careful of the saints from the other holy lands. They won't have any scruples in front of treasures. After all, there are no seniors inside, and they will be even more unscrupulous. The old sword-bearing elder reminded. It wasn't the first time that the holy sons went out to train, so they understood. Not to mention the holy sons from the other holy lands, they didn't even trust the holy sons from the Bodhi Sacred Palace. Treasures moved people's hearts. In front of benefits, anyone would give up everything, unless their relationship was really good. At the same time, on the side of the Qingyun sacred ground, Han Yitzi's face was extremely gloomy. Previously, he lost the qualification. That was fine, but he was even more humiliated. The book Immortal of Human had his clothes torn in a battle. He was in such a sorry state that he had become the laughingstock of the 6 great holy lands. The funniest thing was that he stood on the moral high ground to criticize the villain, but in the end he was humiliated. The villain was nobler and more moral than him. This made him feel ashamed. Yitzi, the sage of calligraphy, has told me that you must be reborn in this trip to the ancient tomb. Although you have been disqualified, the green cloud holy ground will still give you a chance to enter the ancient tomb again. An old man appeared beside Han Yitzi, causing Han Yitzi's heart to skip a beat. The trip to the tomb will also be your chance. When you come out, wash away your shame. The old man said again and left slowly. Han Yitzi's eyes flashed coldly. Lin Ling, I will definitely take revenge for this. On the other hand, Bing Zhuzi was not so lucky. She had lost her chance, but her sister could enter. Sister, if I see her, I will take revenge for you. Lei Zhuzi's face was incomparably cold. Lightning flashed in her eyes. Lin Ling could eliminate anyone, but he could not eliminate her sister. Time passed quietly. When dawn broke on the second day, everyone stood up. In the sky, a black dot appeared. If one did not look carefully, they would not notice it at all. Great World Hand. In the sixth shaman's sacred ground, an expert slammed his hand and forcefully tore open the void. The experts from the other sacred grounds also made their moves. The entrance was a very small void. Only Almighties could open the void and connect it to the tomb. Moreover, the void had a time limit. It would only appear once a year. If one missed it, it would not appear again. Rumble. The void grew bigger and bigger. Many saints were excited. Was that the place where they would become stronger? Lin Ling was also excited. Currently, his strength in the rainforest sacred ground was not bad, but he still lacked the strength to control everything. In this trip to the tomb, he would greatly increase his strength. Going quick. There's only an incense stick's worth of time. If you miss it, there won't be another chance. Finally, an old man shouted anxiously. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All the saints shot up into the sky. There were more than 180 of them, and Lin Ling was among them. He had entered the old tomb once again, and this time, he wondered if he would encounter the mysterious expert from before. Not good. When Lin Ling followed the crowd into the sky, the void in the sky began to shrink. The passage was about to close. Everyone's expression changed, and they all increased their speed. Die, villain! At this moment, a cold shout came from behind Lin Ling. A destructive palm fiercely slapped toward him. It seemed slow, but it seemed to have a mysterious charm. In an instant, it closed the distance and appeared 5 meters behind Lin Ling. The person who came was very sinister. It was impossible to guard against this attack. After all, if Lin Ling could not block it in time or was injured, he might miss the tomb. Bastard! On the ground below, the old man holding the sword roared. The experts from the sacred grounds were present, but the saint dared to make a move. Was he trying to break the balance between the sacred grounds? He wanted to help Lin Ling, but the distance was too far, and the time was too short. 10 directions whirled lotus. Lin Ling's expression became serious. He stepped into the air and quickly reached out his left hand. Flames appeared in his palm like a whirlpool, and a sacred lotus bloomed. Moreover, he saw who attacked him. It was a young man with a head of white hair. This person's face was cold, and his eyes were small, filled with ruthlessness and indifference. However, Lin Ling did not know this person, so there should not be any conflict between them. Villain, you can die now. Die. At this moment, on the other side, lightning bloomed as if Lei Gong was angry. It turned into a finger and shot toward Lin Ling. Chapter 968. Labyrinth Corridor, Lei Zhuzi. Lei Zhuzi. The saints on the side narrowed their eyes and chose to watch from the sidelines. Their bodies shot towards the void even faster. They could see that Lin Ling was about to be eliminated from the ancient tomb. After all, even if Lin Ling was a dark horse, he wasn't the strongest among the saints. Moreover, with the two of them attacking, even if Lin Ling didn't die, he would be severely injured. Lei Zhuzi and Bing Zhuzi were his elder sisters. Lin Ling naturally saw it too. It was a beautiful woman who looked exactly the same as Bing Zhuzi. This made his heart burn with rage. The battle between him and Bing Zhuzi was a fair one. Bing Zhuzi wouldn't give up the chance to enter the ancient tomb, and neither would Lin Ling. In that case, no one could blame the other for losing. However, after Bing Juzi lost, all the Saint Princes treated Lin Ling as a villain, and Bing Juzi didn't come out to clarify the matter. Lin Ling didn't care about this. What he didn't expect was that Bing Juzi's sister would join forces with others to attack him at such a critical moment. Extreme boundary. At this moment, a cold voice rang in Lin Ling's ears. An incomparably terrifying red lightning shot out. Rumble. In front of him, the giant palm seemed to have been shattered by something, turning into glass-like fragments. That's the Three Realms dazzling palm. It has a small portion of the power to freeze time. It was actually broken. The crowd was shocked. Who exactly helped Lin Ling? Under countless gazes, a snow-white figure appeared beside Lin Ling. It was an Yuer. At the same time, with an Yuer's help, Lin Ling didn't have to face the two saints' sinister attacks. He fiercely slapped out with his left hand. The 10-directional world lotus with rolling flames collided with the lightning finger on the other side. Rumble. Lightning and fire collided. A blinding light exploded in the sky. The clouds were torn apart, but the lightning and fire melted each other. If it weren't for the powerful saints in the sky, the explosion of power would have been enough to affect them. At this moment, the saints' eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was so lucky. It seemed that he had passed this tribulation. Then, they all madly shot towards the void passage. If they didn't leave now, it would be too late. Boundless demon eye. Lin Ling looked at the white-haired young man who was laughing coldly in the distance. His terrifying soul power was released. It was as if time had frozen. The smile on the white-haired young man's face instantly froze. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He had forgotten about Lin Ling's soul power. Let's go. Lin Ling didn't have time to say more. He grabbed an Yuer's hand and shot madly toward the void passage. Right now, entering the tomb was the most important thing. The revenge of the lightning bead had to be put aside for the time being. Bastard. Lei Juzi eyes. Sedai, Juzi, Juzi's. As for the other white-haired youth, he wasn't so lucky. By the time he reacted, the void tunnel was getting smaller and smaller. The path to becoming stronger was getting closer and closer to him. This caused his eyes to widen. Previously, Lei Juzi had invited him to help. In order to win the heart of the beauty, he had immediately agreed. After all, although Lin Ling was powerful, he still didn't put him in his eyes. Who would have thought that at the most critical moment, Lin Ling would counterattack? Although he didn't defeat him, he made him lose his chance to enter the ancient tomb. The white-haired youth roared and anxiously chased after Lin Ling. Unfortunately, it was too late. The opportunity had disappeared in an instant. Pitiful Wu Yu, he shot himself in the foot. He missed such a good opportunity. Many people below sneered. At the same time, old man holding sword rose from the ground. A sword seemed to come from the void, ruthlessly slashing towards the white-haired youth. Stop, old man holding sword. You dare to kill a saint of my wavering light holy land? Below, a middle-aged man angrily shouted. Don't forget the rules of the Six Saints Alliance. Before the Heavenly Fall era, all saints are precious and cannot attack each other. He has violated the rules of the Alliance. Old man holding sword's cold voice came from the sky. With a slash of his sword, the white-haired youth turned into nothingness. In fact, if he had arrived at the ancient tomb, everything would have been fine. After entering, old man holding sword wouldn't be able to kill him. When he came out, his strength would be greatly improved, and the wavering light holy land would protect him. Unfortunately, he had made a mistake and lost the whole situation. On the ground, the middle-aged man from the wavering light holy land looked extremely ugly. However, when he thought of the agreement of the Six Saints Alliance, he snorted and remembered this hatred. Rumble. At the same time, in the ancient tomb, the saints were distributed in various corridors. Those were the void corridors. Just like the ancient tomb that Lin Ling had entered before, they couldn't use spiritual qi. Otherwise, the corridors would collapse and everyone would die. Lin Ling's body appeared. He looked around and didn't see many saints. He then looked ahead. It was ancient and mysterious, as if he had come to a corridor in the city wall. It was dim and he couldn't see the end. Thank you for before. Lin Ling retracted his gaze and looked at the peerless beauty beside him. He was holding in Yuer's hand before, so they were together after entering. Hee, it's my honor to be able to help you once. It's a pity that I was in a hurry and was separated from Sister Mengyun. And Yuer smiled gently. She wasn't good at expressing her feelings. She gave people the impression that she was a fairy under the moonlight. Therefore, the fact that she could say this meant that she was happy in her heart. Lin Ling also smiled. He held in Yuer's hand even tighter. And Yuer and he hadn't seen each other for a long time. And Yuer naturally noticed this small action, which made her heart beat wildly. This is the Void Corridor. It seems that I can't use spiritual qi casually. I have to find the next exit. Lin Ling knew that he had to be careful in this mysterious place. Therefore, he looked at the ancient corridor and said indifferently, "Let's go forward." After that, Lin Ling led Yuer forward slowly. The corridor wasn't dark. There was ancient dust on the ground, and some ancient bones could be vaguely seen. Obviously, this was left behind by the predecessors. There was a bronze door at the side of the corridor every now and then. However, Lin Ling was cautious and didn't open it casually. The two of them walked forward for a full 2 hours, but there was still no end to the corridor. This corridor is really long. And Yuer said softly. However, she didn't feel bored. Perhaps she was satisfied even if she had to spend every day like this with Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled gently. He thought of the time when he met Yuer in the Guyan sect. And Yuer was the first girl he met. Among all the girls, Yuer's temperament was the most elegant. She was like a fairy who wouldn't be shocked even if the sky collapsed. However, Lin Ling's expression became serious after he smiled. It's not that the corridor is long. It's that there's no end here. What? And Yuer's beautiful eyes narrowed. At the same time, the bronze door at the side opened. 3 figures slowly walked into the corridor. When the 3 of them saw Lin Ling, they were obviously surprised. It's still a corridor. One of them frowned and said. Lin Ling had a terrifying thought. A labyrinth corridor. Chapter 969. Humiliating. And Yuer, why are you here? At this time, one of them looked at Yuer and asked. This man was about 20 years old. His long hair was tied behind his head. He wasn't tall, but he was full of masculine aura. He was extremely wise and mighty. The other 2 also looked at Yuer and laughed. They all knew Yuer, but ignored Lin Ling, young barbarian King Tinghu. And Yuer said indifferently. She seemed to know these 3 holy sons. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Young barbarian King Tinghu was the star holy son of the 6th shaman holy land. He had a powerful shaman body and could transform into a shaman god. He had heard of this person from Yang Qian. We cooperated with the holy sons before, so we know them. And Yuer didn't pay attention to young barbarian King Fujitor. She explained to Lin Ling. She was afraid that Lin Ling would misunderstand. Lin Ling nodded with a smile. And Yuer was the holy son. It seemed that her strength should be very powerful. However, Lin Ling wasn't surprised. Everyone had their own path of martial arts. If even Lin Ling could become powerful, then Yuer and the others would naturally have the same possibility. Ah! Young barbarian King Fujitor's eyes flickered. He greeted Yuer, but she didn't pay attention to him. Instead, she talked to an unfamiliar youth. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. The other 2 were also the same. After all, young barbarian King Fujitor was the descendant of the 6th shaman holy land's barbarian king. He was also the star holy son. Compared to young barbarian king, that youth was like a loach at the bottom of the water. Oh, I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be the villain Lin Ling. You luckily escaped a calamity. Your luck is really good. One of them recognized Lin Ling. Lin Ling was startled for a moment. His eyes became ice cold. He was still boiling with anger when he talked about the sneak attack. These holy sons regarded him as a villain. Each of them wanted to teach him a lesson under the banner of morality. Frankly speaking, they just wanted to win the favor of the beauty. Where did these 3 dogs come from? However, Lin Ling quickly chuckled softly, and this caused the pupils of young barbarian King Fujitor and the other 2 people to constrict. This villain dared to call them dogs? Your breath stinks. Take back what you said before. Also, swallow your saliva. One of the three spat on the ground and shouted coldly. They came from the 6 shaman Holy Land, and they had noble statuses. They were the holy sons of the Bodhi Saint Palace, and there were only a few people that they could be afraid of. Moreover, the young barbarian king was here as well. So, when had it been this villain's turn to be arrogant? Bah! Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he spat at that person. Since that person was shameless, he didn't need to give him any face. The saliva pierced through the air at an extremely fast speed. The three of them did not expect Lin Ling to be so bold. They wanted Lin Ling to swallow the saliva on the ground, but Lin Ling immediately retaliated by spraying saliva at them. This made them furious. One of them still had Lin Ling's saliva on his face. His face stiffened. You want to die? The young barbarian king, Fujitor, also had a cold gaze. His hands were behind his back, but a murderous aura pervaded the air. The 6 shaman Holy Land was the most domineering, not to mention that he was the son of the barbarian king. I want to die? However, Lin Ling still had a smile on his face. He was calm and composed, and he didn't even look at the three of them as he continued to walk forward with an air. This kind of disregard clearly infuriated the three of them. This villain Lin Ling was so arrogant, especially the holy son whose face still had Lin Ling's saliva. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. Kill. Domineering King Fist. The young barbarian king, Fujitor, took a large step forward, and his fist broke through the air. It was incomparably domineering, and it actually caused the corridor to shake. The power of the barbarian king. Among all the stars of saints, his physical strength was ranked first. However, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks, turned around and said calmly, "Do you want to die together? Idiot, don't forget where you are." His voice was like a great bell, and it made the young barbarian king, Fujitor's body tremble, and he abruptly stopped his domineering king fist. Yes, he almost forgot that this was the void passage. If the spirit energy exploded, it would cause the void passage to collapse, and everyone would die. Lin Ling was only a villain of the younger generation, but he had the noble barbarian king bloodline. It wasn't worth it to die with Lin Ling. The fist stopped in front of Lin Ling's face. The strong wind blew Lin Ling's long hair, and it made him look even more arrogant and unruly. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand and lightly waved it. Slap. A crisp slap fell on the young barbarian king's face. Get lost. In addition to the slap, there was also Lin Ling's mocking voice. These people thought he was a villain, and they could bully him however they wanted. Moreover, they still stood on the moral high ground when they bullied him. This made Lin Ling feel very disgusted. Therefore, no matter if it was the Holy Sun's star or something else, he would still slap them. What? The pupils of the two people in the distance condensed. Lin Ling was crazy. He could have slapped anyone's face, but he chose to slap the young barbarian king's face. Did he want to incur the barbarian king's wrath? You slapped me. Young barbarian King Fujitor's pupils opened wide. No one had dared to slap his face since he was a child. He was a proud son of heaven in the 6 shaman Holy Land. Not to mention slapping his face, even cursing him would make the barbarian race move out and annihilate the other party's entire clan. Lin Ling nodded. He slowly stretched out his hand and slapped again. Is the sound of the slap not clear enough? Slap. Slap. It was another slap. It seemed as if he wanted to tell young barbarian King Fujitor that this was a slap. You will die without a doubt. Young barbarian King Fujitor shouted angrily in a deep voice. These words are useless. Lin Ling gently smiled. He was completely unscrupulous. Soon after, he took an Yuer with him and moved forward again. Young barbarian King Fujitor's entire body trembled as he stood in the same place. He couldn't say anything. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he was somewhat afraid. This boy is crazy. If we leave this place, I will kill him first. The other two people were also gnashing their teeth in anger. However, Lin Ling had already left with an Yuer. On the way, Lin Ling drew a mark on the wall. Then, he continued to move forward. After an hour, another mark appeared on the wall. This meant that this void corridor was connected, and the only exit seemed to be the bronze doors on both sides of the corridor. During this process, young barbarian king and the other two people were also looking for the exit. They kept going in and out of the bronze doors. However, the result was that there was a connecting corridor behind the doors, and it led them back to the starting point. In the end, they met Lin Ling once again. Are you stupid? If you can find the exit just by entering the bronze doors, then why is this place called a labyrinth corridor? Lin Ling looked at the three people and sneered in ridicule. Villain, don't be too arrogant. One of them shouted angrily. If they were outside, then even 10 Lin Ling wouldn't be a match for them. However, they could only look at Lin Ling complacently in this place. What can you do to me? Lin Ling looked at the three people with disdain. These three people were complacent and arrogant, but they didn't allow others to fight back. They said that others were arrogant as soon as they fought back. They simply couldn't see themselves clearly. Soon after, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the three people. The Eye of Time quietly appeared. He could only rely on the Eye of Time now. Lin Ling, some of the other Holy Land's holy sons know how to leave this corridor. However, those holy sons seem to have great origins. They have seniors to guide them. And Yuer said from the side. This meant that the holy sons who didn't know the exit would either die of old age here, or try their luck to find the exit. Not everyone with great origins knows the exit. For example, these three barbarians have great origins, but they don't know the exit. Chapter 970. A Treasure House 3 Barbarians? Young barbarian King Fujitor and the others were also looking for the exit in the corridor. Their hair stood on end, and their bodies trembled as they heard Lin Ling's words. Okay, let's go this way. Lin Ling's gaze finally fell on a bronze door. He had used the Eye of Time to accelerate the flow of time, but he had discovered that people had walked through all the bronze doors in the endless years, but this one hadn't. Nonsense. And Yuer, I think we should go this way. Young barbarian King Fujitor frowned, and said as he pointed at another bronze door. He had seen Yuer walking close to the villain Lin Ling, and his heart was burning with fear. Yuer glanced at young barbarian King, and her beautiful face was cold. She didn't say a word, and followed Lin Ling forward. That villain! Young barbarian King Fujitor clenched his teeth. He couldn't understand why one of the top beauties of the Water Moon Holy Land would take a fancy to the villain Lin Ling. After all, he was several times more powerful than Lin Ling in terms of origin, strength, and innate talent. That ant is abominable. The other two also felt humiliated. However, the three of them looked at each other and then followed Lin Ling. They didn't have any clue about the exit at present, so they wanted to try their luck. Their previous words were just to make Yuer follow them and leave Lin Ling alone. Don't follow me if you have the ability. Lin Ling detected that the three of them were following him, and said with a faint smile. However, young barbarian King Fujitor and the other two remained silent. It was obvious that they were extremely thick-skinned. Lin Ling didn't stop them. Firstly, he couldn't stop them. Secondly, he didn't know what was behind the bronze door. So, he would have more scapegoats if more people entered. The bronze door was opened, and dust spread everywhere. The light inside was dim. It was a sealed secret room, and there was only a window in the corner. There was a bed, a table, and a chair in the secret room. Several kinds of spirit mushrooms and snow lotuses were placed on the table, and they were bright and resplendent. It was obvious that they were extraordinary things. 9 flowers human lotus. The young barbarian king was very knowledgeable. So, he stared at the snow lotus and said in shock. It was said that as long as the 9 melody lotus grew for 90,000 years, it would be able to transform into a human. It possessed the essence of the wood of heaven and earth and could provide a massive amount of life force to martial artists. And that 9 melody mortal lotus had at least 8,000 years of history. Other than the 9 melody lotus, there was also the illusory rainbow Ganoderma. This type of Ganoderma was able to swallow the clouds and drive the mist, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, and constantly changing its color. It was also a supreme treasure. Look at that broadsword. Everyone looked at the side of the bed. There was a purple broadsword placed beside the bed. It looked majestic. Besides that, there was also a red spear. It looked extremely extraordinary. It was at least at the level of a spiritual weapon. This was a treasure vault. Everyone's heart was filled with excitement. Go! Young barbarian King Fujitor waved his hand, and his eyes were filled with greed. Wait, this place was brought in by Linling. Although everyone has a share, we should split it equally. And Yuer immediately shouted, Sorry, the treasures belong to those who are capable. However, young barbarian King sneered coldly. He didn't care about morality or justice. This made Yuer crease her eyebrows. These people were too excessive. Don't pay attention to them. Yuer, do you see the mirror beside the bed? Get it immediately. Linling wasn't surprised by their greed. However, every minute and every second was extremely crucial at this moment. Therefore, he immediately reminded them. Soon after, he took a large stride and shot forward. The treasures belong to me. Young barbarian King Fujitor and the other two sensed that Linling had also made a move. So, their speed became a little faster. However, Linling didn't fight with them for the heavenly treasures on the table, nor did he fight for the divine weapons beside the bed. Instead, he pounced in the direction of the bed. He saw a black cloak there. It seemed that its original owner had casually used it to protect himself from the cold when the weather was cold. However, it must be somewhat extraordinary if it could appear here. Moreover, his eye of time could also see that the treasures on the table had already been eliminated by time. Linling quickly held the cloak in his hand. Then he looked around. The young barbarian king and the others had already obtained the treasures. Linling looked at the side of the bed again. He discovered that there was a bronze lamp beside the bed. The candle in the wick of the lamp was still burning. It looked very ordinary on the surface. However, this secret room had existed for an unknown period of time. However, the bronze lamp was still burning. This meant that this lamp was somewhat extraordinary. Linling also put away this bronze lamp. Rumble. Meanwhile, it seemed as if someone had touched something in the secret room. It seemed as if some taboo had been touched. The wall on the other side of the room began to collapse. It revealed the void and crushed everything. That pearl. A white pearl was revealed after the wall collapsed. It had an extremely mysterious appearance. Someone on the young barbarian king's side cried out in alarm. Unfortunately, they missed it because the wall had begun to be crushed by the void. They couldn't approach it. Not good, we must leave this place. Everyone's heart trembled. They would be crushed by the void if they stayed in the room. However, the other side of the bronze door had been crushed by the void at this moment. This meant that they had no way to leave. Window! Linling shouted in a low voice at the crucial moment. It was a critical moment now. If they were a step slower, they would die here. Extreme realm. Yuer understood his intention. Her pupils became very red. A red lightning struck out and shattered the window. This was a soul power attack. Everyone didn't dare to stay here. They shot out of the window. Rumble. They had just left when the room turned into the void. This made everyone's heart tremble. They had narrowly escaped death. Although we almost died, our luck is pretty good. We all obtained precious treasures. The young barbarian king, Fujitor, and the other two laughed excitedly. They were sure to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. Yuer was holding a mirror in her hand. The mirror was simple and mysterious. It made her smile faintly. She had obviously sensed the extraordinariness of this mirror. Moreover, she wouldn't have known that this mirror was so powerful if it wasn't for Linling's reminder. As for Linling, he was even more excited. He had obtained 2 precious treasures. One was a cloak. He had investigated it before. This was a cloak that could conceal one's body. It was called the Three Realms Cloak. It was a rare heavenly weapon. Wearing the cloak would make one disappear from the 3 realms. Their aura would disappear, and no one would be able to detect them. As for the bronze lamp, Linling hadn't sensed anything mysterious about it. However, he immediately sensed an incomparably terrifying ancient aura when his soul power poured into the lamp. You guys are so stupid. You actually took some trash treasures. The young barbarian king, Fujitor, looked at Lin Ling proudly. He was the barbarian king's son. He was very knowledgeable. His knowledge naturally surpassed Lin Ling's. Therefore, when he entered the treasury, he immediately seized the precious treasures. However, Lin Ling was only an idiot. He actually took some worthless things. This was equivalent to going to the treasury for nothing. The other two also took joy in their misfortune. After all, it was Lin Ling who had led them into the treasury. However, the precious treasures were seized by them. How could they not be happy? Although the 9-melody lotus is very precious, it can only be planted with earth of the 5 elements. Once it loses the earth of the 5 elements, the lotus will wither. Therefore, you guys are sure that you really got the treasure. Chapter 971. Mysterious expert arrives. What? Young barbarian King Fugitor's pupils constricted. He hastily took out the lotus he had collected. The lotus began to wither and turned into ashes. It felt as if it had been taken out of time. Once a lotus was taken out of the treasury, it couldn't escape the elimination of time. How can this be? The heavenly treasures that the others had obtained also withered, and their spirit energy dissipated. We are so stupid and you are so smart. Look at the spirit tools in your hands. Lin Ling faintly smiled and said again. They looked at the spirit tools they had obtained and discovered that they had dimmed. The rich spirit energy had also disappeared, and they had turned into ordinary spirit tools. They were stunned on the spot, as if they had been struck by lightning. That secret room had the ability to lock time. But everything returned to normal after leaving. So, I don't know whether we are stupid or you are stupid. Lin Ling's voice filled with schadenfreude floated out. The pupils of young barbarian King Fugitor's group constricted. So, they hadn't obtained anything. Lin Ling had obtained a treasure. They couldn't see its effect, but Lin Ling was so confident that the treasure wouldn't be weak. Hand it over. Young barbarian King Fugitor's complexion was ice cold. He felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. They had been complacent about obtaining a treasure. But who would have thought that they would be fishing for the moon in the water? He felt that the 3 of them were very stupid. The brighter the treasure, the more useless it is sometimes. And the dimmer the treasure, on the contrary, is the real treasure. Lin Ling was as calm as before, but there was a hint of worry in the depths of his eyes. This worry didn't come from young barbarian King Fugitor, but from the ancient flame devil in his body. He had sensed that the ancient flame devil's soul had awakened. It was somewhat weak, but it was constantly reminding Lin Ling that a powerful enemy had arrived. This powerful enemy could make the ancient flame devil's soul afraid. It was undoubtedly that mysterious expert from the old tomb. The ancient flame devil's soul had made Lin Ling leave at once. That expert had sensed the ancient flame devil's aura and was frantically rushing over. I told you to hand it over, didn't you hear me? The young barbarian King Fugitor also sensed that this place didn't seem to be the void corridor. Instead, it was inside a garden. The spirit energy in the surroundings was rich, and an ancient aura was pervading the air. This meant that he could attack now. You want to get the treasure? Sure, but that person has to agree. Lin Ling laughed carelessly. Suddenly he pointed to the front. A black figure had unknowingly appeared there. It was burly and majestic, standing on top of a rock like a statue. His eyes coldly stared at everyone, but in reality, most of them were focused on Lin Ling. He dares to help you? Courting death. Young barbarian King Fugitor's gaze swept over, and his pupils became even colder. Previously, he had been suppressing himself painstakingly. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he didn't dare to do so. Now that he had been released, what else could he be afraid of? I thought I would never see you again in this life. Who would have thought that you would dare to come to the old tomb? A low voice floated out from the mouth of the black figure, as if it was the king of hell that had awakened from the depths of the 9 nether abyss. Shut up. Who told you to talk? However, young barbarian King Fugitor coldly shouted as soon as his voice fell, and the corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up into a smile. This barbarian king's son was quite overbearing. Did he think that this was still the Holy Land? Courting death. That black figure's entire body emitted surging devil energy, and his figure gradually became clear. His skin was gray, and there were many green tattoos on the surface of his skin. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a sorcerer god, but also like an ancient devil. That dreadful aura finally made young barbarian King Fugitor's pupils condense. Who was this person? What a dreadful strength! Xianxia's arm. A voice floated out from that man's mouth, and the devil energy rippled out. It was as if a Xianxia had descended and caused the earth to shake. Soon after, a huge black Xianxia's arm appeared from the earth and ferociously grabbed towards young barbarian King Fugitor. This grab was incomparably sharp, and it seemed as if a Xianxia from hell had reached out to the human world. Lin Ling's pupils condensed even more. This time, he had finally witnessed the strength of that mysterious powerhouse. Leave immediately and don't worry about me, Lin Ling anxiously said, and this made Yuer's beautiful eyes condense. She didn't say anything more, and her body shot into the distance. Fortunately, that man's current target was Lin Ling and young barbarian King Fugitor. He must capture Lin Ling, and as for young barbarian King Fugitor, he thought that he was Lin Ling's friend or bodyguard. After all, young barbarian King Fugitor was too arrogant before. Bang! That dreadful Xianxia's arm grabbed them, and its claws flickered with cold light. It immediately clawed the two holy sons into pieces, and they were unstoppable. Tyrannical barbarian King Fist. Bang! Young barbarian King Fugitor's complexion changed dramatically. His right arm enlarged and he blasted out a punch. Rumble! However, how could he block that man's Xianxia's arm with his strength? Therefore, young barbarian King Fugitor's right arm was clawed until it exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, and his complexion turned pale as he frantically retreated. He knew that this was a powerhouse from the old tomb, and he wasn't someone he could fight against. However, after he fled far away, he discovered that the man didn't pay any attention to him. On the contrary, he was looking at Lin Ling with malice. This meant that he had helped Lin Ling block a calamity before. Bastard! Young barbarian King Fugitor roared. He was a dignified holy son, and killing Lin Ling was as easy as flipping his hand. However, he had suffered several losses at the hands of Lin Ling today. Thank you, I'll treat you to a drink next time. Lin Ling's voice transmitted from afar, and it made young barbarian King Fugitor even more furious. Soon after, a black cloak appeared behind Lin Ling, and Lin Ling's feet started to become transparent. Moreover, it spread all the way to his waist, neck, and head, and gradually disappeared from his original place. In the distance, young barbarian King Fugitor's pupils constricted. Lin Ling had disappeared, and he must have obtained a treasure from the treasury. Lin Ling was so lucky. 3 Realms Cloak, I didn't expect you to find this heavenly soldier. As for the mysterious man, he let out a surprised voice. Obviously, he recognized that treasure, and he had been looking for it all along. Unfortunately, the old tomb was too big, and even he didn't have the ability to search every corner. Therefore, he had failed in the end. But now, that damn junior had seized that treasure. He was really lucky. He was very clear about the might of the 3 Realms Cloak. It could make one's aura disappear within the 3 realms of man, devil, and demon. Unless it was a top-notch almighty expert, no one could find it. Of course, this cloak also had a flaw, and that was that one couldn't use martial arts while using it. Otherwise, one's figure would be revealed. Where the hell did he go? The mysterious man let out a sky-shaking roar. He had finally found that junior, but that junior was too cunning, and he had disappeared from his sight once again. Therefore, his gaze quickly fell on young barbarian King Fugitor. Young barbarian King Fugitor's body trembled, and he immediately turned around and ran. He had been implicated by Lin Ling. Quafu chasing sun. His speed was incomparably fast, and the earth quaked and the mountains swayed with every step he took. However, a huge arm came sweeping from behind, and heavily patted young barbarian King Fugitor's back. It made him spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body was unexpectedly corroded by the devil energy. He would have died long ago if his wizard body wasn't so powerful. Chapter 972. Death's Garden. At this moment, Lin Ling did not move. He stood quietly on the spot. If he had not luckily obtained the three-realm cloak, he would have died here today. Kid, your luck is not bad, and so is your courage. The ancient flame devil's soul had awakened. It clicked its tongue at Lin Ling. It had thought that Lin Ling was doomed, but who knew that Lin Ling still had such a treasure? I say, don't gloat. That guy is watching me. How do I get out of here? Okay. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. Wait. Okay. The ancient flame devil said calmly. The mysterious man still stood there, looking around. He looked at where Lin Ling was a few times, not letting go of a single speck of dust. Lin Ling's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, the search disappeared. However, the mysterious man was very patient. He did not leave and continued to wander around. Seeing this, Lin Ling could only continue to waste time with him. After a long time, the mysterious man finally disappeared. It was as if the demonic aura had never appeared. Okay, Yen is finally gone. Okay. The ancient flame devil said softly. It seemed to have relaxed. Then it said, let's go. Okay. Wait. Okay. Lin Ling said cautiously. As soon as he said that, the demonic aura appeared again and formed the outline of the mysterious man. That was close. If Lin Ling had been careless, he would have been caught by the mysterious man. Then even the Three Realms cloak would have been useless. However, although the mysterious man appeared quickly this time, he also disappeared quickly. It seemed that he was sure that Lin Ling was no longer there. You are amazing. Okay. The ancient flame devil was speechless for a long time. Finally, it sighed. Just like, okay. Lin Ling smiled softly, but there was fear in his smile. Then he looked into the distance and his heart grew heavy. Right now, he was still too weak. He had to become stronger. Yen is going to the southeast. Remember, don't go near that direction. You can go anywhere else. Okay. The ancient flame devil's soul checked and then pointed out to Lin Ling, southeast. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Suddenly he made a bold decision. Let's go southeast. Are you crazy? The soul of the ancient flame devil exclaimed. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Lin Ling chuckled, causing the ancient flame devil soul to shake its head continuously, unable to accept Lin Ling's terrifying thoughts. This brat was simply a madman. After that, Lin Ling rushed towards the southeast. Now that he had the three-realm cloak, as long as he didn't use any martial arts, no one would be able to find him easily. Therefore, he wanted to see what exactly was in the southeast where the mysterious man had gone. Crazy, crazy! The soul of the ancient flame devil continued to speak, shocking Lin Ling's courage. Along the way, Lin Ling was able to see the world inside the old tomb. The sky was gray and the ground was also gray. It was as if this was a land of devils. Along the way, he didn't see anyone. Occasionally, he would see soaring spiritual energy in the distance, as if a great battle was taking place. It seemed that other than the saint, there were other people here. However, the closer he got to the southeast, the quieter it became, as if it was a forbidden area. In front of him, there were piles of white bones. An ancient stone tablet sat there, with the words, Corpse Plain, engraved on it. The plain was also dead silent. Lin Ling stepped in carefully. At the same time, Little Flame woke up. It scratched the back of its head and then pointed the way for Lin Ling. The plane seemed to be hiding a terrifying danger, but Lin Ling had the three-realm cloak, so he stepped through it safely. Soon, a vast garden appeared in front of him, as if it was a pure land in the human world. Dense spiritual energy rolled out, and there was a stone tablet in front of the garden, with the words, Death God's Garden carved on it. It was a terrifying name, and it was filled with a strange feeling when it appeared in the spiritual herb garden. Chirp, chirp! Little Flame shouted excitedly, as if it had sensed the spiritual herbs in the garden. Lin Ling, this place is a little strange. Be careful. The soul of the ancient flame devil reminded him. Since I'm here, let's go take a look. Lin Ling nodded. He was currently lacking in cultivation resources. Now that he saw the spiritual herb garden, he naturally did not want to miss it. Then, Lin Ling stepped into the garden cautiously, but the process was extremely peaceful. In front of him, there were towering trees, ancient spiritual fruits, and rich spiritual spring. This place was indeed a paradise for spiritual herbs. Hee, we've arrived at the back garden of hell. At this moment, a few figures appeared behind him. A few figures in long robes stepped into the garden slowly, and Lin Ling was shocked. There were people here? There were a total of 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was an old man, and judging from his ancient clothes, he did not seem to be from the 6 great holy lands. Perhaps he was a martial artist from the ancient tomb. When they saw the spiritual herb garden, their eyes lit up. Hell is indeed the overlord of the ancient tomb. He actually collected so many precious treasures. This is a good thing for our Wings clan. The old man was extremely excited, but he did not seem to notice Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling sensed that the 3 people were extremely powerful. They had probably reached the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm. The old man was even at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. The martial artists of the ancient tomb were indeed powerful. Were they foreign martial artists? And what was the Wings clan? Hurry up and collect them. The woman smiled and said. However, just as the 3 of them moved, the old man's expression changed. Oh no, the Grim Reaper is here. This garden is strange. The other 2 people's expressions changed drastically. Then, they realized that a devil's smiling face had appeared behind them. It was as if it was painted on their bodies and could not be removed. One of the men hurriedly took off his clothes, but he realized that the strange smiling face was still on his back. It was extremely terrifying. No wonder there is no one guarding this place. It turns out that entering this garden will cause one to be cursed. The old man seemed to have thought of something and his face turned pale. At the same time, he seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. His vitality slowly dissipated. Finally, he sat down cross-legged and turned into a pile of white bones. The other 2 began to tremble and frantically ran out of the garden. However, one of them grew older and older as they ran. Her hair turned white and scattered in the wind. It was the woman. She let out a terrified scream and finally fell to the ground. She became an old woman and gradually died. The other person was stronger, but he only managed to buy some time. After stepping out of the Death God's garden, he also grew old. Lin Ling saw all of this with his own eyes. He sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly asked Little Flame to check. However, Little Flame shook his head. There was no smiling face behind Lin Ling. The curse did not seem to be wrapped around Lin Ling. It is the death curse. The ancient flame devil soul said in a serious voice. This curse was laid down with millions of lives. Anyone who steps into the forbidden area will be cursed. Their vitality will dissipate and they will die of old age. But why am I fine? Lin Ling frowned. Chapter 973. Great increase in strength. The ancient flame demon's soul analyzed. However, he wasn't too sure. After all, Lin Ling's path of martial arts was very strong in all areas. It was vast and had many secrets. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He had killing intent. He also had righteousness. However, he felt that it wasn't the key to blocking the death Yama curse. The key was his eyes. This was because he had seen a terrifying demon devouring the 3 people who had died. However, the 3 of them couldn't see it at all. All he saw was a smiling face. Moreover, Lin Ling saw that after the 3 of them died, the demon flew towards him. However, it suddenly disappeared halfway. Now that he heard the ancient flame demon's words, Lin Ling felt relieved. This meant that the Death God's garden was indeed terrifying. However, it was a pity that it was useless against Lin Ling. The only thing left to do was to plunder it. Little Flame, don't let go of a single blade of grass. Lin Ling laughed happily, causing Little Flame to also chuckle. With a leap, Little Flame landed on the giant tree that had sprouted from the ground and started to crazily eat those spirit fruits. The treasures here are probably not any weaker than the Bodhi liquid. Lin Ling looked at the vast garden. Such a huge spiritual herb garden was enough to increase his strength greatly. It was also enough for the entire flame core to increase their strength. Lin Ling, you should focus on cultivating your physical body. Soak in the spiritual spring and let the monkey help you plunder the treasures. The ancient flame demon's soul reminded. Lin Ling's physical body was very strong. However, it still lacked the nourishment of treasures. It wouldn't be good for him in the long run. However, now Lin Ling finally had the chance to refine his physical body. That is the immortal spring. Legend has it that if an ordinary person consumes a drop of it, their lifespan will be extended by 10 years. It can also preserve their looks forever and they won't age even after 100 years. This is a spirit spring that can only be found by chance. Lin Ling, open your mind and absorb it like crazy. The immortal spring was said to be the essence of water, condensed over 10,000 years. After Lin Ling jumped into the spring water, an indescribable warmth spread throughout his body. Lin Ling could feel that the spring water seemed to come alive as it wildly surged into his body, causing his small world to become even more moist and filled with vitality. Boom boom boom. As expected of a rare treasure, Lin Ling's mini-world started to awaken. It was originally 50,000 mini-worlds. 70,000 mini-world. The terrifying power made Lin Ling want to roar at the sky. It was known that the imperial physique had always been Lin Ling's weakness, but now, the increase in his physical strength allowed Lin Ling to have the ability to rival the imperial physique. The pre-heaven body was also known as the primeval unity true body. According to the legends, it would not melt even if placed in a furnace, and its fleshly body was so strong that it could regrow severed limbs. And now, with the help of the deathless spring water and the pre-heaven one energy art, Lin Ling had cultivated the primeval unity true body to the peak. Lin Ling's body became as clear as a fiery glass. A force that could uproot mountains and rivers gushed out. 100 million points of strength. 100,000 mini-worlds awakened. What was certain was that with the Tai true body, Lin Ling could kill any expert of the same level. You've swallowed all the immortal spring. You're really sick. After a long time, the ancient flame devil's voice sounded. At the same time, it urged Little Flame to collect some treasures that could restore his soul. Lin Ling put away the rest of the immortal spring. He was going to leave it for Yu and the rest. After all, it was very rare to be able to preserve one's looks. Then he looked at the spiritual herbs around him. He opened his hands and formed a whirlpool, sucking in all the treasures. Deadwood grass. It's a spiritual herb that can increase the ultimacy of death. Sadflower. Tsk. This is even rarer. If you cultivate the ultimacy of sadness, this flower can increase your ultimacy by 1 level. Lin Ling, this is very suitable for you. Emperor Flame octagonal fruit. It can increase your fire ultimacy. The ancient flame devil's voice sounded. Lin Ling was very excited. He had a great harvest today. Little Flame, come and search this place. I'll cultivate again. Lin Ling picked up the red stones that Little Flame had collected. Emperor Flame octagonal stone? What a domineering name. He wondered if it could increase his fire ultimacy. Then, just as he was about to swallow it, the ancient flame devil's voice sounded. Are you crazy? Do you want to be burned to death by swallowing the Emperor Flame octagonal stone? Take some immortal spring and grind the stone. Soak the stone in the water and smear the powder on your forehead. Having an elder at home is like having a treasure, Lin Ling said in admiration. At the same time, he was grateful. Then, he followed the ancient flame devil's instructions. The soul of the ancient flame demon looked at Lin Ling and shook its head. This little guy was determined to become stronger. It wondered what this little guy had gone through while it was asleep. Furthermore, the physical body of the ancient flame demon seemed to be even more compatible with this little guy. It was time to give the ancient flame devil to this little guy. As he thought of this, the ancient flame demon's soul looked at Little Flame in the distance and shook his head. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs ascend to the heavens. That monkey has also become extremely powerful. Moreover, the way he loots treasures is simply like a bandit. After a long time, the man and monkey disappeared from the garden. The garden was now empty. At this moment, the saints of the various holy lands had arrived at the barren land. Along the way, They had killed many foreign martial artists. Naturally, they had gained a lot and their strength had increased. Yang Gan, Old Mother Lu, said that there are two large foreign tribes in the ancient tomb. They are the Yen tribe and the Wing tribe. Those people we met earlier should be from the Yen tribe. Yes, this place is too mysterious. There are even greater secrets. It's a pity that we can't find them. Yes. 3 figures walked along the dark mountain. They were Yang Gan and Yue of the Bodhi Palace. At this moment, their auras were calm and steady. Their bodies were protected by Upanishads. Obviously, their overall strength had increased greatly. Before this, they had obtained the Emperor Crow Earth fruit, which was the fruit of the Great Earth. It had rich earth essence, which had helped their cultivation base to improve. That's the mortal origin fruit. At this moment, the 3 of them stopped. There was a small tree in front of them. A fruit that looked like a child was growing on the tree. Their expressions changed drastically. The mortal origin fruit was a natural treasure comparable to the Emperor Crow Earth fruit. It was something that could only be found in the ancient tomb. Hurry up and get it. The 3 of them took a big step forward and rushed towards the small tree. Moonchaser also quickly extended his hand, wanting to take the mortal essence fruit into his bosom. Wait, we saw the mortal origin fruit first. According to the rules, it should belong to the void sacred land. A cold shout came from afar. Then, a finger pierced through the air, shooting a sharp bolt of lightning at Yue. Bastard! Yang Gan's expression changed. The other party had gone too far, attacking while they were talking. If Yue couldn't react in time, that finger would be enough to seriously injure him. The Tao of Qian. Yang Gan's martial arts manifested, forming an ancient Qian character. It looked like a giant character, but it contained the essence of 800 martial arts. It was extremely powerful. Rumble. The 2 powerhouses clashed and melted each other. 4 figures appeared on a distant hill. They were the holy princes of the void sacred land. One of them had an ugly expression on his face. He'd almost injured Yue. Once Yue was injured, the remaining 2 from Bodhi Sacred Palace were no longer a threat. Chapter 974. So what if we're villains? We saw the mortal origin fruit first. The leader said coolly. Clad in black armor, he looked wise, heroic, and indescribably domineering. He'd obtained the armor in the tomb and had greatly increased his strength. Didn't you hear Senior Brother Ziyu? Senior Brother Ziyu is already strong enough to enter the Holy Sun Star. The other 3 said coldly. Treasures only belong to the possessor, not to you. Don't you think you're being too overbearing? According to you, I saw the entire tomb, so everything here belongs to me? Yang Gan's expression was frosty. These people had wanted to steal the treasure from the start, but they'd done so under the banner of righteousness. How shameful! Yang Gan, you're being too unreasonable. However, just as Yang Gan finished speaking, the black-armored Ziyu shook his head and said. He had instead said that Yang Gan and the others were being unreasonable. Although the holy princes of the 6 saints' alliance must respect each other, we don't need to be too courteous to unreasonable people. Otherwise, they'll think that the void sacred land is a pushover. Another person declared coldly. Distorting right and wrong. They'd wanted to steal the mortal origin fruit, but they'd been afraid that Bodhi Palace would find out. Therefore, they'd used the banner of enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens to be extremely hypocritical. It seems that you can do whatever you want without your elders around. Yue finally said. You're the ones who do whatever you want. You stole the void sacred land's loot, and now you're speaking so righteously. Today, no matter who's in Bodhi Palace, we'll get justice. Ziyu took a step forward. They'd found a reason to attack. Get justice. Yang Gan and the others trembled in anger. The other party's hypocrisy was beyond their imagination. They'd even forgotten how to behave for the sake of the treasure. What if I were here? At this moment, an indifferent voice drifted over from afar. Everyone then saw a young man riding on a gigantic ape galloping over. His presence shook the earth as though he was the arrival of a demon king. Lin Ling. Yang Gan and the others laughed. This guy really wasn't dead. Villain Lin Ling? The Void's Sacred Lands princes narrowed their eyes. I'm a villain? You want to steal other people's treasures, but you find some fake excuses to deceive yourselves and others. You are more like villains. In the distance, a cold voice with a strong sense of mockery could be heard. However, a villain is a villain. It's better than a hypocrite. Villain Linling, you're vicious, merciless, arrogant, and overbearing, and your bad reputation has spread throughout the 6 holy lands. You dare to be arrogant? On the hill, the 4 saints' faces turned ugly. Linling's arrival had made things a little more troublesome. Of course, they were just unhappy that things were troublesome. Although Linling's strength was obvious to all and might be on par with Shijueyue, their strength had greatly increased after entering the tomb. The black-armored youth, Ziyu, was especially confident after obtaining the ancient celestial armor. He didn't think much of Linling, junior brothers. Let's enforce justice on behalf of the heavens today. I believe that Bodhi Palace won't blame us even if we kill villain Linling. As for Yanggan and the others, they're stubborn and colluding with villain Linling. In this case, we can only bear the pain and kill them all. Ziyu's eyes flashed as he shouted loudly. That's exactly what I'm thinking. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Beside Yanggan, one of the saints finally couldn't hold it in any longer and said, Black and White, you finished talking. If you weren't greedy, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Ziyu sneered, causing Yanggan and the others to turn pale with anger. Why waste words with them? If they dare kill us, just send them to the 9 hells. Linling jumped off Little Flame and slowly walked over. Shijueyue couldn't help but warn Linling, Linling, be careful. Ziyu's cultivation in the Void Sacred Land isn't weak, and he seems to have obtained a treasure that's likely increased his strength again. It's fine, just watch. I'll kill them. Linling shook his head gently. His words caused Shijueyue and the others to narrow their eyes. Linling would deal with them alone? Are you joking? Ziyu laughed. His side would be in trouble if Linling and Shijueyue worked together, but Linling alone? Did he really think he was a dark horse? He's joking, but it's not funny. The other 3 saints laughed as well. Linling took a step forward and threw out a simple punch. There was no explosion of spiritual energy or profound of heaven and earth. It was just an ordinary punch. Boom. As he punched out, one of the saint's sons raised his right hand in disdain and drew a semicircle. An ancient profound martial skill was displayed, forming a divine striking wood that seemed to have come from ancient times. It crashed towards Linling's fist with a rumble. This profound martial art wasn't weak. It could control the toughest tree in the world. However, no matter how powerful the profound, it wasn't a match for Linling's punch. Linling's physical strength had already surpassed half of the innate emperor physiques. Even if the young barbarian King Fujitor was here, Linling would still dare to kill him with his fist. Boom! The ancient giant would shattered, causing the saint's eyes to narrow. What kind of fist was that? Boom! The fist exploded with 70 million points of strength, and it hit everything. You think it's a joke? That saint only heard the last words of his life before he was blasted into pieces by the punch. It was a terrifying punch. When the punch was thrown, it didn't cause blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. Instead, it directly crushed him into pieces. Moreover, the punch didn't stop there. It went straight for the remaining 3 saints. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient punch was direct and efficient. The Tai true form erupted, and it was like the punch of a great emperor. The remaining 2 saints were also killed by the punch. Moreover, the punch finally landed on the black-armored youth, Ziyu, causing his whole body to tremble. Crack, crack. In the next moment, cracks appeared on his majestic black armor. Then, it shattered like glass, causing Ziyu's eyes to widen. This was the deathly still armor, a high-grade spiritual artifact. With this armor, he didn't need to fear any saint at the early stage of the saint spirit realm. This was because the armor's defense was very strong. It could block half of the 5 elements' profound attacks. But now, it had been blasted apart by Linling's punch. You destroyed my armor, Ziyu said in a low voice. His heart was bleeding, and his eyes were filled with anger. Hee, I want to destroy you even more. Lin Ling chuckled and waved his right fist. This was his first time trying out the power of 70,000 small worlds. He was very satisfied with the result. You destroyed me. Ziyu's expression changed. Previously, he was heartbroken over the destruction of his spiritual armor, but he seemed to have forgotten that Lin Ling's strength was incomparably terrifying. Compared to before entering the ancient tomb, Lin Ling's strength had increased by 2 times. Unfortunately, he didn't know that it was more than 2 times. Wait, our 6 great holy lands are now in an alliance. In the heavenly fall era, every saint is precious. You want to destroy me? That's against the alliance's rules. Ziyu stepped back. He was afraid. I'm a villain, so rules are useless to me. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was very cold, but it was evil and frivolous. Ziyu felt as if he had seen the most terrifying smile in his life. Everyone said that Lin Ling was a villain. Chapter 975. Ferocious and terrifying boom. Lin Ling punched out and 70,000 small worlds exploded. His strength of 70 million crushed everything, causing the hill to tremble and dust to fly up. Then, Lin Ling's slender figure slowly walked down from the dust cloud. His handsome face and blue robe shocked Yanggan and the rest speechless. Lin Ling's strength had increased tremendously. He had defeated 4 saints alone. Was he invincible in the early stage of the Holy Spirit realm? Let's go. Treasures are starting to appear in this land. We can't be slow. Let's go. Lin Ling looked into the distance and smiled faintly. Yeah. However, the saints are starting to gather. We are too slow. Moreover, there are no elders in the tomb. The saints are becoming more brazen. Yanggan shook his head. What's there to be afraid of? We are villains. Let's go. Lin Ling's smile became even more evil. Was there a need to be afraid of villains? If others didn't give him face, there was no need to give them face. If they dared to block his way, he would just crush them. Villains should let those hypocrites off. Let's go. Let's go. Lin Ling waved his hand and led Yanggan and the rest into the distance. At this moment, the sky was even darker. It was as if the arrival of the saints had awakened the world. There were battles everywhere. There were battles between saints and other races. Han Yitzi, you are too much. At this moment, in a mountain range, a large number of saints from the Bodhi Saint Palace were looking at the saints from the Qingyun sacred ground. Previously, they had found a large patch of black gold rice. It was a type of spiritual rice that only appeared in ancient times. Martial artists ate it all year round and it could wash away the impurities in their bodies. They wanted to bring the rice back to the Bodhi Saint Palace to plant but were stopped halfway by the saints from the Qingyun sacred ground. Hand over the black gold rice. The leader was Han Yitzi. At this moment, his face was incomparably cold. In the tomb, the rules of the 6 Saints Alliance were no longer important. Even if they broke the rules, as long as they obtained the treasures, they would be protected by the elders after leaving the tomb. Therefore, the most important thing was the treasure. Be careful not to offend our Bodhi Saint Palace's Ma Yubai. One of the Bodhi Saint Palace's holy sons warned. Ma Yubai, Bodhi Saint Palace's chosen star. However, he will not care about chosen princes like you. Han Yitzi sneered. What's more, Ma Yubai is not the only holy son among the 6 holy lands. The saint child of the Bodhi Saint Palace had an ugly expression on his face. Han Yitzi's words were true. Ma Yubai was very strong, but he never paid attention to them. This caused the Bodhi Saint Palace to lack a backbone in the ancient tomb. When they encountered the saint children of other holy grounds, they could only be robbed. I don't want to repeat what I've said. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Hand it over. Han Yitzi clapped his hands and said coldly, Do you think there's no one in my Bodhi sacred palace? Right at this time, several figures shot over from the distance like shooting stars, causing the Bodhi Saint Palace's holy prince's heart to tremble. It was Yi Shuiyue, Yanggan, and Lin Ling. It's you guys. Han Yitzi's eyes turned cold in an instant, but his gaze was more focused on Lin Ling. He said to the chosen princes beside him, Kill him, the villain Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the biggest humiliation in his heart. In fact, after entering the ancient tomb, he had been looking for Lin Ling. He knew that he was not a match for Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's background was not small. He could summon more than half of the Green Cloud Holy Ground's chosen princes, and some of them even gave him face. Han Yitzi? Aren't you supposed to be eliminated? From afar, Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. A huge sword in his hand was majestic and domineering. Han Yitzi's heart trembled. Looking at the arrogant figure, he felt an inexplicable fear. Yitzi, let me deal with him. Beside him, an older chosen prince said indifferently. Then he looked at Lin Ling, who was charging over, and said, "Villain Lin Ling, there's a path to heaven, but you chose to barge into hell. Today, I'll represent the Green Cloud Holy Ground to wash away your humiliation." "Do you think you can call me a villain?" Lin Ling's eyes turned colder. The huge sword in his hand was like an axe, slashing down viciously. "You're courting death." That chosen prince had a high status in the Green Cloud Holy Ground. When he saw Lin Ling making the first move, he couldn't help but expose himself. Living soil of the 9 heavens, supreme divine soil. The chosen prince waved his hands and the earth esoteric meaning appeared. Large amounts of soil floated up, stacking up like a mountain. Rumble. However, when the sword slashed down, the ground was split apart like a thunderbolt. The chosen prince who was standing on the ground was split into 2. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling didn't use any powerful esoteric martial arts. It was just a simple slash and the chosen prince was killed. That chosen prince was called Yu Yunzi. He was already half a step into the ranks of the chosen princes. Even Han Yitzi had to lower his head and call him senior brother. However, he still couldn't withstand a single slash. Hand over the treasure within 3 breaths. Otherwise die. Lin Ling's aura was majestic. He arrived like a heavenly general. His domineering voice drifted out like the wind. In the old tomb, the treasure was the most important thing. Since the people from the other holy grounds could kill and snatch the treasure, Lin Ling didn't have to give them any face. "Bastard, do you know who you're talking to?" A chosen prince beside Han Yitzi shouted angrily. They were here to snatch the treasure of the chosen prince of the Bodhi Saint Palace. However, the villain Lin Ling wanted to snatch their treasure instead. "Die!" Lin Ling raised his eyebrows and threw out the sword in his hand. It was a simple throw, but it caused the air to explode and the clouds to scatter. "You're attacking me?" That chosen prince didn't expect Lin Ling to attack without any hesitation. Too domineering. Then he used a powerful martial art. 7-colored light appeared on the surface of his body. A sealed door floated behind him. He wanted to block Lin Ling's slash. What was invincible in the early stage of the Holy Spirit realm? It was obvious at a glance. The power of 70 million erupted, using violence to suppress everything. Rumble. The sealed door shattered. The chosen prince was split in 2 again. He couldn't block the blade that Lin Ling threw out. How terrifying! At this moment, all the chosen princes' hearts trembled. The villain Lin Ling was fierce enough. Could it be that Lin Ling was hiding his strength in the previous elimination round? "Are you going to hand it over or not?" Lin Ling's cold voice floated out like the wind. His long hair danced in the wind. He was unruly. "I'll hand it over." The chosen princes of the Qingyun's sacred ground trembled in fear and handed over their treasures one after another. The chosen princes of the Bodhi's sacred palace were shocked. This scene was too strange. Not long ago they were robbed like ants. However, after the arrival of the villain Lin Ling, they became the robbers instead. "Villain Lin Ling, can you leave me a sword?" "This sword is not from the ancient tomb. It's a family heirloom. So, I can't hand it over." A chosen prince of the Qingyun sacred ground looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. The chosen prince trembled. What a terrifying gaze. "I'll hand it over." The chosen prince gritted his teeth and handed it over. The villain Lin Ling. If he wasn't strong enough, everyone would want to trample him under their feet. However, if he was strong enough, then the name Lin Ling would be terrifying. Can we go now? Chapter 976. Mounting Scram. Lin Ling shouted coldly. Since others called him a villain, he would naturally continue to be vicious. However, he looked at Han Yitzi and said, "You, stay." Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? Han Yitzi's heart trembled. He had thought that after entering the ancient tomb, his strength would increase greatly and he would be able to kill Lin Ling. But in the end, Lin Ling had grown even faster than him and had the strength to easily kill him. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and I'll let you scram. Otherwise die. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he looked indifferently at Han Yitzi. How could he not know that Han Yitzi harbored resentment in his heart and had always wanted to kill him? Towards such a person, Lin Ling did not think too much. He would kill to stop the killing. This was also the path that Han Yitzi had chosen. I'm from the Green Cloud School, the sage of calligraphy's people. If you ask me to kneel, it's the same as asking all the scholars in the world to kneel. Can you bear the responsibility? Han Yitzi frowned. He couldn't kneel. Lin Ling, let him go. The sage of calligraphy is very famous in the 6 holy lands. We have to give him face. Yang Gan reminded Lin Ling in a low voice. After all, Han Yitzi had been eliminated, but he was still able to enter the ancient tomb. This meant that his background was truly terrifying. So you're not going to kneel? Lin Ling didn't answer Yang Gan's question. Instead, he squinted at Han Yitzi. His handsome face was full of indifference, which made Han Yitzi's heart tremble violently. He almost wanted to kneel down, but when he remembered that he was the book immortal among men and the successor of the master of calligraphy, he felt that he would lose face if he knelt down. Perhaps, the sage of calligraphy would no longer spoil him. The sage of calligraphy is not someone you can provoke. Han Yitzi's voice softened. He was no longer as arrogant as before because he couldn't be arrogant anymore. Therefore, even though he was pleading for leniency, he was also using the prestige of the sage of calligraphy to let Lin Ling evaluate the drawbacks. Lin Ling chuckled. His smile was cold. Before he entered the tomb, he had been framed for no reason, and after he won the duel Thunder and Ice Pearls, he had been framed for no reason. At this moment, he had nowhere to vent his anger. You forgot, I'm called villain. After Lin Ling smiled, he stretched out his right hand, and the tyrannical song sword in the distance flew over. He held it in his hand and heavily slashed down. How dare you kill me? Han Yitzi didn't expect that Lin Ling would really dare to kill him. One had to know that he had already compromised, admitted defeat, and even brought out the sage of calligraphy. However, Lin Ling still dared to kill him, as if there was nothing he didn't dare to do. My name is Scoundrel. The sword slashed down, as if it was the most decisive strike in the world. It caused a sword scar to appear on Han Yitzi's forehead, extending all the way down. He was stunned in place, but he did not feel any pain. Instead, he felt that the world was clear and bright. If he had to feel something, it would be a deep sense of regret. Perhaps he shouldn't have come to the ancient tomb again. Being eliminated meant being eliminated. If he came in again, he would die. Villain Lin Ling, he shouldn't have provoked him again. Boom. Then, Han Yitzi's body exploded, turning into dust. A terrifying force crushed him. Han Yitzi is dead. The rest of the people were stunned. The book immortal Han Yitzi's death was tragic enough. When a book immortal met villain, he could only be killed. Scram. Lin Ling's hair fluttered in the wind as he stared at the saints of the Qingyun sacred ground. Those saints did not dare to say a word and quickly left. As for the saints of the Bodhi sacred palace, their hearts were still beating fast. However, they suddenly felt confident. Evil people would be dealt with by evil people. They were bullied in the ancient tomb, robbed by everyone, and Ma Yubai did not help them, which made them feel even more humiliated. Now that Lin Ling had risen, at least he could support the Bodhi sacred palace. Now snatch it. If you see the saints of the other sacred grounds, snatch it. Don't give them any face. If you see the saints of the Bodhi sacred palace, get them to join us. Lin Ling said coldly as he stared into the distance. He had hesitated when he killed Han Yitzi, but in the end, he killed him decisively. That made him feel extremely happy, and his cultivation level had improved greatly. What surprised him the most was that the resolute killing of Han Yitzi did not increase his murderous aura. Instead, it increased his righteous aura. Could it be that his righteous energy was more condensed because of the fame of killing? Kill! Under Lin Ling's lead, the holy son of Bodhi's sacred palace's aura surged as he galloped through the ancient mountain range. Stop, leave the treasures behind. If you hesitate, die. At the bottom of a mountain range, the group met the saints of the Yaoguang's sacred ground. These saints were stunned and couldn't help but laugh. We should be the ones saying that. One of the saints of the Yaoguang's sacred ground sneered. Kill! At the head of the group, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. As if blowing the horn of a counterattack, he killed the one who spoke. The strong preyed on the weak. If you were soft-hearted, you would be stupid. Not only would you harm yourself, but you would also harm others. Villain Lin Ling. The saints of the Yaoguang's sacred ground gasped. Villain Lin Ling is so scary. I'll hand it over. Spare me. The saints surrendered one by one. They couldn't be fierce in front of someone more vicious than them. Lin Ling, I'll join you. At the same time, more saints of the Bodhi sacred palace joined in. There were more than 20 of them. Kill all the way. Lin Ling chuckled. He looked like a villain and a tyrant, but those who were with him didn't feel the slightest bit of that. They felt incomparably safe. Meanwhile, Mt Dingjun was one of the more famous mountain ranges in the Kangmang continent. Most of the places here didn't have a name, but there was a stone tablet with the words Mt Dingjun carved on it, indicating that this mountain was extraordinary. A large number of experts had gathered on the plains around Mt Dingjun. There were saints of the 6 great sacred grounds, as well as experts from the domain race. They were from the Yen clan and the Yi clan. They were currently eyeing each other like tigers watching their prey, but they didn't make a move. This was because the ancient peak of Mt Dingjun was quietly cracking open, as if something was about to grow out. The Jade River diagram bead is the most precious treasure in our trip to the old tomb. Is this the treasure that the elders of the sacred grounds wanted us to collect? The eyes of the Nirvana sacred grounds chosen flashed. Their mission was to obtain the Jade River diagram bead. It was said that it was related to the secrets of the 6 great sacred grounds, but they didn't know the details. Of course, it could be seen from the people around that the treasure was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many experts waiting for it to appear. The Jade River diagram bead is said to be able to find the guardian deity of the Wavering Light sacred ground. If we can obtain it, we'll be half a step away from the guardian deity. Among the crowd, Ma Yubai from the Bodhi sacred palace said. He knew more than the others because he had read about it in ancient records. Of course, he didn't know if it was true, because the records also said that the Jade River diagram bead was the key to the heavenly fall era. Get it? Perhaps this is one of the secrets of the old tomb in the rainforest's sacred land. Chapter 977. Waiting for the great treasure, alien race, get lost. This is the treasure of our Yen race. On the other side, a half-naked man with gray skin said coldly. He was one of the 10 reverends of the Yen race and possessed terrifying strength. Even the chosen stars were somewhat afraid of him. You outsiders are so greedy. The ancient tomb is our world and the Jade River diagram pearl is our winged race's inheritance treasure. How dare you covet it? On the other side, the expert from the winged race shouted coldly. A pair of wings appeared behind his back. They were huge and majestic, making him seem like a god of heaven and earth. He was an almighty from the winged race and was known as the Great Yuan Yang of the winged race. This meant that he was extremely powerful. Of course, there were too many geniuses in the sacred ground and they could only intimidate them. They would not act rashly before the great treasure appeared. The great treasure has appeared and there are many experts here. Most of them are at the middle stage of the saint spirit realm. The eyes of the chosen flickered. There were too many experts here and it would be difficult for them to obtain the great treasure. Holy Son of the Water Moon's sacred ground, get lost. The top experts seemed to have a tacit understanding and they all looked at the weak experts. Obviously, the great treasure was about to appear and they wanted to eliminate the weak experts before it appeared. After all, no one wanted to be taken advantage of by the weak experts when the battle started. Yumun, you are not even at the middle stage of the saint spirit realm. Get lost or I will kill you. A sixth shaman holy son from the sixth shaman sacred ground shouted coldly from afar. Yumun was the chosen holy son of the water moon's sacred ground. However, the sixth shaman holy son felt that her strength was only SSO and she was not qualified to appear here. Is that so, Liang? Then why are you here? On the ground, a young lady in a pink dress stood there quietly. Her beautiful eyes were clear and she was not afraid in the face of countless experts. She was Yumun from the water moon's sacred ground. Talk too much. Don't blame me for being ruthless. The holy son named Liang's pupils turned cold, and a mighty witchcraft aura spread out, causing a huge nine-headed snake to appear behind him. Each of these snakes had a different color, and they were ancient witchcraft snakes. According to legend, these snakes had the bloodline of fierce beasts and had been planted in Liang's body since he was young. If they grew up, Liang would be able to turn from an ordinary young man into a formidable hero. If they failed, they would die. In the ancient shaman tribe, this method of raising goo had nurtured countless geniuses, but it had also caused countless youths to die for it. Strangle. A cold voice floated out from Liang's mouth, and the giant nine-headed snake charged towards Yumun with an earth-shattering force. Defend. However, Yumun beautiful face did not change. She was still cold as she stretched out her lily-white hand and lightly shouted at the nine-headed snake that was rolling over. Something strange happened. The nine-headed snake seemed to have been hit by something, and its head started to shake. It even looked at Liang with murderous intent and brutality. It seemed to want to kill its master. I heard that there is a kind of talent in this world that can control all the fierce beasts in the world. I didn't expect that girl to have such talent. The old man from the Wing tribe looked at Yumun, and his eyes flickered. How is this possible? At this moment, Liang let out a cry of surprise. He roared madly in his heart, and he wanted to control the nine-headed giant snake again. Come out. At the same time, Yumun waved her other hand lightly, and then a huge rhinoceros appeared in front of her out of thin air. This rhinoceros was like a mountain, and its body was pitch black as if it was condensed from steel. One side of its nostrils was spitting out flames, and the other side was spitting out frost. It was the ice-fire magic rhinoceros. This girl actually subdued the ice-fire magic rhinoceros. That's a fierce beast. Many saints gasped. Yumun could become the star of the saint of the water moon's sacred ground. On the surface, she was not strong, but she had terrifying trump cards. The demonic beast is powerful, but the master is weak. If the master dies, the demonic beast is not worth mentioning. At this moment, a short saint on the other side said coldly. He stretched out his hand, and the ground suddenly turned into a desert, rolling towards Yumun. It kept entangling, turning the world into a desert. What a powerful emperor physique! Many people gasped. If the power to control the desert was combined with martial arts, the saint's strength would definitely be heaven-defying. He was indeed the star of the saint of the wavering light sacred ground. My desert can absorb thousands of liquids. If you are enveloped by the desert, the liquid in your body will disappear, and you will become a dry corpse. The short saint said coldly. Extreme state. However, at this moment, a red bolt of lightning attacked as if it had appeared out of thin air. It did not seem to be the ultimacy of martial arts, but it had the power to destroy everything. Soul power. Many saints' eyes flickered. It was a very condensed soul power, and it was filled with dense killing intent. Rumble. Yumun, who was enveloped by the desert, revealed herself at this moment. The desert also disappeared, and she looked into the distance with a smile. She knew who had come. However, this was normal. The incident at Mt. Dingjun had spread throughout the wasteland continent. As long as one was a saint, they would not miss this grand event. Swoosh! Under countless gazes, a woman in snow-white clothes floated over like a fairy descending from the heavens. She was Yu. Do we have the qualifications? Yuer landed beside Yumun, and her cold voice rang out at the same time, causing many saints to fall silent. So beautiful! As for the ordinary saints, their hearts were pounding. Compared to the Lei and Bingzhu, and Yuer and Yumen were obviously more attractive. Bitch! In the distance, Lei Zhuzi cursed angrily with an ugly expression. As for the saints of the 6 great sacred grounds, they were silent. Obviously, they had tacitly approved of an Yuer and Yumen status. They had the qualifications to compete for the treasures. Lai Qing, you can't be considered the Holy Sun. At the same time, someone looked at a girl in black clothes and said, this girl had shocked everyone in the previous elimination round. She was the biggest dark horse, but she was not considered a saint. Clang. The black-clothed girl's expression was cold as she pulled out a sword. Attacking me? The person who spoke sneered coldly. His eyes suddenly became illusory, as if the great Tao of heaven and earth had appeared. The great expansion eyes is very powerful. If you look at him directly, you will be instantly killed. Someone recognized the saint who attacked. He was the top existence among the saints. His soul power was broad and profound, like an illusion or a world. Anyone who looked at him directly would be instantly killed. The black-clothed girl, Lai Qing, spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, she was injured by the soul power, but her voice was even colder. Great indifference. She slashed out with her sword. Rumble. A terrifying shockwave exploded in the void in front of her. The surging soul power seemed to be cut off by the sword. Even the soul power was cut off. What else can she not cut off? Many people sucked in a breath of cold air, while the Holy Sun who used the Great Expansion pupils smiled lightly. You are qualified. Chapter 978. Shocking the scene, the powerful chosen stayed one by one, while the weak ones left silently. They knew that if they didn't leave, they would die. For a moment, the atmosphere became oppressive. Countless gazes were fixed on the Dingjun mountain, waiting for the treasure to be unearthed. It's so lively here. However, at this moment, more than 20 people arrived. The person in the lead was wearing a blue robe. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he held a large sword in his hand. He looked like a king who had returned. His voice and aura were incomparably domineering. After all, when others came here, they would keep a low profile no matter how strong they were. Even if they were recognized as qualified, they wouldn't dare to be arrogant. There was no strongest here, only stronger. However, the arrival of the youth seemed to be telling everyone that he was here. Lin Ling is here. And Yu and Yu Mingyun's delicate bodies trembled. A smile appeared at the corners of their mouths as they looked at the frivolous figure approaching. They had long known that Lin Ling would definitely come to such an event. Villain Lin Ling. The other chosen also looked at the blue-white robe with their eyes wide open. They didn't expect Lin Ling to come, let alone in such a shocking manner. As for the 2 foreign race experts, they frowned. The person who came was very young and handsome, but his strength was only at the initial stage of the Saint Spirit realm. He dared to announce his arrival in such an arrogant manner? Lin Ling, you still dare to come? Amidst the silence, a furious roar sounded. It was the young barbarian king, Fujitor. Are you here to die? Lei Zhuzi also looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of killing intent. He missed the opportunity before, but now he had the chance. Villain Lin Ling, get lost. This isn't a place where you can come. Your fierceness can only scare some weak people. In our chosen star, you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant, let alone evil. The other chosen coldly shouted. Lin Ling's arrival was too shocking. Lin Ling, apologize to them, then take the Holy Son of Bodhi's sacred palace and leave this place. Don't ruin things. Ma Yubai from the Bodhi's sacred palace also spoke. He was a little unhappy. After all, Lin Ling's shocking arrival would incur the wrath of the crowd. Although it had nothing to do with him, it would affect him and cause others to vent their anger on him. Are you talking to me? Lin Ling finally slowed down his footsteps as they arrived at the foot of Mt. Dingjun. He didn't pay any attention to the surrounding voices. Instead, he looked at Ma Yubai and said, "This person is very calm. It seems that many people are dissatisfied with him, but he is still not afraid." The elder from the winged race praised. Lin Ling could be considered the most frivolous and calm among all the Shengs of the foreign races. Ha! Ma Yubai was stunned. What kind of tone did Lin Ling use to talk to him? One had to know that when he was cultivating in the Bodhi Sacred Palace, Lin Ling was just an ant in the martial arts hall. Moreover, he was the first holy son of Bodhi Sacred Palace. Lin Ling came later. Was he qualified to talk to him? Didn't you hear what I said? Ma Yubai wanted to laugh, but he still shook his head. Who do you think you are? Lin Ling looked at Ma Yubai from the corner of his eyes. Haha. Ma Yubai finally laughed. I am the first holy son of Bodhi Sacred Palace, and also their leader. Tell me, who do you think I am? When they were being bullied, where were you? You only cared about yourself. Now, because of my appearance, you are afraid that I will become a thorn in your side. So, you want me to leave and apologize to them? Lin Ling laughed softly, his voice full of ridicule. First holy son, I am giving you face, so you call me that. If you don't give me face, then scram. Lin Ling found it funny. In front of him, Ma Yubai wanted to be the boss, but he didn't fulfill his responsibility. When he, Lin Ling, was being chased, where was Ma Yubai? When the holy sons of Bodhi Sacred Palace were being bullied, where was Ma Yubai? He wasn't anywhere. He didn't care about the weak holy sons. Now, Ma Yubai was putting on the airs of a boss. Why should Lin Ling give him face? Ma Yubai, we only recognize Lin Ling. You should speak less. You want Lin Ling to apologize. It's fine if you lose face, but don't lose the face of our Bodhi Sacred Palace. The other holy sons of Bodhi Sacred Palace said coldly. Ma Yubai's eyes narrowed. Those who admired him in the past didn't care about him today. Fine, fine, fine. If you want to die, I'll let you. But if you cause the death of all the holy sons of Bodhi Sacred Palace, then I'll see how you explain it to the sword-wielding old man. Ma Yubai was so angry that his face turned pale. Scram! Lin Ling shouted coldly. Ma Yubai's eyes narrowed. He wanted nothing more than to attack Lin Ling, but he soon laughed coldly. He knew that he didn't need to do anything. There would be someone who would kill Lin Ling. At that time, he would have to watch as Lin Ling begged him for help. At the same time, numerous cold gazes were directed at Lin Ling. They were filled with malicious intent. It's time to settle old scores, but one by one. Lin Ling smiled, looking at the crowd without fear. He knew that many people here were dissatisfied with him and wanted him dead, but how could he let them do as they wished? One by one. Lei Zhuzi's smile became even colder. You harmed me before. I'll take revenge for this. Lin Ling said indifferently, but he didn't look at Lei Zhuzi. I said one by one, not for you to take revenge on me one by one, but for me to take revenge first. What? Everyone was shocked. Lin Ling had many enemies, and with his reputation as a villain and his shocking appearance, there were definitely many people who wanted to attack Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to be afraid of being surrounded. Instead, he said that he would take revenge first and settle the score later. This kind of arrogance shocked the 6 holy lands. All the holy sons here knew each other. Lin Ling was a newcomer, but this was the first time they saw such an arrogant newcomer. Interesting. He's just an early-stage Holy Spirit Realm Junior, but he's not afraid of all the geniuses. How bold. The experts of the 2 foreign races laughed, and some of them were waiting to see a good show. Lin Ling, is he going to challenge all the holy sons of the Holy Lands? In the distance, the hearts of the holy sons of the Holy Lands jumped. They never thought that the villain Lin Ling would be so arrogant. I wonder, who will you take revenge on first? Young barbarian King Fujitor suddenly became curious. He noticed that Lin Ling's cultivation had risen, so he didn't know where Lin Ling's confidence came from. In my heart, my family is everything. So, if anyone dares to touch my woman, I'll make a move against him. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's handsome face spoke softly, and the crowd's pupils constricted. The first one seemed to be the holy son of the 6 shaman holy land. Lin Ling. And Yuer and Yumun Yun's hearts were beating wildly. In front of countless geniuses, Lin Ling told everyone that they were Lin Ling's women. He was very domineering, but they liked it because Lin Ling treated them as his family. Lin Ling was still firm in his heart. No matter how heartless the world was, family was always first. This was the young man they had watched grow up, and he was still able to withstand the wind and rain. I was the first one who attacked her, and you want to take revenge on me? Chapter 979. Crushing, he found it hilarious that Lin Ling was the first to settle scores with him. Did Lin Ling think he was a pushover? Little Flame, go. Lin Ling patted Little Flame on his shoulder. Little Flame chuckled and shot towards the nine-headed snake like a shooting star. In mid-air, a sudden change occurred. The red fur on his body grew crazily like bamboo shoots. A giant ape that was nearly 50 meters tall appeared. It was earth-shattering and surged with a murderous aura. Boom! The giant ape smashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Then, it took a step towards the nine-headed shaman snake. The giant ape's body was huge, but its speed was not slow at all. Ferocious beast? Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling had a ferocious beast. The 6th Shaman Holy Land Saint frowned, but he shouted angrily, "Kill it! Kill!" Behind him, the nine-headed snake released a surging murderous aura. It was like the top 10 ferocious beasts in the world. Its 9 heads swallowed clouds and mist as it pounced towards the giant red-furred ape. The giant red-furred ape let out a furious roar. Its huge fist blasted out and collided with the 9 heads. Boom! The fist shook the earth and the mountains. It was like the collision of the most primitive ferocious beasts. The mountain-sized 9-headed snake's flesh and blood splattered as all 9 heads exploded. Although it was also a ferocious beast, its master was not as generous as Lin Ling, who used endless treasures to increase his pet's strength. Little Flame had been eating heartily in the Death God's garden. Now, its strength had increased countless times. Boom! The giant ape was like the most ancient monkey king. After killing the 9-headed snake with a single punch, its huge mouth roared angrily at the 6th Shaman Holy Land Saint. Endless gales swept out. What kind of ferocious beast is this? The saint screamed. That saint's son screamed in terror. Now, he didn't find it funny anymore. However, the astral winds were like sharp blades, slicing him into pieces. He was blown to death by the wind. In just a single exchange, a 6th Shaman Holy Land's designated Holy Sun had fallen, causing the entire grassland to fall into a deathly silence. Previously, that saint had questioned Yumun Yun's status, so he ruthlessly attacked and wanted to kill Yumun Yun at the same time. However, he was blocked by Yumun Yun. He knew that he couldn't do anything to Yumun Yun, so he didn't pay any attention to her. However, after Lin Ling arrived, he sought justice for Yumun Yun. Lin Ling attacked and killed her in one move, shocking everyone. What exactly is this beast? The hearts of many saint princes throbbed violently. Could it be a treasure that Lin Ling had obtained from the ancient tomb? No wonder Lin Ling was so confident. Sandstorm. Right at this moment, an icy cold voice resounded from not too far away. It was that short Holy Sun. He'd attacked Yumun Yun earlier, and now that the Holy Sun of the 6th Shaman Holy Land was dead, he knew that Lin Ling would come looking for him. Rumble. The ground turned into a desert, and a sandstorm soared into the sky. However, it wasn't directed at the giant red ape. Instead, it surged towards Lin Ling. Previously, he'd attacked Yumun Yun. At that time, he'd said that no matter how strong a beast was, it was useless if its master wasn't strong. This time, it was the same. He'd attacked Lin Ling. As long as Lin Ling died, the beast would have no master, and there was nothing to worry about. Lin Ling, be careful of that sandstorm. It can absorb a person's water. Yumun Yun shouted worriedly. However, Enuer smiled and patted her shoulder. She'd previously ventured into the ancient tomb with Lin Ling, so she knew that Lin Ling wasn't that weak. Rumble. The sandstorm enveloped Lin Ling, and like a giant beast in the sand, it instantly swallowed Lin Ling. Is he dead? Serves him right. This is the outcome of being arrogant. Many saints sneered. They naturally knew how terrifying the sandstorm was. At this moment, Lin Ling should have turned into a dried corpse. Rumble. At this moment, in the endless sandstorm, it was like a small world. Any water would be absorbed. Even blood and spiritual energy escaped from the sandstorm's absorption. It was extremely terrifying. This kind of power had reached the peak of martial arts. If placed in the rainforest's sacred ground, it could cause 90% of the experts to die. 80,000 small worlds awaken. In the sandstorm, Lin Ling shouted coldly. He could feel that his blood was about to burst out of his body. Therefore, he'd made the small worlds boil. Previously, when he'd defeated saints, he'd used 70,000 small worlds. After all, it was very difficult and slow to increase one's physical strength. However, if he increased his physical strength by 10,000 small worlds, the power would be incomparably powerful. Right now, Lin Ling was making 80,000 small worlds boil, awaken, and explode at the same time for the first time. The blood has stopped being absorbed. As expected, a strong physical body is the foundation of martial arts. No mysterious profoundness or innate emperor physique can affect the physical body. Then Lin Ling smiled faintly. A long time ago, he'd felt that a strong physical body was the foundation. Now, everything was proven. Explode! Explode! Then, Lin Ling's pupils constricted and he threw out a punch. Rumble! Countless grains of sand immediately swept over, wanting to devour Lin Ling's flesh and blood. However, the fist was extremely condensed. It was like a giant's fist, causing the sandstorm to tremble violently. Outside, everyone looked at the terrifying sandstorm. They were shocked by how heaven-defying this move was. However, at this moment, there was an explosion. The sandstorm exploded and sand fell like rain. A slender figure stepped out slowly, as if bathed in the sand rain. "You are the second one." His voice was cold and shocking. No one could believe what was happening in front of them. Lin Ling was fine? The short saint's pupils widened, and his body actually trembled. Although his sand-devouring profoundness was only at the first level, as long as the sandstorm enveloped the opponent, anyone would turn into a dried corpse. Right now, it was the first time he'd seen someone come out alive and explode his sandstorm. How did Lin Ling do it? "Among the saints, you're the first one to force me to use 80,000 small worlds." At the same time, Lin Ling appeared in front of him, his voice cold. Then, a terrifying punch blasted out. Puff, puff, puff. The air was torn apart, and lightning-like cracks appeared in the void. The power was too great, causing the short saint's pupils to constrict. He finally knew how Lin Ling exploded his sandstorm. It was the power of his physical body. The 6 great holy lands are not for you to be arrogant. Seeing how Lin Ling had decisively crushed the 2 stars of Saint with a thunderous momentum, Lei Zhuzi couldn't bear to watch any longer. She didn't believe that Lin Ling could be so arrogant as to annihilate an entire army. "Villain Lin Ling, today I represent the 6 great holy lands to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Lightning Rune Saint Light. Lei Zhuzi's devastatingly beautiful face was sacred, like a saintess from the 9 heavens descending to the mortal world. The seals she made with her hands were mysterious and complex, and there were constantly lightning snakes swimming out, causing the lightning spiritual energy in the sky to surge. The atmosphere became oppressive. How terrifying! Lei Zhuzi is even more powerful than Lei Zhuzi. Many saints gasped. Was that the profound meaning of thunder? Thunder, destructive and domineering, was one of the most terrifying powers in the world, and also the power that demons feared the most. No matter what kind of demon or demon, even if they had cultivated for many years and were about to transform into a human, they were still afraid of the heavenly thunder that came down from the heavens. This showed how terrifying the thunder was. "Look, the sky." Someone pointed at the sky. There, dark clouds were rolling, and there was a light condensed by lightning spiritual energy. Then, a destructive lightning beam smashed down like a heavenly punishment. This profound was like Lei Gong's anger. Chapter 980. Annihilation. Do you think you have the right to say that you are enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens? Lin Ling remained calm under everyone's gazes. His fist was still flying towards the saint. He wanted to kill the saint with one punch. "He's crazy." Everyone's heart trembled. Lin Ling didn't choose to run away when facing the lightning and holy light. Instead, he swore to kill the saint. It seemed like he would do whatever he said even if the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Boom! The lightning and holy light smashed down. Looking from afar, it seemed like a huge light pillar was shooting down from the heavens. However, it wasn't light but lightning. Lin Ling, it's time for you to die. The crowd muttered to themselves. They were shocked by Lin Ling's strength today. Is that all you've got? However, in the next moment, a cold voice came from the lightning pillar. Under countless gazes, a young man stood in the dazzling lightning pillar. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He stood there calmly and bathed in the lightning. His eyes were still as calm as before. There was no madness in them, only a terrifying stillness. Lin Ling was safe and sound when facing the lightning bead's strongest lightning attack. Many people's faces stiffened. What kind of defensive power is that? They didn't know that Lin Ling had tempered the Tai true body. Coupled with the righteous energy protecting his body, it would be difficult for even an expert in the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm to injure him, let alone an early stage Holy Spirit realm saint. What a terrifying physical body. The heart of the old man from the winged clan trembled. His strength has increased again. And Yuer and Yumun Yun were delighted. They knew that no matter where they were, the young man they liked would never be bullied by anyone. No matter how strong the storm was, the young man would cross it with big strides. His cultivation didn't increase, but how did his strength increase to such a terrifying level? The strength of his physical body is almost comparable to mine. Young barbarian King Fugitor's face turned ugly. He wanted to see how arrogant Lin Ling was, but he didn't expect that Lin Ling would be able to wipe out an army. A silhouette shot out from the pillar of lightning. It was as fast as lightning, and wherever it stepped, the earth cracked. It was extremely terrifying. It was Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling did not use any movement techniques, he could still move at the speed of a cannonball just by relying on his physical strength. Soon after, that slender figure appeared in front of Lei Zhuzi, causing Lei Zhuzi's heart to tremble violently. For the first time, she felt that this villain Lin Ling was so terrifying. You are enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens? Lin Ling faintly smiled. Not long ago he had defeated Bing Zhuzi, and this willful princess-like beauty had caused all the saints' sons to target him. Lei Zhuzi had also ordered people to join forces to harm him. Although these two women were beautiful, their hearts were too ugly. Lei Zhuzi's beautiful face turned ferocious. She pointed a finger, and a spear of thunder shot towards Lin Ling. But at such a close distance, Lin Ling could not block it. He took a step back, and his body was surrounded by lightning. Effective? Lei Zhuzi's eyes flashed with joy. Could her all-out attack hurt Lin Ling? How pitiful! Your all-out attack only made me take a step back. However, in the next moment, a voice knocked her down from heaven into the abyss, causing Lei Zhuzi's eyes to tremble. She thought her attack could hurt Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling would allow her to attack without any fear? This was a lofty suppression, a destruction. Lei Bingzhu, the existence of heavenly beauties, enjoying the adoration of tens of thousands of people. Once someone defeats you, your pride will be humiliated, and you will not be happy to kill others. Unfortunately, this world does not revolve around you. You are not the only ones, and you are not the so-called heavenly beauties. You are just martial artists. In this world, strength is everything. A disdainful voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Villain Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. Lei Zhuzi gritted her teeth. I'm a villain? You are a lofty heavenly beauty? Unfortunately, in my eyes, you are just an ant. You are petty and incompetent. You can only look up to me. Lin Ling took a step forward, and his eyes became even colder. Lei Zhuzi subconsciously took a step back. Although her mouth was powerful, in fact, she was indeed an ant. She could not be proud in front of Lin Ling, and she was not qualified to call Lin Ling an ant. She did not even have the strength and courage to face Lin Ling. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will pay them back 100 times. Lin Ling gently patted with his palm. It seemed calm, but it was surging with killing intent. Boom! Lei Zhuzi's body trembled under the force of his palm. Evil disciple Lin Ling, pushing a flower with his bare hands. Today, she finally understood what he meant. If her sister had lost to other powerful holy sons, such as Great Expanse Pupil, Young Barbarian King, Dark Killer King, and other holy sons, she wouldn't have dared to have any objections. However, both of them were unwilling to lose to Lin Ling. However, the actual situation was that Lin Ling was also an existence that couldn't be provoked. They were unwilling and wanted to frame Lin Ling, so only death awaited them. Boom. Lei Zhuzi, who was admired by countless people, turned into dust and was killed by a palm. The entire prairie was dead silent. From Lin Ling's shocking arrival to killing another 3 powerful holy princes, it had only been an incense stick's time. This thunderous momentum shocked the 6 great holy lands. My revenge is settled. It's your turn now. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling looked at the silent holy princes with an expressionless face. The holy princes were still silent. They all called Lin Ling a villain, which was also a disdainful title. But now Lin Ling showed them how fierce and domineering they were. Let's see who dared to speak. In this world, strength was respected. When Lin Ling was weak, others could casually call Lin Ling a villain. However, when Lin Ling's strength surpassed theirs, he was not a villain, but a frivolous king. Lin Ling's shocking arrival naturally shocked everyone who was not convinced. So handsome. Among the holy princes, some young girls looked at the arrogant and unruly youth in the distance, and their hearts jumped. After going through the previous suppression and sweeping through the crowd of heroes, Lin Ling had left a big shadow in their hearts. Young Barbarian King Fujitor. Ignoring the silent holy princes, Lin Ling's eyes moved as he spoke coldly. Lin Ling wants to fight the young Barbarian King? Many people were looking forward to it, but they were also nervous. At present, Lin Ling could already become a holy prince, a star of holy princes. However, the young Barbarian King was a top existence in the 6 shaman holy land, a king among the stars of holy princes. His shaman body was powerful and invincible. When the 2 stars of holy princes collided, no one knew who would be more powerful. The former ant's strength has increased. The young Barbarian King Fujitor shouted coldly. Even if Lin Ling did not call him, he would still attack Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling had made him suffer a great loss before, and his arm was even crippled. Of course, his shaman body was powerful, and his arm had recovered after consuming the treasures of heaven and earth in the old tomb. Overbearing Barbarian King Fist. Without saying anything, the young Barbarian King shot towards Lin Ling. His right fist became huge, and it was like a giant's fist. Rumble. The wind and clouds rose again before the fist was thrown, and an incomparably sharp physical strength erupted. Chapter 981. Only I am supreme. What a tyrannical punch. The eyes of the 2 alien powerhouses flickered. They hadn't attacked before because there were a few people among this group of saints that they were afraid of, and the young Barbarian King was one of them. Let's see whose body is more powerful. Lin Ling also took a step forward and shot out like a shooting star. Bang! The 2 big fists collided in midair, and the world was awed. The figures of the 2 kings were deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. Yes, this was the battle of the kings among the saints. The next moment, Lin Ling's body flew out and smashed into the distance like a cannonball. Lin Ling seemed to be at a disadvantage in the first confrontation. Ha, villain Lin Ling! Your strength is only SOS. The young Barbarian King Fujitor's frivolous laughter came from midair. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his body became a lot sturdier. It seemed as if he had transformed into an ancient barbarian tiger. Boundless blood and chi radiance formed ripples and bloomed on his body. Barbarian King bloodline. Some of the saints narrowed their eyes. They knew that the young Barbarian King's bloodline was extraordinary. It could awaken his bloodline and enhance his cultivation greatly. He could easily crush the saints of the intermediate stage of the Holy Spirit realm. But now, the young Barbarian King had awakened his bloodline. Apparently, Lin Ling had made him pay attention to him. You're just an ant. I've only used 70% of my Barbarian King bloodline, and my strength has reached 70 million pounds. You're not qualified to fight me with your body. The young Barbarian King Fujitor's figure shot toward Lin Ling. He was full of confidence. He had seen that Lin Ling's body was very strong in the previous battle. It was almost comparable to his. Therefore, he had used his bloodline power to reach a new critical point and transformed into an ancient barbarian king. He believed that Lin Ling wouldn't be his opponent if he used his full strength. It's just a warm-up. Why are you so happy? A figure also jumped up from the ground. His surging aura bloomed, and the fiery light was dazzling. Then, he turned into a shooting star and shot toward the young barbarian king. Warm-up. Many saints gasped. Lin Ling had a limit? He was just warming up in such a terrifying battle. Boom, boom. In mid-air, a terrifying battle broke out. It was like a battle between the north and the south. Although it was a physical confrontation, the power was incomparably terrifying. It could easily suppress ordinary martial arts. Moreover, the two silhouettes were extremely fast, making it impossible for others to catch sight of them. In the blink of an eye, they fought from the sky to the ground, leaving thousands of holes in the earth. The young barbarian king is so powerful, but Lin Ling is even more abnormal. When did he grow to this stage? Moreover, Lin Ling is getting fiercer and fiercer as he fights. It's as if he doesn't get tired at all. Many people were trembling with fear as they watched the battle between the kings that shook the heavens and the earth. After this battle, Lin Ling had changed their view of him once again. He had made Lin Ling the first saint of the Rainforest Holy Land. He was someone they had to look up to. How could this be? Ma Yubai's face was pale as if he had been slapped by someone. Previously, he had reprimanded Lin Ling for being too frivolous and told Lin Ling to get lost. That was because he was the first saint of the Bodhi Holy Palace. But now, Lin Ling's strength wasn't any weaker than his. Did he have the right to reprimand Lin Ling? Senior brother Ma, what else do you have to say now? Yang Gan's voice drifted over from afar. It was full of ridicule. Ma Yubai clenched his teeth, but he had nothing to say. His previous high and mighty attitude was just his own wishful thinking. Bastard! At this moment, in the sky, the young barbarian King Fugitor's face became more and more unsightly. He had thought that he could crush Lin Ling by unleashing his bloodline power. But who knew that Lin Ling was suppressing him as if he didn't get tired at all? His bloodline power had started to decline. Although he wouldn't be defeated by Lin Ling in the short term, it would be difficult for him to counterattack Lin Ling. One must know that he was the young barbarian king, the first saint of the 6 Shaman Holy Land. But he was being suppressed and beaten. This was a complete loss of face. He doesn't seem to be able to hurt the young barbarian king. But he'll lose if he exhausts his strength with such crazy attacks. But I can see that he doesn't seem to be tired at all. Maybe he swallowed some rare heavenly treasure in the old tomb. Great Expanse pupil and a saint in a black robe beside him said. Both of them were the first saint of the 6 Shaman Holy Land, so their vision was naturally beyond ordinary people. They noticed that Lin Ling was suppressing the young barbarian king, but the more he fought, the more ferocious he became. On the other hand, the young barbarian king's momentum was gradually losing ground. No, he's going to break through. Finally, Great Expanse pupils condensed. The spirit chi emitted by Lin Ling was very dense, but it seemed that he needed to digest it. So, he was digesting it through battle. This lunatic. The black-robed saint sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling didn't go all out in the battle with the first saint. Instead, he used the saint to break through. If Lin Ling reached the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm, wouldn't he be able to crush all the saints? Breakthrough. Young barbarian King Fujitor gradually became aware of Lin Ling's intention. He couldn't help but roar, "Lin Ling, don't go too far. The purpose of your existence is to help me digest the extra spirit chi in my body. Otherwise, do you think you can fight until now?" Lin Ling's ice-cold voice resounded. He had swallowed a large amount of heavenly treasures before. So, he needed to digest and refine them. Now, it was the crucial moment for him to break through. This boy is very smart. The complexions of the two foreign races experts slightly changed. That youth was very scheming. His goal wasn't the young barbarian king, but to prepare for the next battle. The young barbarian king was only his stepping stone. You're using me as a whetstone? Young barbarian King Fugitor's heart was filled with anger as he was watched by countless gazes. He had never been humiliated like this since he was a child. 80 million points of strength, the strength to uproot mountains and rivers, the barbarian king's 8 desolation fist. The young barbarian king's bloodline power was stimulated. His fist could dominate mountains and rivers. His fist could destroy any martial profoundness. He was obviously enraged. So, he was going to risk everything to kill Lin Ling. Rumble. The dreadful fist gushed out like a storm. It wasn't a mysterious and profound martial art. It was just strength. It was strength that could subdue intelligence. It was said that when one's physical strength reached the pinnacle, one's fist could create a world. One palm could create a big world. It was rumored that this world was created by the most ancient martial artists with their fists. The storm-like fist rumbled out. The world was full of fists. Some of the weaker holy sons spat out blood and retreated. It was too dreadful. They couldn't block it just by relying on its aura. It was the aura of a barbarian king. 80 million points of strength? At the same time, Lin Ling's eyes shone with a sharp light. On the surface of his body, a red glazed light bloomed. 100,000 small worlds were awakened at the same time. It should be known that in the previous battles, he had used 70,000 small worlds to fight 80,000 small worlds. Now, he was using 100,000. Rumble. Lin Ling's long hair fluttered without wind. An ancient and eternal aura gushed out. It was as if an ancient god's shadow was standing proudly in the world. He gently raised his right hand. He didn't use any martial art. He just shot out an ordinary palm. Puff, 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 puff. The air exploded in a large area. 100 million points of strength pressed down like dozens of mountains. What? Young barbarian King Fugitor was shocked. His barbarian king aura was suppressed to the point that he couldn't move. Lin Ling in his line of sight seemed to have turned into an ancient demon god. He shot out a palm. Wind and thunder were vast and mighty. That's 100 million points of strength. How can a human body cultivate 100 million points of strength? At the same time, the top holy sons of the Great Development pupils sucked in a cold breath. Chapter 982. So terrifying. All the saints forgot to breathe as they looked at the king's terrifying palm. It seemed as if his palm was covering the sky. Ding-ping. A rumbling sound resounded in the prairie. Those barbarian king's giant fists in the sky were blasted apart by the palm. The void shook, and the power intertwined. It seemed as if the most primitive battle of giants was taking place. The sound of bones breaking was heard as a figure was sent flying backwards at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. The mountains were broken, and the earth was split open wherever he went. It seemed as if he had been slapped by a deity. He was blasted hundreds of thousands of miles away and disappeared from everyone's sight. That man was the young barbarian king. He had blasted him to the end of the world with a single palm. That palm was so terrifying. No one knew whether the young barbarian king was still alive. However, everyone was looking at Lin Ling with shock in their hearts. Lin Ling had suppressed the young barbarian king a while ago. Everyone had thought that they were evenly matched. However, no one had expected that Lin Ling was only playing with the young barbarian king. The young barbarian king was like a piece of paper when Lin Ling was serious. Everything was just as Lin Ling had said. How could the young barbarian king, Fugitor, fight until now if he was serious? Lin Ling didn't pay attention to everyone's thoughts. He sat down cross-legged. He had broken through again. The saints felt even more upset as they looked at Lin Ling. He was already so terrifying at the initial stage of the Holy Spirit realm. How terrifying would he be if he reached the intermediate stage? Unfortunately, no one dared to disturb Lin Ling after the previous shocking battle. So powerful! And Yuer and Yumun Yun hurried to Lin Ling's side to protect Lin Ling. They were excited as they looked at the young man whose eyelashes were slightly trembling. However, his cultivation was rising unceasingly. They hadn't expected that Lin Ling's strength would be so dreadful. For a moment, the prairie quieted down. Everyone's attention once again fell on Mt. Dingjun. Over there, the ancient mountain slowly cracked open, and thick spiritual water gushed out. More and more spiritual water gushed out, and many saint children hurriedly caught it. This spiritual water was very valuable. Yuman Yun also collected a lot of spirit water. She was excited, and she was looking forward to the most precious treasure. Dingjun finally, Dingjun Yun finally, Endless Fantasy, the river jade pearl was unearthed. It was like the king of heavenly treasures. The moment the mysterious bead was unearthed, countless heavenly treasures also gushed out. It was as if anything could become a heavenly treasure together with the river diagram jade bead. River jade. The eyes the barbarian king, mine is. The demon Eunice, Nen as. The sky and the earth were separated, and the attack appeared in front of the Yen clan cultivator. His pupils constricted. A profound martial art that could cross the void? Martial it level martial, level. But soon, that expert laughed coldly. He reached out with his demonic claw and crushed the void attack. At the same time, the experts of the winged race were also fighting against the great development pupil. Light rays intersected, and the essence of the sun and moon circulated. Those top experts clashed one after another in order to obtain the river diagram jade beads. As for the other saints, they were not qualified to get close. They could only watch from afar. That was the battlefield of kings, and it was not something they could get close to. Not good, many outsiders are coming. At this time, a saint's son said in a panic. In the distance, a large number of foreign race experts had arrived. They had no choice but to fight. A chaotic battle broke out between heaven and earth. Big sister you go fight for the Jade River diagram beads. I'll protect Lin Ling. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Yuman Yun said with a frown. The Jade River chart bead was a precious treasure. Whether it was for Lin Ling or for herself, this risk was worth taking. Not to mention that a martial artist's life was filled with danger and opportunity. So, in order to become stronger, danger had to be faced. All right. And Yuer nodded and shot into the sky. Soon, she was engaged in a battle with a Yen race great sovereign. There were 4 Yen race great sovereigns and 5 Wing race great primordial yang experts here. Their strength was sky-high, and they were all at the middle stage of the Saint Spirit realm. Hee, outsider girl, hand over that young man obediently. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life. At this time, a great monarch from the Yen clan shot over. He was more than 3 meters tall, and there were a lot of iron rings hanging from his body. There was even a fist-sized pendant hanging from his ears. His style of dress was very different from everyone else's. This person was not weak in the Yen race. He was also a great sovereign. Previously, he had seen from afar that Lin Ling's strength was not to be underestimated among the saints. So, when Lin Ling was breaking through, he wanted to kill Lin Ling. For the Yen race, all the treasures unearthed from Mt. Dingjun belonged to them. No one was allowed to touch them. Come out. Yuman Yun sat down cross-legged, and an emerald jade zither appeared. Then, a pleasant sound of the zither drifted out. It was as if a door to a foreign land had been opened, and 2 huge figures slowly walked out of the void. One was the ice-fire demon rhinoceros, and the other was the 9-headed demon featherbird. Both of them were ferocious beasts. You look weak and powerless, but you can summon such ferocious beasts. You are truly a terrifying existence. The Yen race great sovereign's face turned cold. With a wave of his hand, more Yen race cultivators flew over. Lin Ling's side was filled with killing intent. The outsiders obviously wanted to kill Lin Ling. Should we help them? Lin Ling is at the critical moment of his breakthrough. If Lin Ling dies, the 6 holy lands will lose a powerful saint, and we will be at a disadvantage in the battle against the outsiders. Many of the saint children started to discuss spiritedly. A great treasure had been unearthed on Mt. Dingjun, and they also wanted a share of the profits. However, the mutated races would stop them. Therefore, although they weren't familiar with Lin Ling, they were still in the same boat at the moment. Inyang Killer King, go help Lin Ling. Dian Tong pondered for a moment and shouted. He was smarter and knew that Lin Ling was an indispensable battle force. Hee in your dreams. However, the other saint star was stopped by the Wing race's primordial young bastard. Dian Tong roared with indignation. Lin Ling, let me help you. On the Bodhi Saint Palace's side, a large number of saints shot towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling had helped them before and was their leader. At this moment, they definitely wouldn't let Lin Ling get hurt. Protect Lin Ling. Fight. With Yang Gan and Shi Yue as the leaders, they were the first to arrive. This made the blood of the Bodhi Saint Palace's saints boil. Fight. Just an early-stage Saint Spirit Realm cultivator, kill. The Yen race's Grand Elder's eyes flickered. He didn't expect that this young man, Lin Ling, who had angered everyone a moment ago, would be supported by the saints like a king. However, these saints weren't peak saints, so he could still kill them. Demonic clouds ripple. He waved his hands, and the demonic clouds in the sky rumbled. The day of the luminous sun tribulation appeared, and the demonic clouds surged into his body, increasing his strength crazily. The Bodhi Saint Palace's saints felt like their souls were being sucked away, and their faces turned pale. Don't breathe, those clouds are strange. Yu Mengyun shouted coldly. She also knew that if this continued, Lin Ling would definitely have a hard time breaking through. Therefore, her beautiful eyes finally revealed a determined look. Her hands moved rapidly, and an ancient door quietly appeared behind her. Demonic chi rolled out, and a pair of eyes seemed to be looking at the world. Chapter 983. Transforming into a Demon. The Art of Transforming into a Demon. Yuman Yun's voice turned bone-chilling. Her slender body floated up, and a white snake slithered out of the ancient door and swallowed her. Cultivating a demonic art and transforming into a demon. This woman has gone crazy in order to become stronger. The strange race person's eyes narrowed. In the ancient times, there were demons who devoured the essence of the sun and moon to transform into humans. However, there were also martial artists who pursued the terrifying talent of demons and cultivated demonic arts to transform into demons. However, humans and demons were different from each other. How could one easily transform into another? Therefore, cultivating demonic arts and transforming into a demon definitely had a terrifying price to pay. Sister Mengyun. En Yuer's beautiful eyes narrowed, and her heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. She had long known that Yu Yun had cultivated demonic arts, and she had tried to stop her. However, Yu Yun had told her that in order to be with that young man, in order to protect him, so what if she transformed into a demon? Today, Yu Yun had finally used that forbidden art. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook, and the ancient white snake slithered out slowly, intimidating the world. This snake was extremely holy and beautiful. Its white scales seemed to be untainted by the dust of the world. There was a faint bulge on the snake's head, as if it was about to grow horns. A pair of eerie green eyes looked down at the saints. The strange race people and the saints stopped fighting. Clearly, they did not expect that there was a hidden super king of saints here. The battle gradually became more and more intense. The Yen clan people roared. They were determined not to let the saints obtain their treasures, and the saints had no way out. They could only fight with all their might. The two sides were evenly matched. Puff, puff, puff. At this moment, the huge white snake swept its tail, and a large number of Yen clan people died. The experts in the early stage of the Saint Spirit realm could not block the tail of the white snake. What a terrifying beast! What kind of snake is it? A mere one tail actually has the power of the profound meaning of the martial way. The Yen Great Venerable said, his voice trembling with fear. Currently, there were several people on the Saint Sun's side that weren't weak. There was a Saint Sun with 3 eyes, a Saint Sun who could control yin and yang, a black-clothed girl who wielded a sword, a girl who could transform into a white snake with her soul force, and a giant ape. These people were all extremely difficult to deal with. In addition, there was also that holy son Lin Ling who was breaking through. If he succeeded, the Yen clan's momentum would be greatly weakened. The Yen race great monarch clashed with the white snake in an attempt to stop Lin Ling from breaking through. However, the white snake's eyes were constantly emitting sound waves that were extremely powerful. It made it difficult for him to get close to Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was also aware of the changes happening outside, and he was a little anxious. Inside his dantian, the Saint Arena was madly condensing spiritual energy. He had already swallowed a large amount of heavenly treasures before this, so he didn't lack any of them. As for his foundation, he didn't lack any profound martial arts, so he didn't lack any of them. What he lacked was that short period of time. Hurry up, hurry up, Lin Ling shouted anxiously in his heart. A very powerful fierce beast, but it seems like you can't control it. Turning into a demon, how can it be so easy to transform into a demon? At this time, the Yen race great monarch noticed that the terrifying white snake's aura was weakening. Boundless magic. Rolling dark clouds rolled over, turning into a giant devil cloud palm that slammed heavily onto the mountain-like white snake. The white snake's head shook, and blood flowed out from the corner of its mouth. However, its eyes were still fixed on the young man on the ground, as if it would never retreat. Then, it slithered over and coiled its body around the young man on the ground to protect him. Do you think he can reverse the situation just because he broke through? Too bad, your hard work is going to be in vain. If he dies, you will die too. The Yen race great monarch waved his hands, and an even larger devil cloud rolled over, covering heaven and earth. The martial Tao they cultivated was somewhat different. It wasn't the profound meaning of martial arts, but it was the power to control heaven and earth. It was similar to the profound meaning of martial arts. The devil cloud surged out, turning into a demon with 2 horns on its head. It looked like a demon, but also like a bull. Then, the giant demon opened its mouth and roared, causing a violent wind to sweep across the sky. Puff, puff, puff. Many saints spat out blood, their faces pale. What a terrifying devil wind. On the ground, the giant white snake trembled. The white scales on its holy and beautiful snake body began to fall off, but it still stubbornly raised its head and looked at the demon in the sky. If it stayed far away, it wouldn't be injured, but it didn't retreat. Sister Mengyun. And you? Shouted anxiously, but she was still stopped by the alien race experts. Die! The Yen race great monarch roared again, causing the demon in the sky to grow even larger. Its aura was enough to turn all living beings into ashes. The great monarch's strength is too strong. Other than the top saints, no one can stop them. The Yen Tong's eyes were extremely ugly. If this continued, their saints would return empty-handed today. One had to know that the ancient tomb was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed it, they would miss the heavenly fall era. Right now, the Water Moon Holy Land girl had to protect Lin Ling. She would definitely be injured, or even die. After she died, Lin Ling would fail to break through and also die. Without Lin Ling and the girl, they wouldn't be a match for the outsiders. Sister Mengyun quickly dodged. The endless demonic wind blew against the white snake, causing Yu to shout continuously. All the saints were shocked by the pure white snake. The white snake was so determined. If there was a woman who would treat him like this and stay by his side in life and death, what regrets would he have in life? Finally, the white snake became lifeless and its light dimmed. In the air, a figure drifted down like a kite. Her beautiful face and her slender figure inexplicably made many of the saints' hearts ache. In the end, Yun failed to block the attack of the Yen race's great monarch. Her demon transformation was over. What a powerful beast. Unfortunately, you can't control it. You can be a good human, but you want to be a demon. Then you will die here. All the outsiders sneered. They seemed to have seen the hope of victory. However, at this moment, the ground exploded and an enormous aura soared into the sky, causing the clouds in the sky to split apart. Then, a figure shot into the sky like a shooting star and picked up the beautiful figure that was falling like a leaf. He slowly floated down. Yun slowly opened her eyes. A familiar face appeared in front of her, making her heart tremble. Lin Ling had awakened. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you. Yun said softly with guilt in her heart. Her pale face made Lin Ling's heart ache. In fact, he didn't expect what happened before. He also didn't expect Yun to cultivate the demon cultivation technique and turn herself into a demon. I wanted to become stronger, So I begged Master to let me learn forbidden arts. From then on, I became a demon. Lin Ling, to be able to help you once, Meng Yun will be satisfied for the rest of her life. I will leave you. Yuman Yun looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes. In order to become stronger, she already had the bloodline of a demon. So what if you are a demon or a human? In my heart, you are the princess of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom who helped me. You are the wife whose marriage was broken by me in front of thousands of people. I held your hand and walked down the stage step by step. Today was the company's annual meeting. There were many things at the end of the year. However, he won a microwave oven from the lucky draw. Chapter 984. He was enraged for a beauty. Lin Ling gently shook his head. His eyes were clear and pure, and he didn't care about the difference between a demon and a human. In order to prove his point, he slowly lowered his head and kissed her gently. Yu Mingyun's body trembled, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears of excitement and gratitude. Lin Ling didn't despise her. At this moment, thousands of eyes fell on the two figures floating down from the sky. This scene was very beautiful. Under the rolling dark clouds, it seemed like the most beautiful scene. Next, it's my turn to protect you. Yes. Finally, a firm voice drifted out in this world, causing the entire battlefield to become even more silent. Bang! Lin Ling finally stood on the ground. He was like a giant. The moment his feet touched the ground, the whole earth shook. It was a shocking scene. Lin Ling, wake up. Yes. Countless chosen looked at the handsome young man in the blue and white robe and muttered to themselves. They didn't know why, but the current Lin Ling gave them an indescribable feeling. It was as if his appearance was to decide this battle. In this battle, kings had gathered. But in the end, who would be the king? Come back. Yes. A cold voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. In the distance, Enyuer nodded heavily. Her heart was filled with excitement. At the moment of life and death, the man in their hearts had finally succeeded in breaking through. I stopped you. Do you think you can leave just because you want to? Yes. In front of Enyuer, a Yen clan supreme elder sneered. His mission was to hold back Enyuer and even find an opportunity to kill her. But now Enyuer wanted to leave. Was it possible? Bastard. Yes. Enyuer coldly shouted. Previously, it was this supreme elder who stopped her, causing her to be unable to help Yuman Yun. Sword piercing the clouds. Yes. At this moment, a sword came from the horizon. It swept up a strong wind and slashed towards the supreme elder from the Yen clan. This sword was undeniably upright and full of righteousness. This sword contained billions of bursts of power and cut through the sky. Boom! The supreme elder from the Yen clan narrowed his eyes. There was only one thought in his mind. So fast! In the next moment, his head was separated from his body, and the demonic clouds dispersed. He had killed a great sovereign with a single sword strike. The entire battlefield was dead silent. Before this, the battle between the foreign race's great monarchs and the Holy Sun's stars had been evenly matched. None of the top Holy Suns or great monarchs had died. But now, the first king had died. A great monarch from the Yen clan had been killed by a single sword strike. Lin Ling had broken through. What realm had his strength reached? The crowd was shocked. At the same time, Enyuer was able to free herself and flew towards Lin Ling. She was excited because she never thought that Lin Ling's strength would increase so much. Little did she know that Lin Ling hadn't even used his full strength when fighting the young barbarian King Fujitor, not to mention now that he had broken through to the mid-stage Holy Spirit realm. His holy foundations had become more stable, and his physical body had become stronger. The Tai True physique had allowed him to transform into a fiend god physique. To Lin Ling, the increase in his cultivation realm was an increase in all aspects. His battle prowess had increased by a full 3 times. Look after Meng Yun. Lin Ling's eyes were incomparably cold as he handed Yuman Yun over to Enyuer. He then looked at the battlefield and said, "Are you guys stupid?" Stupid? Everyone's expression changed slightly. What did Lin Ling mean by that? Did he say they were stupid? No, he was talking about the foreign race's members. All the battles stopped, and those great monarchs and great primal young experts looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had killed a great monarch earlier, but they could see that Lin Ling had taken the great monarch by surprise. Therefore, they were surprised by Lin Ling's strength, but they weren't afraid. "I don't know, how are we stupid?" An old man from the winged race said indifferently. This person was a great primal young expert, and his strength was at the peak of the mid-stage Holy Spirit realm. "I've said that anyone who dares to touch my loved ones has touched my reverse scale. Didn't you see that I killed the Saint Prince earlier?" On the ground, Lin Ling's eyes were incomparably cold. He was furious. Yuman Yun had turned into a demon for him. He didn't know how to cultivate a demon, but he knew that it wasn't easy. Therefore, he was angry and guilty at the same time. "You're saying that we touched your woman, which is tantamount to touching your reverse scale?" The great primal young expert from the winged race said indifferently with a mocking smile. "So what? I still don't understand why we're stupid." "Because we'll die if we touch her." Lin Ling said word by word, and a sharp killing intent appeared on his handsome face. "Hi? I admit that you're strong, but you're not strong enough to kill us." The great primal young expert from the winged race sneered. The other great monarchs also laughed disdainfully. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say much. Instead, he looked at De Yen Tong and the others and said, "Leave the battlefield." What? De Yen Tong and the other great monarchs' faces changed slightly. Lin Ling wanted them to leave the battlefield? But the young man in black, Lai Qing, who was holding a sword, said indifferently, "Because you're too weak. It's embarrassing to waste so much time in such a battle. Moreover, you're disturbing me." Lin Ling said indifferently. They were too weak? Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to kill all the foreign races by himself? The hearts of all the great monarchs trembled violently. Lin Ling was even crazier than they had imagined. After all, they had seen how strong De Yen Tong and the others were when facing the foreign race's great monarchs. Lin Ling was also a great monarch, and he was at most slightly stronger than young barbarian king. It was crazy for him to want to kill all the foreign races by himself. "You're kidding, right?" Yin Yang Killer King couldn't help but say. "Get lost." Lin Ling's eyes became even colder. An unquestionable majesty bloomed from his body, and intense anger and killing intent rippled from his body. He was enraged for a beauty. Yuman Yun was the princess of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. She had helped Lin Ling many times. When the royal clan of the Cloud Sea forced the marriage, Yuman Yun was sacrificed. Her innocent eyes deeply shocked Lin Ling's heart. At that time, he had said that he would protect her forever. Today, Yuman Yun was injured because of him. Lin Ling, how could Lin Ling suppress his anger? Even if he had to become a demon, even if he had to go to hell, he would still fight. "If you don't get lost, you will die too." Lin Ling's long hair fluttered wildly as he stared coldly at the Saint Monarchs. "You!" All the Saint Monarchs' eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was so arrogant. He actually shouted at them and asked them to get lost. If they didn't, he would kill them. "All right, your battlefield. Let us see who is the king in the ancient tomb." The great expansion eyes looked deeply at Lin Ling. He took a step back and returned to the ground. He wanted to see if Lin Ling could become the king in the end and seize the river map Jade Pearl. "You are the first person who dared to shout at me. I hope you won't disappoint me." The black-robed young lady, Lai Qing, who was as cold as a sword, also retreated. But everyone retreated. Lin Ling's footsteps echoed. He walked forward step by step and faced a large number of experts from the foreign races. "You are alone?" Everyone from the foreign races looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was only at the middle stage of the Saint Spirit realm. Many of them were at the middle stage of the Saint Spirit realm. If it was a one-on-one battle, they might be afraid of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was alone. Where did his confidence come from? Chapter 985. Who is the king? You will be the last one to die. Lin Ling ignored the gazes of the aliens and looked coldly at the Yen clan's great venerate, who was attacking Yuman Yun. The great venerate was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling had actually decided who would die first and who would die last. This was even more impossible because a battle between experts was ever-changing. Unless one had the power to control everything, Who could be sure of who would die first? Demonic cloud, come out. The Yen clan's great venerate roared. Demonic clouds rolled in the sky, and the terrifying demon with 2 horns appeared again. The Yen clan's great venerate sneered. Puny alien, when we were cultivating, you were still drinking milk. Puff, puff, puff. At this moment, the void was cut open, and a sword slashed out. One sword breaks all techniques. Righteous energy bloomed with divine light, and the second level of the profound meaning erupted. The sword slashed out, breaking all techniques. Rumble. In the sky, the demon was split into 2, and the demonic clouds were also separated. I'm still drinking milk? Lin Ling's disdainful voice was filled with anger as it floated out of his mouth. One sword slash was enough to break the great venerate's proudest technique. All of the saints widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. His sword is actually so terrifying. The Yen clan and the Winged clan's experts narrowed their eyes. When they saw Lin Ling defeat the young barbarian king with his physical body, they thought that Lin Ling only had a strong physical body, but who knew that Lin Ling's sword was even more terrifying? With a strong physical body and a profound meaning world, he was the most perfect genius. Kill. Although the 2 clans were enemies, they were united against the enemy. They ordered their clansmen to kill Lin Ling to see if Lin Ling had the strength to be so arrogant. A large number of experts rushed toward Lin Ling, causing the sky to change color. The saints in the distance narrowed their eyes. Previously, they fought separately with the aliens, so they didn't know how terrifying they were. However, now that all the aliens had gathered together, they finally saw how many people there were and how powerful their aura was. As for Lin Ling, he would face them alone. Abyss Mud Body, I've caught him. Everyone, kill him to your heart's content. Nothing more than an insignificant junior, yet he dares to look down on us. The 2 foreign races were clearly enraged because Lin Ling was looking down on them. One of the Wings race's great Yuan Yang realm cultivator disappeared mysteriously and reappeared under Lin Ling's feet. Mud appeared and wrapped around Lin Ling. What a strange method. The holy disciple's eyes narrowed. In this way, Lin Ling seemed to be in danger. Didn't you see how strong I was during my battle with the saint? However, under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling stood firmly on the ground like a mountain, like an immovable wisdom king. So what if you're strong? My Abyss Mud Body's strongest ability is to absorb energy. Brat, you're about to die. A cold voice came from the mud beneath his feet. Lin Ling's entire body was covered in mud, but he slowly raised his foot. 100 million points of strength gathered together, and he stomped heavily on the ground. Uproot mountains and rivers. Boom! 100,000 small worlds exploded at the same time, like a meteor crashing down from the sky. Boom! The ground shook heavily, and with Lin Ling as the center, cracks appeared as a large area exploded. The Wings race's great Yuan Yang realm cultivator was sent flying. His eyes were filled with shock. What a terrifying strength. Bind me. Boom! Lin Ling's eyes looked at the Wings race's great Yuan Yang realm cultivator in midair. He shot over and punched out. Boom! The sky seemed to blossom with mud as the Wings race's great Yuan Yang realm cultivator was killed by a single punch. Damn, Junior! Boom! The Wings race's martial artists were enraged. Another Saint Spirit Realm middle stage expert had died in the hands of this youth. Myriad flying dance. Boom! Wings grew out of the Wings race's martial artists' backs, and they flew up like locusts. They wrapped around Lin Ling and formed a huge ball in midair. It was a ghastly sight. Get lost. Boom! However, at this moment, a shocking shout rang out, and a terrifying strength burst out. It was as if a peerless demon god had been trapped in the ball. At this moment, it broke free, and a large number of Wings race's martial artists were smashed into pieces. This defensive power is too terrifying. Lin Ling didn't even use his full strength in the battle with the young barbarian king. De Yen Tong and the other top Saint Sons gasped. Hundreds of Saint Spirit Realm experts had trapped Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had burst out with the strength of his corporeal body. He was like a giant that had broken free, and he killed them all by himself. sword piercing the clouds. Boom! After breaking free from the Wings race's martial artists' encirclement, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. The two alien races were furious. They thought that Lin Ling had humiliated them, but they didn't know that Lin Ling was even more furious at this moment. Boom! With a slash of his sword, it cut through the sky. Any Saint Spirit Realm early-stage martial arts were broken. Swish! A rain of blood fell from the sky. It was colorful and shocking. Who is the king? The hearts of the saint's sons in the distance trembled fiercely. It was difficult for them to fight a single alien, but Lin Ling had killed more than half of them by himself. Everyone move out. We must kill him and complete Lord's great cause. The alien race's great venerables and Yuan Yang's faces were incomparably ugly. It turned out that Lin Ling was the most terrifying existence among the saint's sons. He had single-handedly decided the battlefield. Kill! Kill! The entire sky was filled with alien race martial artists, and a large number of them were coming from afar. Lin Ling stood in the air, his long hair dancing wildly. A cold light flashed in his sword. His eyes quietly became strange, and an ancient aura spread out. Boundless demon eye. Kill! A mysterious and sharp eye appeared, looking down at the world and looking at the common people. Bang bang bang. A large number of alien race martial artists exploded under this eye. Only a few of the stronger ones were lucky enough to avoid the terrifying soul power attack. Hundreds of people killed in one move. His soul power is stronger than I thought. Yuan Tong sucked in a breath of cold air. Only now did he know that his Yuan Tong was far inferior to Lin Ling's soul power. The difference was that Lin Ling did not know how to use soul power attacks. He only crudely used soul power to destroy a large area. If Lin Ling knew how to use soul power attacks, who knew what kind of limits he would reach? What? The alien race's great venerables and Yuan Yang also felt fear this time. They had never seen such a terrifying method. With just a glance, hundreds of experts were killed. Moreover, those experts were Saint Spirit Realm experts. What kind of eye was that? Could it be the Great Emperor's eye? This kid is too strong. Looks like we have to move out. Let's join hands. In the end, the alien race's great venerables and Yuan Yang exchanged a glance, and their eyes became even colder. If this continued, the river diagram Jade Pearl would be taken by Lin Ling. More Wings race people, come out. Yen race people, come out. Rumble. Beneath the heavens and earth, a massive number of powerhouses appeared, as if they had turned out in full force. This allowed the Holy Sons to finally realize that in the previous war, the foreign race martial artists hadn't mobilized their full strength because they had caused the foreign races to be too afraid of them. But now Lin Ling alone had caused them to all move out. Kid, you killed so many of our people. Prepare to suffer the wrath of our Yen race. Angry voices came from the sky. The rolling aura gathered and turned into demonic clouds, shaking people's hearts. Rumble. The earth was already full of holes, but at this moment, the aura shook the earth dragon, as if it was the end of the world. What a terrifying aura. Chapter 986. Level 3 Fire Profound, Yen Emperor's Fist, Lin Ling, you can do it. Suddenly, a holy sun shouted excitedly. Currently, Lin Ling was blocking all the strange races by himself, as if he was the king of the holy sons. You can do it, Lin Ling. After that holy sun, all the other holy sons cheered loudly. Perhaps they knew that if Lin Ling died, they would definitely not be able to stop the strange races. On Lin Ling's side, his aura was also majestic. Everyone looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at their king. As for Lin Ling, they were already convinced. The first holy son of the 6 holy lands. Don't die. The Yen Tong also said softly. As the first holy son of the holy lands, he was also convinced. They are all supporting Lin Ling. And Yuer was shocked. One must know that the holy sons were the top geniuses of the holy lands. They had always been proud and arrogant. No one had ever been able to make them bow down. But now there was one, and not one, but all of them. Even if Lin Ling was defeated today, he would still receive endless glory. Lin Ling, you can do it. Inexplicably, and Yuer felt a sense of bliss. That was her man. However, Lin Ling did not care about the voices behind him. He looked coldly ahead. Were the strange races angry? But no one knew that he was even angrier than the strange races. He had already said that his family was his everything. They were his reverse scale. If anyone dared to offend them, even if it was the Nine Heavens Divine King, he would still dare to fight. The Fire Ancient Clan, Old Man Xiao Yu, and the others were the most important things in Lin Ling's heart. I'm even angrier than you. Let me show you the flames of my anger. A low and hoarse voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. The world began to heat up. Flames erupted from Lin Ling's body, shooting up into the sky and sweeping through the clouds. Boom! The most primordial fire of heaven and earth had appeared. This kind of fire was ever-changing. It was like a flower with all kinds of colors, but it was incomparably hot, even hotter than the blazing sun. Level 3 Profound of Fire. Among the countless saint children, the black-robed girl Ai Qing's beautiful eyes narrowed. She also had a third-level profound, so she knew how powerful it was. The most frightening thing was that she could feel that Lin Ling's profound was more skillful and tyrannical than hers. What? This kid actually knows the Tao of Fire. The eyes of the great paragon and De Yuanyang narrowed. The young man had already disappeared, but the terrifying flames gave them a sense of dread. Fire was too ferocious. Rumble. At the same time, the flames rolled and intertwined like countless fire dragons. Gradually, a human figure quietly appeared in the flames. This person was like a giant that could hold up the sky. He was holy and dignified, and his hair stood on end. His eyes were filled with dignity as he looked at the world. Flame Emperor. This Flame Emperor came from an ancient treasure, the Flame Emperor octagonal stone. It was the profound meaning of fire that was comprehended from it. Flame Emperor's fist, flaming sun. The gigantic Flame Emperor shouted coldly. His flaming hair shot up into the sky with endless majesty. A flaming fist blasted towards the countless strange races in front of him. The flames exploded and the sky turned into a sea of fire. One had to know that the Flame Emperor octagonal stone came from the most ancient flame region. It allowed Lin Ling's comprehension of fire to reach a new level. The Flame Emperor's fist was even more terrifying than the 10-directional world lotus. Pop pop pop. The earth-shattering fist blasted out. The eyes of the strange races in the distance widened. What did they see? They saw the most ancient flaming fist in the world. The fist was so big that it occupied a part of the world. In their eyes, there was nothing but fire. Boom. This could no longer be called fire. It could be called flame. It was a real flame. Wherever the flame passed, everything was burned. The clouds were also burned, and the world turned into a sea of fire. What a ferocious flame, Flame Emperor. The saint children in the distance looked solemn. It was a sea of red, and there seemed to be no living creatures. Only the mighty Flame Emperor stood in the sky. Could anyone still be alive? The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. After a long time, the flames rained down from the sky. Sure enough, under the Flame Emperor's fist, all the strange races were turned into ashes. Even the great sovereigns in the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm couldn't withstand the flames. In the endless rain of fire, only a slender figure was bathed in it. At this moment, he was emitting a dazzling light. Who was the king? The facts had proven everything. Lin Ling had killed all the strange races by himself. His strength has indeed surpassed all of us saints. De Yen Tong murmured. He felt like he was in a dream. Previously, outside the ancient tomb, Lin Ling wasn't considered the strongest. He barely caught De Yen Tong's attention. At that time, De Yen Tong had told Lin Ling that his strength was not bad. At that time, his tone was condescending. But now, he had to look up to Lin Ling. Lin Ling might have obtained the greatest opportunity in the ancient tomb. Lin Ling has obtained the Jade River map pearl. Then, the crowd looked at the mysterious pearl floating in the sky. It was indeed a supreme treasure. It was unscathed in the face of such flames. Now, Lin Ling was holding it in his hand. At the same time, Lin Ling dragged a figure with his right hand and walked over slowly. It was the great sovereign who attacked Yuman Yun. Lin Ling told him to die last, and he did as he said. At this moment, the great sovereign's face was pale. He was dispirited and disappointed, as if he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. When the treasure is unearthed, everyone will fight for it. But I hate it the most when people attack my woman. Lin Ling threw the great sovereign to the ground and said indifferently. We're all dumbfounded. The Yen race's great sovereign muttered to himself. Previously, when Lin Ling said that they were dumbfounded, they were mocking him for not knowing what was wrong with them. But now he knew. When the treasure is unearthed, everyone will fight for it with their own abilities. Life and death are up to fate. But if they attacked Yuman Yun, the result was different. Everyone had a pure place in their heart that they had to protect with their lives. The reverse scale should never be touched. Touching it would make one angry for the sake of a beauty and kill 10,000 people. Your people are all dead. You can die too. Lin Ling slashed out and killed the Yen race's great sovereign. The hearts of many holy princes trembled. Lin Ling was not to be trifled with. The strange races are all dead. The other treasures can belong to us. Then, the holy princes shouted in joy. Lin Ling, this is great. You've obtained the Jade River Map Pearl. Quickly give it to me. I'll give it to the Bodhi Sacred Palace. Let our Bodhi Sacred Palace become famous among the 6 sacred grounds. At this time, Mayubai shouted excitedly. But in exchange, countless holy princes looked at him with disdain. This Mayubai didn't even dare to fight before and hid behind the crowd. Now that Lin Ling had won, he acted as if he had made a great contribution. He wanted to share Lin Ling's harvest. Are you talking to me? Are you qualified? In the distance, Lin Ling walked over slowly. At the same time, he collected the treasures in the surroundings. I'm the first holy prince of the Bodhi Sacred Palace. You say I'm not qualified? Mayubai was stunned and said with a frown. You're the number 1 trash of the Bodhi Sacred Palace. Scram. Chapter 987. Leaving the Ancient Tomb. Lin Ling, you're too overbearing. The river diagram Jade Pearl is our harvest, and you want to keep it for yourself? Hiding far away, Mayubai gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Mayubai, shame on you. Scram. However, after he spoke, all the saints looked at him with disdain, which made Mayubai's face turn even uglier. Lin Ling had the reputation of being a villain, but now, everyone was standing on Lin Ling's side, and they were laughing at him? How could he know that Lin Ling had saved all the saints today, proving his position as the king of saints? The saints were already convinced by Lin Ling. If you don't scram, then die. In the distance, Lin Ling smiled faintly, but his voice was even colder. I'll scram. Scram. Mayubai's face kept changing. He knew that he was no match for Lin Ling, so he could only escape. Lin Ling, there will be a time when you beg me. Scram. Unfortunately, no one cared about his words, making him like a stray dog. Lin Ling, use the river diagram Jade Pearl to help your girlfriend. Scram. At this moment, the ancient flame devil's voice sounded in Lin Ling's mind, which made Lin Ling shocked. This treasure has such an effect? The river diagram Jade Pearl is very important. It can control something terrifying, and it also has another effect, which is to make ordinary treasures precious. Naturally, it also has the power to suppress demon blood. The ancient flame devil's soul said, didn't you get a lot of soul stones in the death god's garden? Give them to that little girl. Scram. Lin Ling quickly walked to Anuer, took out the river diagram Jade Pearl, and placed it in front of Yuman Yun's forehead. Yuman Yun's complexion gradually recovered. She had demon blood in her body, and she couldn't control it at all. That was why she was almost eaten by the demon blood. This was the biggest problem of cultivating demon techniques. Humans cultivated demon techniques. If they couldn't control it, they would lose their rationality and turn into a demon, or turn into a demon forever, never to return to human form. Soulstone? Lin Ling, how did you get such a treasure? After Lin Ling took out the soul stone, Inuer gasped. She remembered that when Meng Yun first cultivated the forbidden technique, her master had taken out a soul stone to help her cultivate. That kind of treasure was priceless. Unfortunately, it had been used, causing Yuman Yun to not dare to use the forbidden technique easily. But now, Lin Ling actually had such a treasure? Hehe, I have a lot. Lin Ling smiled and took out a large number of soul stones, causing Yuer's expression to change drastically. Just where did Lin Ling rob to actually have so many treasures? The other saints also narrowed their eyes. The soul stone guarded the soul and calmed the mind. Not only could it suppress chi deviation, but it could also withstand soul power attacks. Lin Ling actually took out all of them for Yuman Yun. This Yuman Yun is really lucky. Alright, her condition has stabilized. With the soul stone, she should be fine. But Lin Ling, quickly collect the treasures in the surroundings and let everyone leave the ancient tomb immediately. The ancient flame devil soul's voice sounded again, causing Lin Ling's heart to tremble. The ancient flame devil soul's voice was very serious. That meant that a terrifying enemy had arrived. Prepare to set off and leave the ancient tomb. Lin Ling looked at the people around him and shouted coldly. Lin Ling what? Many saints politely asked Lin Ling, because a strong enemy has arrived. Hearing this, the saints' expressions changed, but all of them nodded. Right now, they had already treated Lin Ling as the leader of the saints. Let's go. Lin Ling looked into the distance and saw dark clouds rolling over. It was obvious that a strong enemy had arrived. It was the people of the foreign races. Since he had obtained the Jade River diagram, the people of the foreign races in the ancient tomb would naturally not give up. However, those people of the foreign races were not worth worrying about. The terrifying one was the mysterious expert. Sush. Lin Ling brought Yuer and Yuman Yun with him and took a big step forward, shooting into the distance. Follow Lin Ling. All the saints looked at each other and shouted subconsciously. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. These guys used to call him the villain Lin Ling, but now they were pestering him. Lin Ling, why are you leaving the ancient tomb? The black-clothed girl, Lai Qing, followed Lin Ling and could not help but ask. Lai Qing has never spoken to anyone. She uses her sword to solve everything. Even when she lost to the Great Expansion pupil, she did not say much. But now, she is talking to Lin Ling in a tone of asking for advice. Many saints thought. Because the strong enemy is very powerful, and his methods are overwhelming. Other than leaving the ancient tomb, there is no other way. Lin Ling replied indifferently. Although he had conflicts with these saints, when Yuman Yun was protecting him, many saints were also fighting against the foreign races and indirectly helped Yuman Yun. Therefore, Lin Ling decided to help them at this moment. Strong enemy. All the saints sucked in a breath of cold air. A powerful enemy that even Lin Ling was wary of must be very terrifying. Outsiders, put down the Jade River diagram and come to die. At this moment, a large number of foreign races appeared and swept over in a mighty manner. There were actually many great venerables and great primordial young experts. The saints' expressions changed drastically. There were too many, and they could not stop them at all. Great Expansion pupil caught up with Lin Ling in one step and suggested to Lin Ling, go in this direction. The void gate has already opened there. Thank you. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled. De Yen Tong was not that arrogant anymore. You were too powerful before. Even now, I am still shocked. The position of the first saint of the 6 great holy lands belongs to none other than you. Great Expansion pupil smiled faintly. Indeed, in the previous battle, he was still as shocking as before. Alright everyone, follow me to the southeast. Lin Ling nodded and shouted to the saints behind him. Follow Lin Ling. All the saints' blood was boiling. Even if a strong enemy was coming, they were not afraid at all. Among them, the saints of the Bodhi Saint Palace were the most excited. They never thought that their leader would become the king of saints and summon the saints of the 6 great holy lands. Lin Ling, save me. At this moment, an anxious shout came from another direction. A saint was surrounded by a large number of foreign races. It was Mayubai. Mayubai's strength was not weak, but he could only face 1 great venerables. However, there were more than 1 great venerables surrounding him. Poor Mayubai, he thought too highly of himself and ended up like this. However, all the saints ignored him. Ma Yubai was very arrogant before and did not contribute to the battle. After the battle, he wanted to share the spoils, which made people despise him. Sorry, you are the first saint of the Bodhi Saint Palace, and I am just a nameless saint. I am not qualified to help you. Lin Ling's face revealed an indifferent expression. He did not care at all and led the group forward. Lin Ling, I was wrong. I shouldn't have put on the airs of the first saint in front of you. Save me. At this moment, Ma Yubai's heart was filled with regret. He thought too highly of himself and thought that he was still the first saint. He wanted to obtain Lin Ling's river diagram jade beads even more. But now, he was surrounded and no one was willing to help him. If Lin Ling did not speak, all the saints would ignore him. Unfortunately, Lin Ling and the rest did not care about him, and he was drowned in the sea of foreign races. More and more foreign races are appearing. Where did they come from? Could it be that the ancient tomb leads to other places? Lin Ling led the group forward once more. Around them, more and more strange races were surrounding and attacking them. It's here, the Void Gate. Chapter 988. Ancient Buddha Burning Lamp. Look at the time, we can make it in time. De Yen Tong, on the other hand, was overjoyed. They would be able to rush into the black hole before the strange races arrived. That's not necessarily true. However, Lin Ling frowned and said, causing all the Holy Sun's faces to change drastically. At the same time, in front of the swirling black hole, a demonic figure stood there quietly. His white hair fluttered in the wind, his skin was gray, and his eyes were cold. He was like an ancient statue. The mysterious master had arrived. How could he let Lin Ling leave the old tomb safely? You stole the treasure of my death god's garden. The cold voice was like the might of the heavens, causing the Holy Sun's hearts to tremble. That aura was so terrifying. Had he reached the legendary transcendent realm? Legend had it that these powerful cultivators had reached the Nirvana realm and arrived at a new world of martial arts. They were extremely powerful. Not only did you steal the treasure of the death god's garden, you also stole the river diagram jade bead. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at the figure in the distance. You're just an ant, but you're despicable. The demonic figure's eyes emitted a dazzling light, causing many holy suns to gasp. Lin Ling actually knew such a master? Moreover, Lin Ling was so bold that he even snatched the treasure of this expert. All of you must die. The demonic figure said in a low voice again. Rolling demonic clouds swept out, even more terrifying than the demonic clouds of the great seniors, causing the sky to turn dark. Remember, after I leave, immediately fly into the black hole. On the other hand, Lin Ling's expression turned grave as he spoke to the saints around him. Lin Ling. De Yen Tong's face changed as he guessed Lin Ling's intention. Lin Ling wanted to attract the attention of the demonic figure alone so that everyone could leave the old tomb. There's no other choice except for this one. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. If you don't leave, then you will die here, and his goal is me. If I leave, he won't have time to care about you. The hearts of all the saints trembled violently. This was the villain Lin Ling? In order to save everyone, he sacrificed himself. All right, let's not waste time. Everyone, get ready. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly when he saw everyone's excited expressions. Although these fellows were arrogant, after fighting side by side, they were honest with each other. Their temperaments were not bad. Lin Ling, I'll remember your kindness. If we ever meet again, I won't say anything else. Just say the word and I'll accompany you to the ends of the world. Lin Ling, I owe you a favor. Lin Ling, good luck. I'll remember your kindness. All the saints were grateful to Lin Ling. Although they also wanted to fight side by side with Lin Ling, they also knew that the result of fighting side by side would be mutual destruction. Since that was the case, it was better to let Lin Ling attract the attention of the demonic figure alone so that everyone could leave. Lin Ling alone would be more flexible and might be able to escape the pursuit. After all, Lin Ling was a young man who had risen from an insignificant saint to the king of saints. Good luck. Good luck. De Yen Tong thumped Lin Ling's chest. He did not say any more words of gratitude. It was enough to remember the kindness in his heart. Get out of here. Good luck. Lin Ling smiled faintly. At this moment he was filled with lofty sentiments. Then he took a big step forward and shot in another direction. All the saints' hearts trembled fiercely. Lin Ling was a real man. Lin Ling, I'll go with you. Go! And Yuer chased after Lin Ling with Yumun Yun. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Do you think you can escape from my grasp? Go. At this moment, the demonic figure ignored the saints and chased after Lin Ling. Obviously, he also knew that Lin Ling had too many important treasures on him. Behind him, the powerful man chased after him. In front of him, there was a large number of strange races. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. Ancient flame demon, you don't want me to leave the tomb. Don't tell me you want to kill me. In reality, Lin Ling did not choose to leave. First, he could not leave. Therefore, he used himself as bait to help all the saints. Second, the ancient flame demon did not want him to leave because the most important secret was about to be revealed. But now, Lin Ling felt that any secret was useless. The most important thing was to stay alive. He had also heard from the Holy Sons that the mysterious man was likely a transcendent realm master. With such strength, killing him would indeed be as easy as flipping his hand, not to mention, Lin Ling had snatched so many treasures from others. Junior that. Indeed, Yen was extremely angry at this moment. That Junior was just an ant, but he had ruined his plans time and time again. The first time, he destroyed his altar and let the ancient flame demon go. The second time, he robbed his death god's garden. The third time, he stole the jade beads from him. He wanted nothing more than to burn that Junior to ashes. If you want to kill me, come. At this moment, Lin Ling was flying through the sky with an Yuer. Since he could not avoid it, he might as well face it. Don't be too arrogant. Lin Ling's words undoubtedly made Yin even angrier. My lord, we will catch him. At this moment, a large number of aliens had appeared in front of them. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, he could not stop them for a while. As long as he was delayed for a breath, Lin Ling would be captured. Lin Ling, what should we do? And Yuer asked beside Lin Ling. Just keep an eye on Yumun Yun. Lin Ling's face became serious. Thinking of the ancient flame demon's soul, he could not help but curse. Was this old ghost trying to kill him? Didn't you get the ancient Buddha Dipankara? That's a rare heavenly weapon. It's more precious than your 3-realm cloak, but it's a bit damaged. Pour the immortal spring into the lamp and blow it out with your spiritual chi. The ancient flame demon's soul said anxiously. The ancient Buddha Dipankara? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Previously, when he got the 3-realm cloak, he also got an ancient bronze lamp. At that time, he already felt that it was extraordinary. However, he did not know what use it had. Now, he followed the ancient flame demon soul's instructions and poured it into the immortal spring. Blowing out the lamp is enough? Lin Ling asked in disbelief. Little brat, just blow it when I ask you to. The ancient flame demon's soul scolded. I still prefer the cold side of you. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Holding the lamp in his hand, he poured spiritual chi into it and blew it out violently. The ancient Buddha Dipankara appeared and bloomed from the bronze lamp. It swept across the world. The vast green flames were sacred as if the gods and Buddhas had descended from the heavens. The ancient lamp blew out terrifying flames. Boom! The flames burned and purified the world. Countless aliens were turned into ashes. Even the great primordial yang experts in the later stages of the Holy Spirit realm were killed. How terrifying! Lin Ling's eyes widened. He did not expect the bronze lamp to be so powerful. This lamp is already damaged. It needs the immortal spring as a catalyst. However, it can be used 9 times at most. The ancient flame demon's soul was not surprised by the power of the bronze lamp. When he saw Lin Ling in a daze, he could not help but roar, "Run!" Lin Ling smiled awkwardly. He was so surprised by the power of the bronze lamp that he had forgotten to run. Chapter 989. 3 Kings Stand. This kid found the ancient Buddha Dipankara. Why did he take every treasure I found? Behind him, Yen was stunned for a moment. His eyes revealed the light of anger as he turned into rolling demonic clouds and chased after Lin Ling. Moreover, his speed was incomparably terrifying. From the looks of it, it would not be long before he would be able to catch Lin Ling, blow out the lamp. However, every time he was close, Lin Ling would turn around and blow out the lamp. Gods and Buddhas would descend from the sky and burn the heavens. As a result, Lin Ling was able to stop Yen from getting closer, which made Yen even more furious. Even he had to avoid the Buddhist flames of the ancient Buddha Dipankara. However, this was not a long-term solution. If this continued, Yen would definitely catch up. At that time, he would have to fight to the death. This way, just as Lin Ling was feeling anxious, the ancient flame devil soul's voice was constantly heard. This made Lin Ling puzzled. Where exactly were they going? Not long after, a huge palace appeared. It was ancient and seemed to have been there for thousands of years. An indescribable oppressive atmosphere floated around it. We're here. Another secret place in the old tomb. The ancient flame devil soul's voice was solemn. We're here? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks, his heart filled with doubt. At the same time, a large number of foreign race warriors also arrived, but they seemed to be afraid of this place, so they did not dare to approach. Instead, they watched from afar, causing the entire palace to be densely packed with people. Behind the crowd, the demon god, Yen, also arrived. His white hair danced wildly and his face was extremely ugly. This is not a place you can come to. If you can come, why can't I? Lin Ling smiled gently. His expression was incomparably calm, but he felt helpless because he did not know why he had to come here. It was the ancient flame devil soul who asked him to come. You can still smile in front of me. I have to say that you are very bold. Yen spoke in a low voice. At this moment, this ant, Lin Ling, already had nowhere to run, and he wanted to see what sort of waves this ant could cause. You're not the first person to say that. Lin Ling replied indifferently, but he was getting more and more anxious. Life and death were at stake at this moment. If he couldn't find a way to resolve this crisis, then he would die here today. Then, the eye of time quietly appeared in his eyes. He wanted to see what secrets were hidden in this mysterious place. Then, his heart violently trembled. So that was how it was. There were two great secrets in the tomb. One was the ancient flame devil, and the other was sealed here. The eye of time allowed him to see through the river of time, allowing Lin Ling to vaguely know many secrets that no one else knew. Hand over the river diagram jade pearl, and I'll let you leave. That thing is useless to you. Yen pondered deeply for a long time before he spoke calmly in the end. For some unknown reason, he didn't dare underestimate this young man because an ordinary person would have panicked a long time ago when they encountered such a situation. However, this young man was still composed, and he was unable to see through this young man. Really? Lin Ling smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He knew that only by handing over the Jade River Diagram Pearl would he be truly dead. Don't give it to him. Hand over the River Diagram Jade Pearl to me and I'll let you leave. Right at this moment, a voice resounded like the might of the heavens. A man with a pair of bone wings on his back flew over from the distance. His bone wings shook the heavens and the earth, and they were over 10 meters long when fully extended. It was extremely majestic. My lord! In the distance, the winged race martial artists all knelt down on one knee. Clearly, the leader of the winged race had arrived. Catastrophe, you're everywhere. Yan's eyes revealed anger. Clearly, he recognized the man with the bone wings. The bone wings on the man's back flapped slightly. He was indescribably domineering, but he ignored Yin. Instead, he looked indifferently at Lin Ling. Junior, your courage is not bad, but if you want to leave here, you can only rely on me. Hand over the river diagram Jade Pearl, and I'll protect you. You think you can? Yen's aura became even colder, and vast demonic clouds rippled out. The two kings, one was the demon god ancestor, and the other was the bone wing god. At this moment, their auras collided, and they were evenly matched. Clearly, they both wanted the river diagram Jade Pearl. How terrifying! The strange races in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a clash between top kings. That young man is in the middle of two kings, but he's not afraid. As expected, of extraordinary courage. After that, many people looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling was like an ant in front of two kings, but this young man's courage was admirable. He actually didn't panic at all. Did I say I'd hand it over to you? However, under countless shocked gazes, Lin Ling smiled faintly. His frivolous voice floated out, shocking everyone. He's not giving face to the two kings? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's strength was indeed very strong, but no matter how strong he was still not a match for two kings. Yen, and the man with the bone wings frowned. This ant was very arrogant. It seemed that he didn't intend to hand over the river diagram jade pearl to anyone. They didn't know where his confidence came from. Then we can only kill you. The two of us can fight for the river diagram jade pearl. Agreed. The two of them looked at each other, and their cold voices floated out. As kings, they had the pride of kings. An ant had no right to speak between them. Hee, don't think too highly of you. However, Lin Ling still smiled calmly. He took out the river diagram jade pearl in his hand. At the same time, an illusory and almost transparent figure floated out from Lin Ling's body. This was a soul. It was the soul of the ancient flame devil. What? The two kings' eyes narrowed. This junior was actually hiding a secret. Right now, it's not a battle between dragons and tigers. It's a confrontation between three kings. Ancient flame devil, come out. Lin Ling ignored the shocked expressions of the two kings. His eyes finally turned cold, and his soft voice spread across the land. Facing two kings, he could only explode with his trump card. Smoke floated out, hazy the land. Chi. An ancient aura permeated the air. It was as if something terrifying had walked out from the void. An earth-shaking roar came out. Under countless gazes, the figure of a huge wild beast appeared in the smoke. The ancient flame devil had arrived. You, since you control it. Yan's face stiffened, and veins popped out on his forehead. In the past, Lin Ling had destroyed his altar, but at the other exit he could not do anything. He thought that although Lin Ling had the ancient flame devil, he would not be able to control the killing intent. Therefore, the ancient flame devil should not be with Lin Ling. But now Lin Ling had used the ancient flame devil. This meant that Lin Ling had control of the ancient flame devil. Amidst the billowing smoke, a gigantic fox's figure appeared. Its 9 tails were gently swaying as if it was a lazy, desolate beast king. As the smoke dispersed, the desolate beast's head appeared. Its eyes were filled with mockery, cunning, and even sinister as it stared coldly at the crowd. The ancient flame devil has been obtained by this brat. The winged man sucked in a cold breath. He also recognized this ancient wild beast. Chapter 990. Void's sacred land's guardian god. However, a voice that made the two of them even more shocked floated out from the ancient flame devil's body. At the neck of the ancient flame devil, a young man's lower body was buried in the ancient flame devil's body. His upper body was exposed, and his handsome face was filled with killing intent. Even his eyes were filled with killing intent. Clearly, the ancient flame devil was Lin Ling, not the ancient flame devil. This change made the two kings' hearts tremble. They had underestimated Lin Ling too much. It was indeed a tripartite balance of power. Lin Ling. Yes. And Yuer's beautiful eyes widened. She hadn't expected Lin Ling to have such a trump card. Beside her, Yumun Yun had also woken up, her mouth slightly agape. Right now, he has the ancient flame devil under his control, but he can't hold it for too long. Otherwise, he will still be controlled by the murderous intent and turn into a mindless, murderous demon. Yes. At this moment, the illusory soul beside them spoke. It was the ancient flame devil's soul. Before he gave me the river diagram jade pearl, he also told me about a forbidden formation. Right now, he needs the 3 of us to set it up. Remember, don't be fooled by Lin Ling's powerful aura. He won't be able to hold on for long. All right, I'll help you. Yes. And Yuer and Yumun Yun both nodded. Right now, they had no other choice. The almost transparent soul also nodded. In truth, it didn't know how Lin Ling knew about the forbidden formation. That brat seemed to know everything sometimes. It didn't know that Lin Ling had come here before and used the Eye of Time to see how the experts sealed the secret. The key to that secret was the river diagram Jade Pearl. Kill, take the river diagram Jade Pearl. Yes. After recovering from his shock, Yen stared at the river diagram Jade Pearl. The other man with the bone wings did the same. At this point they could only fight. Rumble. Both of them unleashed their strength. The battle of the three kings had begun. It was as if the entire world was about to be torn apart. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Huge rocks weighing tens of millions of kilograms were flipped into the sky like straw. It was fierce and domineering. As for the distant foreign race martial artists, all of them were trembling with fear. This was a great battle between three kings, and many martial artists were affected by the powerful auras and instantly turned to ash. White flames rumbled and soared into the sky. The demonic clouds were vast and mighty, sweeping through the heavens and earth. The bone wings also seemed to have come from hell, splitting the sky apart. Hurry up! The ancient flame devil's soul also knew that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to last long against the two kings. At this moment, the three of them formed a mysterious seal with the Jade Pearl as the center, causing the sky to be filled with resplendent light. Unfortunately, it was obscured by the aura of the great battle before them. This ancient flame devil has only awakened 6 tails, but it is already so terrifying. It is hard to imagine how world-shaking the 9 tails will be. This child is very mysterious. He seems to be surrounded by killing intent, but he hasn't lost his mind. How did he do it? However, the protector of the 6 Shaman Holy Land is not someone he can control. As time passes, he will definitely lose his mind. It is only an 8-star 6 Saint domain, but the protector is so powerful. If I can get it, I will be able to shake the world when I return to the 7-star field. The two kings chatted as they fought, shocked by the ancient flame devil's strength. Alright, the killing intent is getting stronger. If he controls the ancient flame devil again, he will definitely be devoured. After an unknown period of time, Yen finally said coldly. The killing intent in front of them had already spread, and he could even feel that he was being affected by it. This also meant that more and more killing intent was emerging from the ancient flame devil, and Lin Ling could not control it. The bone-winged man also stopped attacking, staring ahead in shock. An 8-star 6 Saint Domain brat actually suppressed him to the point where he could not resist. One had to admit that this was a dream. Alright, it's over. However, at this moment, smoke billowed out, and the huge ancient flame devil disappeared. At the same time, a slender figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Clearly, Lin Ling also knew that if he continued to use the ancient flame devil, he would be surrounded by the killing intent and lose his mind. Therefore, at this critical moment, he sealed the ancient flame devil again. This method of controlling the ancient flame devil made the two kings' eyes widen. Lin Ling could summon the ancient flame devil whenever he wanted, and seal it whenever he wanted. This made them extremely envious. Junior, you don't dare to use the ancient flame devil anymore. Now, what else do you have? Yen stepped forward, and demonic aura rippled out from his body. Lin Ling no longer had any trump cards. Is that so? At this moment, Lin Ling's face was somewhat pale. He had used the ancient flame devil for too long, causing the killing intent to grow thicker and thicker. Now, it was affecting him. If not for his righteous energy, he would have already lost consciousness. But now, there was enough time. Indeed, I don't dare to use the ancient flame devil anymore, but it's time for it to come out. The other secret sealed in the tomb comes from the Void Sacred Land's protector. Lin Ling walked step by step into the sky, his voice cold, but it carried the calmness of a ruler. The two kings trembled. Lin Ling knew this secret? Their 2 tribes had come from 7-star Saint Domain and prepared for many years to obtain the protector of 8-star 6 Saint Domain. Very few people knew this secret, but this young man actually knew. How did he know? You nonsense. The bone-winged man frowned. I know more than all of you. Am I spouting nonsense? Lin Ling smiled faintly, his smile carrying confidence. He had seen everything around him through the eye of time and knew that a long, long time ago, an ancient expert had come and sealed the protectors of the 6 saint domains. Their goal was to drop the 6 saint domains from 8-star to 9-star. From then on, their names would be erased from the world, and they would be controlled by even more powerful emperors. One had to know that the world was vast and boundless. The 6 saint domains were collectively known as the 6 saint domains, but they were only a small corner of the world. This was because the saint domains in this world were divided by stars, and the 6 saint domains were only 8-star. It was a very small place. In the distant horizon, there were 5-star, 4-star, and even 1-star divine domains that resembled immortal palaces. The star system was used to determine the strength of a region. As for the so-called Heavenfall era, that was nothing more than a trick played by the ancient emperor. He eliminated the 6 holy domains and caused all living beings here to be plunged into misery and suffering. Everything had to be restarted from 8 stars to 9 stars and be controlled by others. And if the great calamity of the 6 holy domains approached and the world was reshuffled, then the 6 guardian divinities of the Holy Land had to be sealed away. Thus, the saint domains had no masters and could be cleansed. This was the Heavenly Fall era. Through the eye of time, Lin Ling knew everything. He also knew what was sealed this time and what the key to unlocking the seal was. It was the jade pearls of the river diagram. Come out, protector of the void sacred land, Xianxia King. Lin Ling looked indifferently at the gray sky in the distance before his gaze finally landed on the 2 kings. He slowly raised his right hand and pointed forward. At the same time, the forbidden formation set up by an Yuer and the others blossomed with dazzling light. Several mysterious runes shot out from the jade pearls of the river diagram, dazzling and resplendent. Lin Ling had seen the formation through the eye of time. Fortunately, it wasn't difficult to set it up. The key was the jade pearls of the river diagram.